And so, the special tutoring session begins at a quiet cafe. Zane starts with a simple diagnostic, asking Damien what he knows about basic magic theory. Damien just blinks, having no clue what his notes are, and presents a random book he brought. He then dumps out a pile of pristine, completely untouched textbooks. Zane and Chenbi stare in horror. This isn't a study session, this is a rescue mission in hell. Desperate for any good news, Chenbi asks if Damien at least did his assignments, which he proudly confirms. Chenbi lets out a sigh of relief, but Zane knows better, questioning if it's really that simple. A quick glance at the homework reveals nothing but illegible scribbles and a childish monster drawing. Zane feels the last of his hope draining away, the complex formulas he needs to teach becoming a distant dream. His only prayer now is that Damien, being a noble, might at least be good at general subjects like culture and history. Zane admits to himself that the real problem isn't teaching magic to a lost cause. It's his own lack of confidence that he can do so without resorting to violence. As Damien ponders if things are really that bad, their study session is suddenly interrupted. A tall, imposing student approaches, introducing himself as Furion after Zane gets his name wrong. He casually mentions that he couldn't help but overhear their little problem with tutoring Damien. With a smug grin, Furion says that he thinks he might be able to help. Damien's face immediately lights up, absolutely thrilled at the offer. Zane, however, is completely unconvinced, his skepticism practically radiating off him. Seeing the doubt, Furion decides to reveal his trump card, and Chenbi immediately recognizes the papers. He proudly holds up his prize, a complete collection of the Academy's past exams from the last 10 years. But Furion isn't finished yet, pulling out another, even more impressive set of papers. He smugly presents a flawless compilation of every professor's exam, organized by pattern and topic. Chenbi stares in disbelief, realizing that, with this treasure trove, there's finally a real chance for Damien. While Damien is filled with hope, Zane still can't stand the guy, especially after how he treated Chenbi. Furion's incredibly punchable face makes Zane seriously consider violence, but he forces himself to hold back. Just as Zane is about to agree, Furion adds that there's a condition to his generous offer. He wants Zane's help with interpersonal combat training after the exams, acknowledging his fighting prowess. Zane's expression shifts, his interest suddenly and completely piqued by this unexpected request. With a wicked grin, he agrees to do it right now, but a panicked Furion clarifies that it's not for him. Zane pauses, genuinely confused about who else would possibly need his help. With a slightly pained look, Furion confirms the request is for someone else and tells Zane to follow him. The two students leave the academy grounds, venturing into the city proper. As they walk, Zane grows a bit impatient, wondering just how far this little trip is going to be. Furion leads him deep into the back alleys, and Zane can feel his guide's silent, simmering frustration. In fact, Furion is internally fuming, thinking about how badly he wants to punch the person they're about to meet. Finally, he stops, announcing that they've arrived at their destination. Zane looks up at an impressively large building, deducing it must be a private training ground. The interior is just as grand, making him realize that whoever owns this place has some serious wealth. A voice calls out to them, and Zane coolly puts on his glasses as he turns to see who it is. And there she is, towel in hand. The student who needs his help is none other than Dalia de Denai. Zane instantly recognizes the silver-haired prodigy from his past life. Beside her, Furion scoffs, openly questioning if Zane is truly worthy of teaching Dalia anything. But Dalia's resolve is absolute. She declares that she will not rely on her family's power for this. She turns her back on her aide's protests and addresses Zane directly, formally asking for his help. He considers her offer for a moment, a sly glint in his eyes as he decides to add a condition of his own. His gaze shifts to her loyal aide, and he tells Dalia that he wants to use Furion for a while. The absurd request leaves Furion utterly speechless, while Dalia seems to be actually considering it. Snapping out of her shock, Furion marches up to him, insisting he's already been paid for the study materials. Zane smirks, reminding her that while that debt is settled, the one for framing Chenbi is still outstanding. Cornered by the accusation, Furion stammers in defeat as Dalia calmly agrees to his terms. Furion erupts in protest, absolutely refusing to have her fate decided for her. She puffs up her chest, shouting about her pride as a member of the great house of Dainai and her own free will. Zane just smirks, casually mentioning he needs a new punching bag, and she seems sturdier than his last one. The insult hits home, and despite her fury, Furion bites her lip, knowing she's been completely outplayed. Defeated, she announces she has to leave for exams, turning her back on the humiliating arrangement. With her gone, Zane sighs in satisfaction, glad that Chenbi's problem is settled, and now it's time to work. He turns to Dalia, his expression all business as he reminds her of her request for combat training. Dalia looks back, her gaze steady, signaling she's ready to begin whatever he has planned. The scene shifts, and it seems their first lesson will begin over a meal at a nearby establishment. As he cuts into a steak, Zane gives her one last chance, asking if she's absolutely sure she wants to go through with this. Meanwhile, another meeting is taking place over a meal, but the atmosphere here is far from a friendly lesson. Evelyn de Planche casually takes a bite, savoring his food with a relaxed smile. He gently chides Dive, worrying aloud that his associate might be pushing himself too hard. Dive's expression immediately sours, knowing exactly what this is about. Evelyn brings up the recent casket trial incident, noting that complaints are loud since Dive failed to secure a single artifact. With a predatory grin, Evelyn smoothly pivots, mentioning a rumor that the midterm questions will be finalized next week. The implication hits Dive like a lightning bolt, and he asks in disbelief if he's being told to steal the exam papers. Evelyn plays innocent, acting shocked at such a dangerous accusation. He clarifies with a chilling smile that he was just sharing his business needs and hoping Dive might be of some assistance. Dive can only sweat in silence, completely trapped by the unspoken command. Evelyn slides a card to Dive, suggesting a place with an expert who can handle the task. With a chilling smile, he tells the trapped noble to hurry up and eat. Elsewhere, Zane stares at a training dummy, contemplating the absurd request to teach Dalia. He recalls the intense animosity from his past life. He would have beaten her for even suggesting it. A memory flashes of a battle-hardened Dalia, promising to bury him on the spot. Zane remembers that he could have killed her many times if not for her reinforcements. But he also recalls that eventually, Dalia became a powerful mage who kept the Deculan family in check. A slow, calculating smile spreads across his face as he considers accelerating that timeline. He realizes this is a perfect chance to gleefully beat her up under the guise of training. With his decision made, he turns to face Dalia, ready to begin. He begins her training with a simple question. What is the most critical factor in a one-on-one fight? Dalia doesn't have a grand theory. She just wants to learn the moves he used before. Zane scoffs, telling her that simply copying him is useless and poses a hypothetical. A Class 8 versus a Class 9 mage. She gives the obvious answer, but he wags his finger with a condescending smirk. She's wrong. With a devilish grin, he reveals his simple philosophy. The winner is whoever bashes the other's head in first. Dalia is completely baffled by this brutish, almost thuggish, approach to magic. To demonstrate, he begins to conjure a crackling ball of blue lightning on his fingertip. He calls it the first to strike rule and unleashes the spell before she can even react. A massive explosion erupts across the training grounds, the sheer force of it echoing through the academy. And as the dust settles, Zane just casually stretches, as if he just finished a light warm-up. Satisfied with his work, Zane walks off, believing his harsh lessons are the only way she'll ever improve. He glances around, idly wondering what Damien is up to, when his attention is suddenly snagged by a nearby conversation. The student, Dive, looks startled as he finishes his hushed discussion. Zane's lips curl into a predatory grin. He's overheard something very interesting involving a sum of 310 gold. As Dive walks away, the weight of his task is etched on his face. Hez being forced to steal exam papers, a dirty job he desperately wants to escape but can't. His mind is haunted by the image of Evelyn, the terrifying woman with enough power to crush him without a second thought. But he quickly reframes the situation, seeing this as a golden opportunity to get ahead. Arriving at a quiet building, he firms his resolve, convinced he can turn this blackmail into his own connection to power. As he reaches for the door, he recalls his last failure, bitterly blaming some gutter rat for ruining his plans. He grits his teeth, determined that this time will be different, but he's blissfully unaware that a certain someone is watching from the shadows. Dive enters the designated location, surprised to find a normal-looking tea house. A mild-mannered man behind the counter greets him with a polite smile. With a shaky voice, Dive gives the secret code, an order for tea that's both steaming hot and frozen. He quietly confirms to himself that this is the place Evelyn sent him to. The broker sets a cup down, noting how rattled his young customer seems to be. He explains that people who hear shadow broker usually imagine a much darker hideout, but who would ever suspect that this bright, elegant shop is actually a black market front? When asked what brought him here, Dive gets flustered and blurts out his entire purpose: to buy the first-year exam papers. The broker's eyes gleam. As luck would have it, they have a seller for the magic department papers. He smiles, inviting Dive to a meeting with this seller next weekend. Dive freezes, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He instantly realizes the broker's true intent: to memorize his face and lock him into this deal. The man smoothly insists it's just standard procedure, but Devey knows has trapped with no way out. Mustering his courage, he forces a confident grin and agrees to the terms. The broker then dictates the time and location for the meet, warning him to commit it to memory. But from a distance, another pair of eyes has been watching this entire exchange. Zane can hardly believe the sheer audacity of the setup. A seller and buyer appearing at the same time, with no mention of price? The whole thing reeks of a trap. He decides to verify the situation himself, conjuring a magic circle. Donning a red hood, Zane plans to target the one with the most money. Meanwhile, the broker relaxes inside the tea house, the bell on the door chiming softly. He sips his tea, bored, thinking he needs to leave town after this job is done. Having stolen the academy exam papers, he knows staying in Hazen is far too dangerous. Suddenly, a voice from behind asks if he's not accepting customers. The broker nearly jumps out of his skin, shocked at how someone snuck up on him. His eyes widen in terror as he recognizes the mask of the Deculan Red Jade. Zane tells him to drop the act and the code words. He's not here for tea. He gets straight to the point, revealing he's looking for a spatial bag. The broker's blood runs cold. He knows exactly what Zane is referring to, the legendary Callahan's spatial bag. He tries to deny everything, but Zane smoothly pivots, asking about the suspicious student he was meeting with. Caught off guard, the broker forces a shaky smile, his mind racing for a way out of this mess. But Zane has no time for his pathetic scheming, his hand beginning to glow with raw power. He tells the man to be quiet, his glowing eyes fixed on him, saying the gears turning in his head are far too loud. A wave of terror washes over the broker. This isn't just some mage, he's something far more dangerous. He cracks completely, offering to spill everything about the boy, hoping it will satisfy the masked man. Zane agrees to listen, but on one condition: they'll talk while walking to the warehouse. The broker is stunned, asking why they would need to go there, but Zane just says he needs to inspect it himself. With his eyes glowing ominously, Zane demands to know what the broker is hiding in that warehouse. The broker is internally freaking out, trying to understand what this masked lunatic is planning. He stammers nervously as they walk, but Zane offers a chilling reassurance on the name of Deculan. If the man is innocent, nothing will happen, and his confession will remain a secret forever. With a bead of sweat running down his temple, the broker realizes he has no way out of this. He finally cracks, revealing the job was commissioned by a girl named Evelyn to create a black market for grades. Evelyn, of all people, the student known for her exemplary conduct and perfect record. She's famous for her harmonious social relations, a friend to all. A model student, the absolute last person anyone would suspect of pulling strings behind the scenes. Zane's eyes narrow with contempt. The sheer nerve of her makes him sick with jealousy. Their walk comes to an end as the broker stops, announcing they've arrived at the warehouse. The broker peeks inside, his heart stopping as a masked figure greets him. Zane surveys the room, which is overflowing with mountains of glittering, illicit treasures. He casually inspects a scroll, noting that while things seem fine, his family will need to verify them. With a chillingly calm tone, he orders the preparation of 2 subspace pockets to confiscate suspicious items. The broker's face twists in rage, realizing this isn't an inspection, it's a high-class robbery. The scene shifts abruptly to a memory, a stone tower under a setting sun, and a lesson in progress. A young Damien proudly presents a shimmering magic circle, declaring his unconventional answer is also correct. A classmate recoils in disbelief, utterly baffled at how he can maintain the spell without its stabilization formula. Nearby, another student just wants the bickering to end, feeling like she's trapped in a special kind of hell. The blonde student can only stare, realizing Damien isn't just a genius. He's a monster who rewrites common sense itself. Furion's mind races with a dreadful new thought. What if Aster decides to corrupt Dalia too? Just then, a voice calls her name, and she turns to find Dalia standing right behind her. The sight is shocking. Dalia's face is covered in pristine white bandages. All of Furion's concern instantly boils over into pure, unadulterated rage directed at Aster. But the scene fast-forwards, and a week of grueling magical study passes in an instant. Now, Aster sits across from Furion and her classmate, waiting for their test results. Her friend looks up, a smug grin on his face as he announces he got a perfect score on his section. Furion coolly replies that she, of course, did the same. It's Aster, however, who throws his hands up in sheer ecstasy, celebrating that he finally understands blood, sweat, and tears. He explains it was the only way he survived the week, and Furion is stunned, realizing just how massive his improvement truly is. Aster throws his arms up, roaring that he has finally fulfilled his duty. The smug classmate beside him can only offer a tight, condescending grin. Furion, completely unimpressed, asks if he's actually pulling his weight. But the scene shifts to the dead of night, where a masked figure watches over the academy. It's Aster, sensing a tingle as if someone somewhere is bad-mouthing him. He dismisses the feeling, his attention drawn to the streets below. He scans the area, watching the oblivious students go about their evening. Then he spots his mark, a student named Dive, shaking like a leaf. Aster's first impulse is to just beat him senseless. But he holds back. He knows Dive is part of a larger scheme involving buying exam answers, and he needs to see it through. Right on schedule, Dive approaches a huge, shadowy figure to make the illicit deal. From his hidden vantage point, Zane activates a crystal orb to record the entire transaction. It's showtime. Inside, Dive presents the stolen goods, detailing how they cover every major course and even the practical exam criteria. The official academy envelope sits on the desk, its wax seal the proof of his crime. A red-haired woman and her hooded associate inspect the papers, confirming by the mana pattern that he brought the real deal. She assures him that, as promised, his family's merchant group will receive their full support. Dive can barely contain his excitement, believing this is his chance to finally be acknowledged by his family. But the deal comes with a new condition. He will now be in charge of distributing the exams to their other clients. Having served his purpose for the night, the eager student is promptly dismissed. The moment the door shuts, the woman's accommodating smile twists into a cold, predatory smirk. In her mind, he's nothing more than a useful, disposable moron. The woman asks her hooded accomplice if the operation is proceeding smoothly. He confirms their plan to pin all her misdeeds on Dive and his merchant group. As they depart, another figure has been watching their entire exchange from the shadows. Zane peers through the window, utterly disgusted by what he's just heard. He moves away, determined to ruin her scheme and set this Evelyn straight. Though he's recorded everything, he feels that simply exposing her would be a waste. He taps his fingers on the desk, pondering a more elegant solution than brute force. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparks in his mind. He grins, believing he's found the perfect way to guide her onto a more righteous path. With his plan set, he picks up a pen, ready to put his counter-scheme into motion. With his quill scratching across the parchment, he finds his old forgery skills are still surprisingly sharp. It's a talent he never expected to use again, but it's perfect for this little intervention. He presses a stamp down firmly, giving the document an air of absolute authenticity. Admiring his flawless work, he's quite proud of the clever path he's about to set for Evelyn. Meanwhile, somewhere within the sprawling academy grounds, the very same Evelyn is pushing herself to the limit, drenched in sweat from relentless training. She believes in one simple rule: the fastest spell always wins the fight. A torrent of raw magic explodes from her palms, a testament to her deadly philosophy. Soon after, the day of the practical exam arrives under the bright morning sun. Inside a massive lecture hall, the proctor's voice rings out, signaling the end of the test. As the students file out, some are already comparing notes, but Demonin just smirks. He had no trouble at all, effortlessly marking down the complex magical theorems. His classmates are baffled, wondering if he'd been secretly studying this whole time. But from across the hall, a red-haired woman watches with a knowing gaze. She smiles to herself. The first of her carefully laid plans has just paid off beautifully. Demonin von Haremir, heir to a grain empire, just secured his family a massive advantage. And he's only one of 4 such deals she has running at this very moment. Just then, a hooded figure arrives, tossing her a small, glowing message. For a split second, she's caught off guard by the identity of her next appointment. It's Dive, another one of her clients, stepping forward to claim his prize. But before Demonin can even savor his victory, a senior student approaches with a stern request. It's not just any summons, he's being called to see the headmaster, immediately. The red-haired schemer watches from afar, her confident smirk vanishing in an instant. The very next morning, an emergency announcement echoes through the academy halls. All first-year students gather, a nervous energy filling the air as rumors of a cheating scandal spread like wildfire. The schemer listens intently, her mind racing as she tries to figure out what could have possibly gone wrong. She's certain it couldn't be her. Her methods were perfect, leaving absolutely no trace. The crowd falls silent as a robed instructor takes the stage to address the assembly. He solemnly confirms their fears. Several students were caught in an act of academic dishonesty. A wave of cold dread washes over the schemer as she realizes her perfect plan has completely unraveled. Then comes the bombshell. Dive and his 4 accomplices have been expelled, and Evelyn's face tightens. The instructor continues, revealing the plot was foiled not by staff, but by a student with unshakable justice. He gestures to the crowd, preparing to honor this student for their outstanding courage, and the name he calls is Evelyn Deplanche, whose mind goes completely blank with shock. The students erupt in applause, mistaking her stunned silence and denials for sheer humility. Her classmates surround her, patting her on the back, telling her she's earned the right to be proud. She forces a strained smile, internally screaming as she tries to understand how this happened. Pushed towards the stage by the cheering mob, she knows this is all a terrible mistake. A hand lands on her shoulder as a classmate quietly remarks on what a fine sight it is. It's Zane, smugly advising her to live a noble life, perfectly trapping her in her new heroic role. Zane smugly reflects on his handiwork, having perfectly framed Evelyn as a righteous hero. A week passes, and the academy is buzzing with news the exam rankings have been posted. Students immediately pour into the hallways, scrambling to see the results. Damien and his friends sprint through the corridors, a mix of hope and panic on their faces. They push through the crowd gathering around the bulletin board where the list is displayed. Finally arriving, they anxiously scan the sheet, desperate to find their names. Their jaws drop in unison as they find Damien ranked at a disappointing 18th place. Zane calmly appears behind them, telling the stunned duo to take a closer look. He points out that Deminin is ranked way up at 7th, a result that clearly stings them. But just as the shock settles in, a student in a robe arrives, announcing he posted the wrong list. The proctor quickly posts the correct list while Damien and his friends stare up, praying for a miracle. And there it is, a huge improvement. Damien von Blando, now ranked 16th. The two of them absolutely erupt in celebration, overwhelmed with relief and joy. Zane watches them with a smug look, thinking it's finally time to claim his reward for all that hard work. Damien calls out to him, and Zane turns, his part in this little drama seemingly over. But Damien's friend gets a little too cocky, musing that he must have a real talent for teaching, and could even become a TA. Zane's face instantly darkens, and he bluntly orders the friend to shut up. The friend freezes, hit by the horrible realization that he must have spoken his arrogant thoughts out loud. Zane then drops a bombshell, asking if he's aware a teaching assistant was just busted for running a cheating ring. He explains the poor guy was so broke he sold exam keys, showing just how miserable the life of a TA really is. Zane continues his lecture, asking how long the friend thinks it takes to become a professor. The student nervously guesses maybe 3 or 4 years. He mentions he heard that from a certain Professor Furion, a name that seems to carry some weight. Zane leans in, questioning if his heart is truly set on teaching, and the student earnestly agrees, thinking it would be fulfilling. Damien interrupts with a booming laugh, shouting that the path will be nothing but blood, sweat, and tears. Ignoring him, Zane tells the friend that if he's really serious, there is one surefire way to achieve his goal. A wicked grin spreads across Zane's face as he gives his advice. Become an archmage, so powerful that no one can ever question him. The friend stares, dumbfounded, as Zane adds that he could then teach as ruthlessly as he just taught Damien. A glorious vision of himself as a grand wizard flashes in the student's mind, the seed of ambition taking root. Zane tells him to dream big, stating that to become a mere TA, after his recent success, would be a complete waste of his newfound talent. He then lands the final blow. The friend must become an archmage, so he can properly pay back his life, saving debt with interest. Later that night, under a sky full of stars, the city settles into a quiet hum of activity. Within the walls of a dimly lit tavern, a meeting is about to take place. A man named Kellogg enters with a confident smirk, his purple eyes scanning the room. He spots his target, a lone, hooded figure waiting patiently at a corner table. The figure, Zane, looks up, noting that his guest has finally arrived. Kellogg takes a seat, and the two trade barbs about each other's shady occupations. Cutting the pleasantries short, Zane gets down to business, revealing that ancient ruins have been found in the Hamlin Great Forest. A subtle smile plays on Zane's lips as the important information hangs in the air. His eyes glow with a faint blue light. This is going to be a massive headache, but one he's clearly looking forward to. A few days later, Zane meets with Lancy to collect his reward, and she immediately brings up the multiplication array. She explains that while family secrets are off limits, a prestigious, high-level circuit is well within the scope of their deal. Zane can barely hide his grin. He never expected them to be this generous, and this is a massive windfall. But the meeting takes a turn as Lancy addresses another student, Chenbi, bluntly bringing up his family's current difficulties. Chenbi is flustered, admitting that while things have been tough, they've been looking up recently. Lancy smirks, offering a tantalizing proposition. The Blando family can solve every single one of his problems. The offer becomes even more overwhelming as she promises to provide a better life for his entire family, leaving the young man speechless. But despite the life-changing proposal, Chenbi clenches his hands, steeling his resolve. He's going to decline. Lancy tries to persuade him, insisting this isn't charity, but his mind is already made up. His reason is one of pure loyalty. He would rather remain Damien's friend, free of any strings or obligations. Lancey's expression shifts from surprise to a knowing, almost impressed smirk. The pure display of loyalty makes Zane feel like the only scumbag in the room. Instead of wealth, Chenbi asks for something else entirely, a request Lancey readily agrees to hear. He simply wants the opportunity to study magic under the Blando household one day. With a gentle smile, he confirms that this humble wish is more than enough for him. The news of this exchange travels quickly, reaching the ears of Lady Blando herself. Her butler confirms the details, explaining that Damien's friend made this surprisingly modest request. A warm smile spreads across her face. It seems her son has found a truly worthy companion. Therefore, House Blando issues an official decree, formally declaring themselves as Chenbi's primary sponsor. The document is thrust into his hands, leaving the poor guy utterly speechless and confused. And so, with his new sponsorship secured, Zane dedicated himself to his studies. The chaotic midterm exams finally concluded, leaving most of the students satisfied with their results. But as the weeks went by, a new, serious atmosphere began to settle over the academy. A stern instructor gathers the first years to announce a major policy shift, a new combat readiness protocol. She declares that all general education for their class is officially suspended. Instead, the curriculum will now focus exclusively on practical, anti-personnel combat. However, she drops a bombshell: attendance for this intense new training is strictly voluntary. One student shoots up from her seat, completely bewildered by the announcement. The instructor clarifies they can even return home for private training, sending murmurs throughout the hall. But for those who stay, they'll be taught by Imperial combat mages, a detail that captures Zane's full attention. The instructor knows this isn't some random schedule change. An order this drastic came from the very top. That night, a lone owl cuts through the sky, carrying a secret message. Zane receives the summons, a single instruction written in a strange script. 8 o'clock. Back in his original body, he can't help but wonder what's causing all the chaos back at the academy. He makes his way to a secluded spot he had prepared in advance. It's been a few days, but the area already feels different, more isolated. He arrives at his destination, an old warehouse, now hidden inside a powerful concealment barrier. This sanctuary is the perfect place to finally test his new multiplication array. With a single drop of blood, he activates the complex magic, and the spell erupts. It's a success, perfectly replicating the mana signature, but he realizes the power output is still far too low. Just as he's about to test his new technique, a familiar old mage appears, wondering what kind of scheme he's cooking up now. The elder notes Hez early, but he can already feel Zane's mana pulsing within the floating blood beads. Zane gives a smug grin, demonstrating how he can remotely cast spells through them. The old mage's eyes widen in disbelief, the sheer versatility of the technique dawning on him. He starts rattling off the insane potential before cutting himself off, demanding to know where Zane acquired such a thing. But Zane just smiles, offering to give him the full breakdown in exchange for one small favor. The elder's expression goes flat as he realizes Zane wants to use him as a practice dummy. It's perfect. Zane inwardly celebrates finding the ultimate high-tier sandbag for his training. He tells the elder to brace himself, but the old mage just scoffs, confident he can't be touched. With a calm smile, Zane closes his eyes, ready to begin the demonstration. He begins by compressing his mana to its absolute limit, swirling it with volatile blood magic. The elder's confidence shatters instantly, realizing this is no simple sparring session. He looks up in horror at the massive, crackling orb of destruction, calling Zane a crazy brat. But Zane's only response is a wicked grin, his eyes glowing as he gives the final command. And the entire clearing erupts in a cataclysmic blast of blue and red energy. The blinding light fades, leaving nothing but a massive cloud of smoke and debris. Zane stands untouched amidst the fallout, looking almost disappointed with the underwhelming yield. But a figure steps out from the smoke. The elder survived, and now he's demanding Zane to spill it. He roars, demanding to know where Zane truly came from, because this level of power is beyond talent, it's impossible. Zane just stares back, completely unmoved by the old man's desperate questions. Zane cheekily claims he's just an average student, not some ancient demon, to which the elder scoffs. The old man, still reeling from the spell's impossible logic, demands to know where the red beads went. With a smug grin, Zane gives him a very clear, non-verbal answer. And just like that, the scene abruptly shifts with a quiet whoosh. In a bizarre turn of events, the elder is now a tiny, owl-like familiar perched atop Zane's head. Now, in a private room, the elder gets down to business, mentioning an incident in the Great Forest. He places a glowing blue communication orb on the table, telling Zane to watch closely. The orb flares to life, projecting a scene that immediately captivates our protagonist. Zane's eyes widen in absolute shock, unable to process what he's being shown. The vision is of the Hayman Great Forest, a wild jungle teeming with monsters and ruthless mercenaries. And yet, even these hardened mercenaries are shown trembling in absolute terror. Zane watches the projection, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes why. These aren't just monsters, they are the undead. The Elder calmly explains that these are a special case, far worse than the norm. They aren't puppets of lingering memory, they are undead that move by the soul. A rare and terrifying phenomenon known as naturally occurring undead. Zane immediately puts the pieces together, questioning if this means ancient ruins have been unsealed. The Elder confirms his fears, speaking of a monstrosity called Deathros and a broken seal. The situation is dire, his own disciples are unavailable, and he needs a team ready in 2 days. He puts the choice squarely on Zane's shoulders, offering the reward regardless of his decision. Zane cuts straight to the point, observing that there's no actual reward being offered. The Elder confirms the choice is his alone, a matter of life and death, but Zane immediately agrees to go. This snap decision leaves the old mage completely stunned and at a loss for words. Zane explains that he understands the Elder's desperation to save a friend and won't bargain with a life. The Elder is visibly moved by this unexpected show of integrity, his eyes sparkling with emotion. With a confident smile, Zane admits that even if he were told not to, he feels an obligation to go. As if his words were a trigger, he feels a familiar power stirring within him. A crimson magic circle glows on his chest as a voice urges him forward on this path. It tells him that what he truly seeks is there, and he wryly accepts that he really has no choice. Above the city, a massive, shimmering barrier now hangs in the sky, marking the source of the disaster. To aid his journey, the Elder Mage provides a special warp gate ticket for immediate access. He follows it up with a powerful robe, an artifact imbued with protective magic. Zane is shocked by the sheer generosity, but the old man scoffs, stating that preparation is everything. With a serious look, he presents one final, crucial item for the mission. It's a distinct, silver mask, identified as the token of New Moon. Zane's casual mishearing of the name earns him a sharp, annoyed glare from the old mage. The Elder explains the mask is vital, so his friend doesn't accidentally kill Zane on sight. He then promises to handle Zane's academy affairs, but the matter of the Blando family remains. A confident smirk spreads across Zane's face. Hell, deal with them himself. And with that, he leaves a simple note behind, declaring his departure for training. Back at the academy, Zane's simple note is discovered, leaving his classmate completely stunned. Damien, however, is immediately fired up, seeing a grand opportunity to go train outside too. The scene shifts to the bustling Greentown, a city bordering a massive forest where panic is brewing. The residents scramble to evacuate, their lives upended by a sudden monster wave after decades of peace. One of the merchants bitterly complains, cursing the Empire for abandoning them in their time of need. But his boss cuts him off. There's no time for whining when there's work to be done. Tucked away in a quiet tavern, a man sits alone, engaged in a tense, magical communication. He seems desperate, asking the person on the other end what he's possibly supposed to do now. A calm voice on the other side assures him that an old friend is sending people to help repay a debt. The man hangs up, still riddled with anxiety. He believes help will come, but a heavy doubt lingers. Inside the tavern, Rayleigh confronts his hired pathfinder, a large man named Oberon. But Oberon is breaking out in a cold sweat, begging for his life. Rayleigh tries to reason with him, reminding him of the contract and the hazard pay, 4 times the usual rate. A cunning mercenary watches nearby, pretending to sympathize with Rayleigh's struggle to find a guide. It's no use. Oberon apologizes and flees, convinced the job is a suicide mission. Rayleigh is left alone at the table, his face dripping with sweat as his plans fall apart. But the mercenary can't hide a smirk. This is exactly the opportunity he was waiting for. He has his own agenda, to use a skilled mage to venture into the forest for a massive score. Little does he know, Rayleigh has his own scam running, planning to dupe the mage and vanish with the money. As he plots his retirement, a gloved hand taps the table, and his greedy daydream comes to an abrupt end. Suddenly, a new figure sits at the table, a masked man in a dark hood, startling both Rayleigh and the mercenary. Rayleigh stammers, demanding to know who this stranger is. The mercenary, Oberon, introduces himself first, but the masked man is focused solely on Rayleigh, confirming his master is Leheim. With a greasy smile, Oberon decides to play along, welcoming Rayleigh as if they were old acquaintances. He then turns to the masked mage, offering a map of the Great Forest in exchange for his services. He places the scroll down, claiming he's too cowardly to go himself but is offering this map, precious as his own life. With the map delivered, Oberon thanks the mage and tries to leave with Rayleigh, his part of the scam seemingly complete. But a cold voice cuts through the tavern noise, commanding him to stop right where he is. The friendly facade drops as the masked man tells Oberon to sit back down within 1 second. If he fails, the glowing eyes promise a swift and merciless death. Oberon freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as the masked man's countdown echoes in his ears. Before the second is even up, Zane moves like a phantom, slamming a fist directly into the mercenary's face. The assault is relentless, each blow landing with crushing force, as Oberon cries out in confusion and pain. Zane calmly reminds the crumpled man on the floor that his time was, in fact, up. As the brutal stomping continues, Rayleigh can only watch, completely frozen by the scene unfolding before him. The sheer, casual violence on display has him pale and trembling, realizing just who he's dealing with. His mind flashes back to an earlier moment, remembering when he'd nervously asked his new master a critical question. He had wondered if they could possibly defeat the legendary creature known as the Deathros. Their journey had led them through a dense forest, finally arriving at a forgotten, crumbling stone tower. There, inside the ruins, Zane had been training, preparing himself for the impossible fight ahead. Meanwhile, at another location, Kellogg arrives to meet with his associate. The man, Solian, turns, looking none too pleased with the current situation. Kellogg cuts straight to the point, asking for a status report on their project. They both gaze upon a massive, swirling vortex of dark, crimson energy. Solian confirms the unsealing spell is working, but it's progressing slower than headlike. Kellogg can feel the aura of death leaking out, questioning why the creature hasn't fully awakened. At the heart of the maelstrom, a colossal red crystal pulses with immense power. Solian then brings up another problem, the ancient war mage who is also seeking this beast. Kellogg asks if Solian can handle this intruder alone while he maintains the ritual. A chilling grin spreads across Solian's face, his eyes glowing as he promises this will be a hunt. Meanwhile, Zane's new party makes its way through a sun-dappled forest. Rayleigh walks beside him, lost in thought about how some bonds, like blood, can't be ignored. Their pathfinder, Oberon, marches on stoically, his face a patchwork of fresh bandages. It seems everything worked out, Rayleigh thinks to himself with a quiet sense of relief. He recalls just moments ago, he was panicking about how they'd manage with only a map. A nervous sweat drips down his face as he glances at the one who solved everything. This kid, Zane, is his age but already a new moon, resolving issues with terrifying ease. Zane turns to Oberon, offering to lighten his load by stashing the heavy pack in his subspace. But the big man just gives a cheerful thumbs up, insisting he needs his emergency supplies. Zane's eyes narrow. He was just looking for an excuse to loot him, but remembers they're still in the dangerous Hamlin forest. But the relative peace of the forest is suddenly shattered by a menacing presence. The sound of something heavy crashing through the woods puts everyone on high alert as Rayleigh screams a warning. Massive, clawed feet pound the earth, closing the distance in an instant. A hunting party bursts from the trees, the fearsome orcs of Hamlin, riding monstrous beasts. Oberon stares in disbelief. They're nowhere near the second base camp where these creatures should be. A cold sweat runs down Rayleigh's face as he sees their terrifying speed, realizing he has to block them now. He desperately throws up a thin barrier of red magic, his first line of defense. But as glowing crimson motes fill the air, another figure stands completely unfazed. Zane calmly turns to his panicked companion, a hint of mockery in his tone as he calls him Junior. With a flick of his wrist, he tells Rayleigh to put up a proper shield, conjuring a complex magic circle of his own. But Zane's idea of a shield is a torrent of crimson magic projectiles. The deadly barrage rains down on the charging orc hunting party. Their leader looks up, confused for a split second as the magic closes in. And then the entire squadron is consumed by a devastating, fiery explosion. Rayleigh is left completely stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer power. The blast has scorched the earth, leaving only Oberon standing safely within a protective barrier. He turns to the quiet, masked mage, utterly speechless at the display. With a nervous smile, he asks if he might borrow some of Zane's subspace storage. Zane's answer is blunt and final. Carry it yourself. But as they prepare to move on, another massive explosion lights up the horizon. This time, the new threat is right on top of them, a monstrous green creature shrieking as it attacks. Zane, however, is completely unfazed, dispatching it with a flick of his wrist, annoyed at the inconvenience. But he pauses, noticing this isn't a normal goblin. It's a 7-foot-tall, muscle-bound freak. The seasoned pathfinder, Oberon, steps forward, asking the mage if he can take a closer look. With a curt nod from Zane, Oberon immediately begins his investigation of the strange corpse. He recognizes the creature right away, identifying it as one of the Kenti goblins from the second base camp. The fact they've traveled this far from their territory means one of two things: expansion or flight. And the evidence is clear: their claws are caked in dirt, and the soles of their feet are torn to shreds. Oberon realizes these creatures were fleeing for their lives and suggests they change their route immediately. After all, if something was powerful enough to make these apex predators run in terror, they don't want to meet it. Oberon quickly clarifies he's not doubting their power, just suggesting they avoid any unnecessary risks. Zane calmly agrees. Unforeseen dangers are always the deadliest, and he gives the okay for the detour. As they travel along the new path, Zane is quietly impressed, noting how incredibly precise Rayleigh's navigation is. Even with his own senses spread wide, Zane can tell the area is crawling with threats, yet Rayleigh skillfully guides them around almost everything. Oberon seems to feel the same way, realizing the young mage is far more competent than he'd given him credit for. The group presses on until nightfall, with Oberon lighting their way through the dark forest with a torch. They arrive at the edge of a swamp, the final hurdle before their destination, and Oberon heads off to scout the perimeter. While he's gone, Zane and Rayleigh make a small campfire, sitting in the quiet woods. Zane glances over at his companion, understanding his anxiety. Taking this safer route has cost them an entire day. Rayleigh can't hold it in any longer, turning to Zane to warn him they have no time to dawdle, a monster wave is coming soon. Rayleigh is spiraling, blaming himself for not dealing with a threat named Deathros sooner. Hess convinced that if only Head trained harder, they wouldn't be in this mess. But their tense conversation is cut short, as Oberon barrels back into the campsite, shouting for them to run. The veteran mercenary's face is pale with absolute terror. He's seen the sovereign of the swamp. Deep within this forest, there is a place known as the Depths, a veritable hell on earth. And from that abyss, an ancient and powerful species crawled out to become the ruler of these lands. Why it left its home to settle in this swamp is a mystery lost to time. Oberon is stunned, knowing the creature hasn't been seen outside its domain for centuries. Zane calmly suggests they could just skirt around its territory, given how vast the wetlands are. But Oberon shuts him down. The moment they touch the water, the beast will hunt them to the ends of the earth. Rayleigh presses for details, asking just how long a massive detour would actually take. Oberon explains there's a good reason guides risk the direct route. Going around would add 10 days, maybe even a month. The implications sink in for Rayleigh. A delay that long means skipping the first two base camps entirely. He's clearly stressed by the choice, while Zane just listens silently from the shadows. Defeated, Oberon turns to his employer, asking if he should start planning the new, agonizingly long route. But Zane's response is cold and immediate. No, they are pushing straight through the wetlands. The group sits in stunned silence around the campfire, with Oberon looking like he's heard a death sentence. He tries to protest, reminding Zane that this is an ancient species, a monster that has devoured countless powerful warriors. Thinking there must be a misunderstanding, he approaches Zane with nervous relief, certain he didn't mean they'd just charge in. But Zane's chilling gaze stops him cold, clarifying that they aren't just pushing through, implying something far more calculated. He clarifies his true intention. They aren't just passing through, they are going to hunt it. The color drains from Oberon's face, the brutal reality of the situation finally sinking in. Rayleigh immediately tries to object, insisting Zane doesn't need to take such a massive risk for his sake. But Zane cuts him off with a sharp command to stop the useless chatter. He explains that when something needs to be done, you just do it. No questions asked. Then he poses a chilling question. Will Rayleigh hesitate like this when he finally faces Deathros? What if he has to kill his own master to succeed? The question hangs in the air, leaving Rayleigh speechless. Having made his point, Zane stands, declaring that the decision is final, and there will be no more debate. They will hunt the ruler of the swamp tomorrow, and only after it's dead will they move on. The harsh lesson resonates with Rayleigh, who clenches his fist, a grim resolve hardening within him. Having found his resolve, Rayleigh finally offers his help, only for Zane to mockingly ask if he wasn't planning to before. Undeterred, Rayleigh clenches his fist, explaining that while his talent hasn't fully blossomed, it will definitely be of use. He calls this unique gift Overclock. Its purpose, he explains, is to temporarily push a target's latent potential to its absolute limit. Behind the mask, Zane's eyes glow with sudden, intense interest. His command is simple and direct. Tell me more. The next morning arrives, the forest floor bathed in the early light. Rayleigh sits alone by the extinguished campfire, a calm focus about him. A faint smile touches his lips, as a blue aura begins to swirl around his body. He's readying his power, preparing himself for the dangerous hunt that lies ahead. But just as Rayleigh is focusing, he's interrupted by the crunch of footsteps, seeing Oberon greet their masked companion. Zane turns his head, replying coolly that diligence is a must. Especially, he adds, when dealing with an idiot who tried to become Wyvern Chow first thing in the morning. He drags the terrified man along, sarcastically asking which tree strikes his fancy. If Oberon tries to run away again, he'll be tied up as a convenient snack. The message is received loud and clear, and Oberon quickly swears he won't be going anywhere. With that little bit of motivation handled, they share a simple meal to build their strength. Zane cracks his knuckles, feeling his condition is at its absolute peak. Now, with all the preparations complete, it's time for the most important part. He turns to the hunter, checking to see if Rayleigh is ready for what comes next. Rayleigh confirms he's ready, though a faint sweat shows he's not as calm as he pretends. In the background, however, Oberon is practically screaming with his eyes that he is absolutely not ready. Zane simply orders them both to stand back, an instruction Oberon is more than happy to follow. With his companions at a safe distance, he dons his mask and announces that the hunt will begin. He starts by tossing a strange, dark object into the murky swamp water. Then he wades in himself, knowing full well that just entering the territory marks him as a target. To make the invitation irresistible, he takes out a small knife and slices open his finger. A single drop of blood hits the water's surface, the perfect bait to draw out the beast. Almost instantly, golden runes flare to life, swirling around him as his true magic activates. The energy surges through the water as he stands calmly, waiting for his prey to arrive. The water churns violently as the intricate magic circle finally springs to life. Watching from the shore, Rayleigh and Oberon are frozen, a cold dread washing over them. Behind his mask, Zane's eyes glow with power as he taunts the unseen beast to come out and play. The swamp answers his call, erupting in a massive explosion of water and mud. A colossal, single-eyed monster emerges, and Zane only smirks, telling it to come get beaten by its guests. He glances back, a silent signal that the real fight is about to begin. His mana suddenly shifts, the cool blue aura transforming into a brilliant, crackling gold. He unleashes his true power, a skill called Overclock that floods the area with immense energy. A feeling of pure liberation washes over him. It's been far too long since he's felt this unrestrained. As the monster's enormous claw descends to crush him, he stands his ground, engulfed in golden lightning. But instead of a splat, the claw is met with a powerful barrier, erupting in a blast of water. The spell came from Rayleigh, whose glowing hands reveal a hidden talent that leaves Oberon utterly speechless. Even the monster recognizes this power, its single eye narrowing as it identifies the overclock technique. Zane floats into the air, surrounded by a constellation of magic circles, his power breaking past its former limits. He mentally thanks the beast. This life or death pressure was exactly what he needed to shatter his ceiling. He reflects on the nature of overclock, a forbidden art that unlocks one's latent potential. It's a power even he struggles to fully define, and he tells himself to pay close attention to its effects. The hard limit is 5 minutes. After that, the power becomes a self-destructive curse. With the clock now ticking, his glowing eyes burn with cold, calculated resolve. 5 minutes is all he has, and he decides he might as well enjoy the ride, unleashing a storm of fire magic. He manifests a new form of fire, the Crimson Flame's second phase, Incarnate Flame. From the sidelines, the two mercenaries can only stare, wondering what kind of magic can burn so fiercely in a damp swamp. Rayleigh breaks into a cold sweat, a dreadful thought forming. This masked mage might actually pull it off. The swamp monster roars, shielding its vulnerable eye as the inferno engulfs it. Zane watches from above as the beast braces itself, clearly preparing for a counterattack. Suddenly, Rayleigh shrieks out a warning, realizing the monster is about to unleash its terrifying roar. A shockwave of pure power erupts from the monster, distorting the air and dissipating the mana itself. Zane instantly understands the tactic. The roar wasn't just sound, it was designed to unravel his magic. The ruler of the swamp glares back, confident in its ability to nullify any attacker. But Rayleigh's warning shifts. He now tells his partner not to look at the mage for too long, sensing a different kind of danger. Oberon shrieks that the beast's gaze will freeze their mana solid, a fact he's conveniently only sharing now. The scene shifts to a flashback, where a younger Rayleigh recalls his disbelief upon first hearing about the ruler of the swamp. His partner, Oberon, had explained that subduing it was impossible. Its shriek disrupts mana, and its gaze freezes a person's internal energy. He recounted how its hide was thick enough to repel a knight's ether, a detail proven by the countless warriors it had slaughtered. In the past, Oberon's only advice was that the best strategy was to never set foot in the swamp of death at all. He remembers this with shame, recalling how he only ever thought of running away, abandoning his allies to ensure his own survival. But as that memory of past cowardice surfaces, something in the present feels different. He looks at the masked mage, who stands against the beast with an aura of unshakable confidence. A spark of hope ignites within him. He clenches his fist, deciding this man is worth betting on. With newfound resolve, Oberon turns and calls out to Rayleigh, ready to fully commit to this fight. Zane points a finger directly at the mercenary, promising a very serious talk later. Oberon just grins, agreeing that for now, staying alive is the only thing that matters. Turning his attention to the beast, Zane recalls the crucial intel: no eye contact for more than 3 seconds. With a plan forming, he decides to clear out the pests first, slicing his palm to begin a spell. A golden aura explodes around him as he shoots forward like a cannonball. The swamp monster rears back, its massive claw ready to crush the incoming threat. But Zane is a blur of motion, his blood magic arcing through the air towards its target. The creature's single eye registers confusion for just a split second. An intense flash of light erupts directly in front of its face. The monster lets out a piercing shriek of pure agony, its attack completely forgotten. Its massive eye dilates in agony, the blinding light having done its job perfectly. But Zane gives it no time to recover, channeling raw, crackling lightning into his hands. He unleashes the full force of his collision protocol, a direct and overwhelming blast of energy. Zane watches coolly, expecting the fight to be over, but is met with a surprising sight. The beast endured the attack, its form battered but still standing, much to his amusement. It roars and lunges forward, swinging its massive claw in a desperate counterattack. But Zane barely flinches, unimpressed by its power, noting that the creature is far too slow. A complex magic circle manifests before the monster, signaling the end is near. As green tears stream down its face, Zane decides it's time to wrap things up. He gathers a sphere of pure magic, ready to return the favor with something truly special. He compresses the swirling magic, condensing it into a dense and volatile core. With a flair for the dramatic, he announces the name of his finishing move. Floating calmly before the beast, Zane holds the key to its destruction in his palm. He unleashes his explosive annihilation, a direct point-blank blast to the monster's face. The creature stumbles back, its massive form unable to withstand the sheer force. A blinding light erupts, completely engulfing the monster in a wave of pure energy. Watching from the sidelines, a man named Solian breaks into a cold sweat. His own power flares as he watches his summoned creature get utterly obliterated. The swamp monster's entire body begins to dissolve into nothing but motes of light, and Solian can only stare, forced to admit his own power wasn't nearly enough. With the swamp monster gone, Zane muses that such a weak creature wasn't a true test of his power. The spell's recoil finally hits, and as his body gives out, he thinks of a name from his past, Faren. He imagines what his old rival would do if he saw this overwhelming power now. Back then, the gap between them was wide, but Zane is sure this would have wiped that smile off his face. He named the spell Explosive Annihilation, a technique designed to leave nothing but ash in its wake. As he collapses into the water, his comrades shout his name, rushing to pull him from the swamp. Zane's vision blurs, his last thought a promise for their next inevitable encounter. Unseen by the group, a lone crow has been watching the entire exchange from a nearby branch. Its crimson eye glows with an unnatural light, taking in the aftermath of Zane's incredible magic. The mysterious observer seems quietly intrigued by the power it has just witnessed. The mysterious observer, Solian, smirks from his perch, his eyes glowing with interest. He muses that Zane is a rare kind of lunatic for taking down the ancient beast he'd set as bait. The boy's power is too destructive for a mage, yet he doesn't fight like a martial artist either. Solian admits that while he could have hunted the monster, the sheer scale of the spell was surprising. His hand trembles as a manic grin spreads across his face. He realizes he actually felt fear. But that fear doesn't paralyze him, it ignites a dark, exhilarating thrill throughout his entire body. The thrill quickly morphs into an overwhelming, maddening desire to hunt Zane himself. But he pauses, realizing this feeling isn't just the simple thrill of a hunter stalking his prey. He sees Zane as a kindred spirit, another predator who understands the pure ecstasy of the hunt. The question now burns in his mind. Between the two of them, who is the superior predator? A manic grin spreads across Solian's face as he vows to prepare a very special welcome for Zane. Far from the city, a campfire crackles, providing a small pocket of warmth in the wilderness. Zane groans, slowly coming back to consciousness after his massive battle. He groggily asks how long he was out, and Oberon informs him it's only been a couple of hours. His head is still throbbing, the after effects of overlocking his power for so long, as Oberon explains. Zane feels utterly drained, admitting to himself that he feels like absolute death. He looks at his own hand, realizing that without his companions, he would have drowned in that swamp. Taking stock of who's around, he notices someone is missing and asks where Rayleigh has gone. At that moment, a rustling sound comes from the nearby bushes, drawing their attention. Rayleigh emerges with a confident smile, declaring he won't be running away from the mage anymore. The mercenary isn't impressed by Rayleigh's sudden return, demanding to know where the hell he's been. Zane, however, cut straight to the point, simply asking Rayleigh why he came back. Rayleigh admits he went back to the swamp, hoping to scavenge something valuable from the monster's body. He then asks Zane what his plans are for the massive carcass left floating in the water. Zane casually tells Rayleigh he can have it, considering it payment for saving his own neck. The former coward's face absolutely lights up, his eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated greed. He's so grateful he even offers Zane a spare spatial pouch, though Zane has a different one in mind to give him. As Rayleigh celebrates his new fortune, Oberon quietly questions the decision, reminding Zane the corpse is priceless. But the loyal guardian interprets this as a sign of virtue, praising his master for transcending material desire. Zane just listens to the glowing praise, internally thinking what a complete load of crap it all is. Zane knew the Lord of the Swamp's hide was legendary, capable of repelling even ether itself. But he also knew a fatal flaw. Its magical properties vanish the moment it dies. With a hidden smirk, he concludes that the priceless treasure he just gave away is utterly worthless. Oberon interrupts his thoughts, asking about their plan and noting they can afford to rest for a day. But Zane sees no reason to waste time, eager to press forward immediately. Rayleigh, oblivious and still star-eyed, happily skins his prize, ready to move on. So, with their business concluded, the trio sets off under the cover of a moonlit night. They travel through the dark forest, putting the swamp far behind them. Finally, Rayleigh sighs in relief as they arrive at their destination. Before them stands the first base camp, eerily dark and silent, raising immediate suspicion. Rayleigh suggests they find the campkeeper to arrange their lodging for the night. He explains the camp is run by a mercenary company that demands a cut from everyone, basically. Glorified extortionists. Unfortunately for him, his careless words are overheard by a menacing figure hiding in the shadows. The hulking man steps forward, heading directly toward the group. Rayleigh's blood runs cold as he recognizes the camp's fearsome chief. Zane, however, remains completely calm, identifying the man as Fiction, leader of the Aviate mercenaries. In a blur of motion, Fiction closes the distance instantly, appearing right before Zane. The chief stares down at the masked newcomer, his one eye filled with cold appraisal. He then extends a hand, an offer that feels much more like a challenge. Fiction smirks, asking if he even knows how to shake hands in a clear test of dominance. Unfazed, Zane meets his grip, seeing right through the pathetic attempt at intimidation. But then, with a surge of power, he squeezes back, and a sickening crunch echoes in the silence. Fiction yanks his hand back in agony, realizing he just picked a fight with a monster. Ignoring the pain, the mercenary chief gets straight to the point, revealing he knows their destination. Rayleigh freezes, a wave of panic washing over him as he wonders how their plan was exposed. Fiction glares, mentioning he overheard a certain loudmouth pathfinder spilling all their secrets. With his one good eye gleaming, the chief lays out his simple terms. He and his men want to be taken to the 4th base camp, a demand that leaves Rayleigh speechless. The camp chiefs have their own network, and Fiction knows the 4th base is about to fall. Zane considers the proposition, realizing that having these brutes along might not be so bad after all. While Zane considers the offer, Rayleigh immediately shoots it down, refusing to cooperate. He is absolutely livid at the thought of bringing these brutes along. Zane, however, remains perfectly calm, looking past his companion's outburst. He tries to explain that if the 4th base camp falls, their own safety is forfeit anyway. But before Rayleigh can argue further, Zane silences him and addresses the mercenaries. He warns Fiction that the area around the camp has become a land of death, far worse than he can imagine. The mercenary chief flares with power, calling the young mage arrogant for daring to judge him. He roars that he has lived his life by the sword, a path that might seem miserable to others. But even mercenaries have things they must protect, and lines they will never cross. Fiction glares, questioning what gives Zane the right to fight for his home while denying them the same. Rayleigh is left speechless, completely taken aback by the mercenary's stubborn pride. Fiction's mind is made up. He won't be swayed by some kid's lecture. He dismisses Rayleigh's arguments as bullshit, offering him a place to sleep instead of a debate. With his impassioned plea rejected, Rayleigh walks away, utterly dejected. But Zane, now wearing a strange mask, casually complains about being soaked from the swamp. He announces he's going to wash up, leaving a flustered Rayleigh to hastily excuse himself as well. As Zane departs, he glances back, thinking what a fool the mercenary leader is. Night falls, and a tense quiet settles over the temporary camp. Alone in his tent, Zane feels a surge of energy, noticing his body feels much lighter than before. He then stands over the sleeping Rayleigh, his masked gaze watching over his companion. With the camp settled for the night, Zane decides it's time to make his move. He walks silently through the darkness, heading for a specific tent. Pushing aside the flap, he reveals himself to a shirtless and clearly surprised Fiction. The veteran mercenary demands to know what brings this masked stranger to him at such a late hour. Zane simply sits down to talk, his audacity earning a cynical remark from the old warrior. When asked his age, Zane claims to be 50, a statement Fiction immediately dismisses as lunacy. But Zane cuts through the small talk, his masked gaze completely serious. He correctly deduces that Fiction was planning to head to the 4th base camp regardless. So, he offers a simple solution. Why not just come with them, instead of sulking over a brat's words? Fiction's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as he starts to connect the dots. He smirks behind the mask, dismissing their current leader as a mere figurehead. Unlike that greenhorn, Zane assures him that he actually acts his age. Fiction, however, is thinking back to the immense power this stranger displayed earlier. He gets straight to the point, accusing the masked man of planning to use his mercenaries as meat shields. Zane's lack of denial gives him pause. They need strong fighters, even if they're ruthless. The veteran asks if this is a commission, but Zane is already offering him what he wants. Instead, the masked stranger has a demand of his own, an escape route. This makes Fiction reveal the true nature of his suicidal mission. Only the older mercenaries are going to the 4th base camp. The younger ones are being evacuated. Zane mockingly calls it touching, but Fiction clarifies that this isn't sentiment, it's pure desperation. Fiction explains their predicament. To secure an escape route, they need a legendary pathfinder named Rayleigh. But Zane asks the obvious question, why? Because, as Fiction points out on the map, the ruler of the swamp blocks their way. Their own pathfinder is useless against such a threat, prompting Zane to ask if the problem isn't already solved. The veteran mercenary is completely baffled by this seemingly ridiculous question. Zane then lays out the simple logic. To get here, they had to cross the swamp, so how could the monster still be there? He coyly corrects Fiction's guess that it went back, raising a single finger to the sky. With chilling confidence, the masked man explains that the beast went up. Then comes the bombshell. He sent it there himself, a claim that leaves Fiction completely speechless. The scene flashes back to the chaos at the camp, with mercenaries scrambling to tear everything down. And standing right in the middle of their desperate flight was Zane, a silent observer to their plight. Fiction can only confirm the impossible truth. The carcass is indeed the ruler of the swamp. The shaken mercenary demands to know who this masked man is, only to get the galling reply that he's his employer. As they walk through the camp, Fiction confirms his decision is made, his only condition being the safety of his younger members. Zane simply agrees, and the veteran mercenary steals his resolve. Fiction needs to understand the motive, asking what this mysterious figure truly desires from him. The masked man reminds him of their earlier talk, his one simple need: meat shields. Zane lays out the deal, an escort to the 4th base camp, after which Fiction's men are free to go. Fiction agrees but adds that he has one more thing to say. But Zane cuts him off, suggesting they drop the formalities since they're both getting on in years. The sheer audacity of the comment leaves Fiction speechless, a wry thought crossing his mind about this kid's arrogance. Fiction silently appraises the cloaked figure, finding it hard to believe this man is older than him. The only logical conclusion is that Zane is an ancient mage who used an elixir, given his feat of slaying the swamp's ruler. His thoughts are interrupted as one of his men reports that the scouts are back and the camp is almost packed up. The veteran mercenary says nothing, his face a stony mask as he processes the new reality of their situation. His subordinate grows uneasy at the silence, cautiously asking if his chief is all right. Fiction finally turns, ordering him to halt the packing and gather everyone at once. With a look of pure resolve, he declares that they can't keep their new client waiting. Now, standing before his entire company, Fiction announces their departure. He divides his forces with a new command. Half of them will venture deep into the great forest. The other half, he continues, will head outside, splitting their strength for the coming escort mission. Fiction keeps his speech short, reminding them of their sacred duty to protect the name of Aviat. But his men immediately protest, one calling out to the chief, not wanting to be left behind. A wave of volunteers follows, each man shouting that they'll go, eager for the dangerous forest mission. The bickering intensifies, with mercenaries arguing over who's a better swordsman or faster on their feet. Fiction listens to the chaos, a hint of exasperation on his face at their passionate but unruly display. With a single word, he commands silence, his voice cutting through the noise. He declares their discipline has grown lax and that he'll hear no more arguments from any of them. They're all to go outside and await new orders, because a severe beating is now on the schedule. From the edge of the camp, a cloaked figure watches the mercenary captain berate his men. It's Zane, the mysterious client, arriving to witness this unique style of leadership firsthand. But as Zane watches, a flicker of a memory surfaces a smug face, and a name that still haunts him. Aster. The unwanted thought makes him clench his fist, a curse forming under his breath. As they walk, Rayleigh nervously asks their guide if the Aviate mercenaries are really coming along. The man just laughs, reassuring him that having them is actually a good thing. He explains that these aren't just any mercenaries. They're monster hunters who've guarded this territory for 2 centuries. Zane overhears this, thinking to himself that it simply means they're fighters who know how to win. Their guide then turns to Zane, admitting the mercs will be great help, and asks if he's going to pack for the trip. The guide laughs, saying he's already packed, prompting Zane to darkly joke that you don't need luggage if you're dead. Zane then adds that the subspace pouch he gave him makes it easier to run away. But the guide turns serious, insisting he won't run, and asks if he can work for Zane if they both make it out alive. Zane's eyes glow from behind the mask. He recognizes this offer for what it is, a desperate gamble. The guide is trapped between House Deculan and forbidden mages, and Zane knows he's the only lifeline. He accepts casually, making it clear that the man's fate will depend entirely on his performance. Just as the guide is enthusiastically pledging his loyalty, the mercenary leader Fiction approaches them. Fiction announces their preparations are complete, but he has one final request for Zane. Zane's interest is piqued, but Fiction reveals the person he needs isn't here. He needs Zane to go to the second base camp and recruit either Chief Hallig or his brilliant vice captain. The scene shifts to that very camp, a lone outpost under a starry night sky. A pensive, hooded figure stands watch, staring out into the quiet darkness. It's the vice captain, and Fiction has already found him, appearing silently from the shadows. But Fiction is too late. The vice captain is already reporting to his superior, the formidable Chief Hallig. The young man explains they're ready to move on, but Hallig casually suggests abandoning their current post. A grim look crosses the vice captain's face. He notes they can only reclaim it if they survive what's coming. He turns to his chief, asking if this endless cycle of fighting and retreating doesn't feel utterly pointless. Hallig turns away, dismissing the question with a condescending sigh, a burden the vice captain wouldn't understand yet. The younger man's expression hardens, clearly irritated by the chief's dismissive tone. Hallig then delivers a shocking statement. He needs to die soon, so his vice captain can finally take his place. The chief leans against the rampart, coolly pondering his subordinate's accusation of being out of character. As he talks about it being his time to die, the vice captain's eyes widen with a sudden, horrifying realization. He asks if Hallig is joining the Aviate mercenaries, and the old warrior simply says their paths are leading to the same end. The vice captain explodes, calling his chief insane for wanting to fight a monster that's already corrupting the forest. He reminds Hallig that he was once just a simple mercenary, only ever focused on the next big payout. But Hallig calmly explains that this time is different. Veteran war mages and other powerful figures will be joining the fight. The younger man scoffs, arguing that besides the mages, the rest are just worthless riffraff. He pleads with his chief to reconsider, pointing out that their forces are on the verge of deserting. Hallig turns, a knowing look on his face, and correctly guesses that his vice captain is also afraid to die. The chief then makes an unbelievable offer, casually suggesting that if he's so scared, he should just take over the leadership role himself. Grabbing him by the collar, Hallig tells him to try being the chief for once and run things however he wants. The vice captain is stunned into silence, completely blindsided by this sudden transfer of command. As he walks away, Hallig declares the promotion official, adding a cold threat to seal the deal. He tries to give his final orders, trusting his men to handle the rest. But his words are cut short by a chilling voice from directly behind him. Blood suddenly erupts from his chest as a blade pierces him from the back. The traitorous vice captain grins, promising to send his old chief to the exact same grave. His triumphant laugh, however, immediately twists into a scream of pure terror. A new cloaked figure with glowing red eyes materializes, bursting with overwhelming power. Before the traitor can even react, a devastating kick slams into his side. He goes flying, his mind reeling in disbelief, unable to comprehend this sudden intervention. As he looks back, he sees the mysterious figure has caught the falling Chief Hallig. Hallig's eyes widen, his life saved by a stranger, who commands him to live. Hallig coughs blood, the stranger's words echoing in his mind. He is the chief, and he must live. The masked savior, his task complete, turns his attention to the greater mission at hand. The scene flashes back to a demonstration of his overwhelming power, a blast of pure energy. Now, leading a new squad, he finds the entire area crawling with enemies. Zane's glowing eyes narrow from behind his mask, sensing rats hiding in the darkness. Before they can press on, a monstrous ogre bursts from the woods with a furious roar. The beast towers over them, but Chief Halig is already commanding his men to form up. Zane calmly observes, realizing that trolls and ogres have become the new standard threat. It seems the deeper they venture into the great forest, the more real monsters appear. The chain squad rushes forward on command, their specialized weapons swinging to meet the beast head-on. The chains bite deep, and with the beast secured, the chief screams for the disposal squad to move in. A hail of harpoons immediately follows, a wave of steel meant to end this quickly. Zane watches the coordinated assault, quietly impressed. These are no mere grunts, they're veterans. Chief Halig joins him, casually remarking that his men are still just shaking off the rust. He explains their system. The old-timers handle the chains and containment, while the younger, more aggressive members deliver the final blow. Zane knows the chains are made of special ore, but their strength and coordination are still remarkable. With the threat neutralized, Halig turns his attention to their real objective, calling out a name. A young man in a hood steps forward, his expression hesitant and uncertain. This is Rayleigh, the one he came here to find, looking every bit as nervous as they said he'd be. Chief Halig steps forward, offering a sincere apology for the previous night's tension. But Rayleigh, head bowed in shame, insists that the failure was his and his alone. Halig places a firm, fatherly hand on his shoulder, dismissing the apology. He advises the young man that what truly matters is learning from one's mistakes. With a gentle push, he sends the now reassured Rayleigh to go help the others. But before Rayleigh can even take a step, Zane urgently calls out to the chief. He points to a figure lying motionless on the ground, a man Halig seems to recognize. Zane confirms the man's identity, as the vice captain of the second base camp. It's a grim discovery, and its meaning is clear: something has gone terribly wrong. The chief's face grows grim, as he finally understands the full weight of the situation. But Zane isn't surprised in the slightest. Had known for a while that they were being tailed. Halig agrees they must leave immediately, but Zane steps forward, announcing he'll take the lead from here. He turns to the seasoned mercenaries with a simple, confident instruction. Keep up. And then he unleashes hell, effortlessly obliterating monsters while the mercenaries are still spotting drakes in the distance. Standing over the monstrous corpses without a scratch, he simply declares the job done and urges them forward. When a mercenary spots a patch of poisonous herbs, Zane doesn't detour, he just burns it all to ash. The man is left completely speechless by the casual display of power, but Halig yanks him back. He tells the stunned merc to stop gawking and scout ahead, leaving the man to mutter about Zane's sudden change in attitude. A few days later, the mercenary group continues its trek through the dense forest. One of the guides announces they're almost at the second base camp, map in hand. But Zane isn't listening. His eye glows from beneath his mask, sensing something ahead. Without warning, he declares he's going on ahead and blasts forward, leaving them behind. Fiction bellows at the rest of the company to pick up the pace and follow him. The entire group is forced into a dead sprint, trying to keep Zane in sight. The vice captain is already sweating and struggling to breathe under the sudden strain. He can barely keep up with the inhuman pace their client has set. Even the veteran Chief Halig is pushing his limits, shocked by the man's sheer stamina. Then, a foul stench hits him, and Zane realizes exactly what he was sensing. He bursts through the trees and into the clearing where the base camp should be. Fiction and his men arrive moments later, stopping dead in their tracks. Their mysterious client is already standing there, a silent silhouette against the light. Before them lies a scene of pure horror. The entire camp has been slaughtered, its people impaled on massive spikes. The vice captain stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend the brutal display. The ground is a bloody mess, littered with bodies and broken arrows from a battle that was clearly a massacre. As a mercenary moves to help a seemingly wounded survivor, Zane suddenly moves, grabbing the man's face. With a sickening crunch, he shatters the survivor's skull, shocking everyone to their core. The vice captain tries to intervene, yelling that he didn't have to hit the man so hard. But Zane ignores him, holding the dazed survivor's face as the man struggles to understand where he is. His glowing blue eyes fix on the mercenary as he coldly asks what happened at the second base camp. The man is confused, repeating the words, until a horrifying realization begins to dawn on him. The full, soul-crushing terror hits as he understands this smoldering ruin is the second base camp. As the man breaks down, a new figure arrives: the mercenary leader, Chief Halig, finally on the scene. He joins Zane, surveying the fiery carnage and remarking on his client's capacity for cruelty. The chief questions the necessity of waking the man just to force him to witness the massacre. But Zane simply states the man needed to see the end of his comrades with his own eyes. Chief Hallig concedes the point for a moment, but then stops, a deeper thought crossing his mind. He looks at his young client, sensing a strange emptiness behind the mask, a weariness of a man who's lost countless comrades, but he pushes the unnerving observation aside, knowing there are more pressing matters. Turning to Zane, the mercenary chief declares that it's time for some real answers. He demands to know what's going on, connecting this massacre to the rats Zane's been hunting, and the mysterious robed man his vice-captain reported. Zane turns back, his masked face unreadable as he confirms that yes, it's all connected. His glowing blue eye narrows with contempt for his arrogant enemies. They left a blatant invitation, wisps of blue magical energy floating over the forest, a clear taunt. A sinister grin spreads across Zane's face. Hell play their game, promising death to the anti-mage behind it all. It all began on that day, a memory etched against a brilliant blue sky. A magnificent wyvern roared, its cry echoing through the heavens. It soared in wide, effortless circles, master of its domain. This was a vision of absolute freedom, unlike anything he had ever known. And for Zane, a man battered and bleeding, that sight was a revelation. He, a member of the great magical house Deculan, made a life-altering choice. That single moment was the reason he decided to retire as a troubleshooter. But his past wouldn't let him go. A crow warns that he's the last one standing. Under a dark, bird-filled sky, he finds himself facing a new, ominous threat. His opponent smirks, wreathed in lightning, accusing him of hiding his true strength. The mage declares that Zane's power is far beyond that of a mere troubleshooter, but Zane calmly cuts him off, stating that he's the one asking questions now. He reveals a stolen magic tome, confirming its identity with a cold look. Using the mage's own lightning, Zane forces a pained confession from him. He mocks the man, wondering why his masters sent a whole pack after one hunting dog. When asked how to use the tome, the arrogant mage can only admit he doesn't know. Zane realizes they chased him this far for a treasure they can't even use. That only proves its value, and the mage desperately demands he hand it over. He even tries to bargain, offering a sliver of mercy from his boss in exchange for the book. Zane just scoffs, conjuring his own magic as he asks what power a manager truly has. Done toying with his prey, Zane offers the mage one final chance for some last words. But before he can act, a suffocating, blood-red pressure descends upon the battlefield. Zane's instincts scream at him, recognizing a level of danger he hasn't felt before. And there he is, a new figure, radiating a vicious aura that warps the very air around him. The man elegantly grips his cane, introducing himself as Faren von Deculan. He then reveals his full title, head of the magical house, Deculan of the Eastern Continent. Faren politely requests the tome, and Zane realizes he's finally met the legendary leader himself. This is the head of House Deculan, the most powerful magical family on the entire continent. A man rumored to be the strongest mage in the family's long and storied history. And this legendary figure simply stands there, offering a calm, terrifying smile. But instead of fear, Zane just looks annoyed, leaving the great Faren momentarily speechless. He smirks, asking if the househead is really so shameless as to steal another's hard-earned loot. Faren responds with a low, amused chuckle. In an instant, the atmosphere shatters as two immense auras erupt, clashing violently. Zane's hand trembles as he braces against the pressure, realizing this is the most overwhelming mage he has ever seen. Faren takes a single step, the ground cracking under his immense power, and decides to cut to the chase. Instead of an attack, he makes an offer. Return to House Deculan, hand over the tome, and all will be forgiven. He acknowledges Zane's talent is remarkable, even if he's just a stray from the gray zone using trash techniques. And yet, he has achieved so much. Faren tempts him, asking how high he could soar with the family's support. Then comes the real pitch, a vision of how high Deculan could rise with Zane as its blade. A lone raven cuts across the turbulent sky, a silent omen. Faren finishes his grand speech, making his final offer, come back to Deculan. After a tense pause, Zane simply says he agrees. A triumphant smile flashes across Faren's face, but Zane has one condition. He demands the head seat of the family, and Faren's smug expression instantly vanishes. Zane reminds him he saw the earlier fight, as a magic circle flares to life in his hand. He then unleashes that same lightning on the defeated mage, who can only scream. With a cold smile, Zane mocks him, asking how many have died to this very power. The mask of civility drops completely from Faren's face. He looks down at the defiant mage and delivers a final, chilling warning of his impending death. The defeated mage looks down, a cold sweat breaking as he realizes Zane isn't wrong. With a decisive stomp, Zane makes his move. He lunges forward, crackling with raw lightning, ready to prove his point. Blue and red energies collide in a violent explosion of power. Zane grins, believing a true measure of strength is about to be taken, but Faren simply scoffs, ready to put him in his place. A crimson magic circle materializes, effortlessly deflecting Zane's wild assault. Faren stands completely unshaken, his control absolute and his power overwhelming. The arrogant mage can only watch in horror, realizing the true monster in the room. He's thrown back by the sheer force radiating from the Deculan family head. Faren notices Zane's brief distraction, mocking him for leaving himself wide open. A blast of crimson energy slams into Zane, sending him flying. Faren coldly reminds him that some things, unlike power levels, are obvious without measurement. He conjures an immense, intricate magic circle, a testament to his overwhelming skill. The gap in their strength, he explains, is one of those obvious truths. And to prove his point, he unleashes a devastating explosion of pure magical force. Standing over the crater, Faren casually asks if Zane is finally ready to talk. He surveys the destruction, confident that the lesson has been taught. He scoffs at the very idea that Zane could ever sincerely bow his head to House Deculan again. But from the smoke, a defiant voice rings out, agreeing that no one would believe such a lie. Zane erupts in a storm of blue lightning, roaring that he's done being treated like a dog. A spear of pure blue lightning erupts from the smoke, aimed directly at his tormentor. Zane screams his defiance, refusing to ever be a pampered dog in a fancy kennel again. But Faren doesn't even flinch, simply labeling the desperate attack as pathetic. With casual disdain, he prepares his own spell, an immense circle of crimson energy. The sheer scale of his magic completely eclipses Zane's defiant spark. He smirks, ready to demonstrate the true meaning of overwhelming power. All Zane can do is curse him, trapped before this insurmountable wall of strength. The sight of the sky triggers a memory, a flash of lightning from his past. He recalls a specific day when he finally understood what he truly wanted. It was the day he saw a wyvern soaring overhead, and he envied its freedom. And that burning desire for freedom was forged in a moment of agonizing despair. Back in the present, the smoke clears, and Faren's voice cuts through the silence, impressed that Zane survived. He mockingly asks if his little demonstration was enough to show the difference in their power. Standing in the cratered wasteland, Zane has no choice but to admit it, the man is insanely strong. Faren figures he's ready to talk now, but Zane scoffs, assuming this is just another troubleshooter job. But the offer is far grander, and far more shocking. He wants Zane to become the head of the Bongshin family. Zane is stunned, realizing House Deculan wants to absorb his family, turning them into a vassal. He clutches his glowing grimoire, accusing Faren of having planned this all along. Faren just smiles, telling Zane he's underestimating his own value, clarifying that he wants both the man and his book. The offer hangs in the desolate air, a power play from a man who clearly holds all the cards. Zane holds out the grimoire, and Faren praises him for making the right choice. With a triumphant smile, he declares that this act settles all of Zane's past crimes. All that's left is the glory of joining House Deculan, but Zane's hand erupts in violent purple energy. Faren's smug expression vanishes as he demands to know what Zane is doing. Zane coolly asks if heads still want the book if it were reduced to a pile of ash. As Faren begins to threaten him, Zane cuts him off, telling him to shut up and listen. He explains he was never in this for the money. His work as a troubleshooter barely paid anything. He then brings up a dark rumor about Deculan's young master using forbidden magic to devour a troubleshooter. Faren realizes this is personal, asking if it's about revenge, but Zane scoffs at the idea. He claims he knows his teammates' lives were cheap, but his eyes tell a story of cold, unyielding purpose. It was never about revenge. He just wanted to make sure his comrades got what they wanted. But fulfilling the dreams of the dead, he explains, takes a hell of a lot of money. With blood streaking down his face, Zane offers a chilling smile, announcing his retirement. Faren has heard enough, snapping his fingers as if dismissing a fly. He unleashes a vortex of brilliant blue energy, the famed, undying blue flame of House Deculan. The young master sneers, ordering Zane to burn in it and regret his insolence. But as the flames engulf him, Zane scoffs at the very idea of regret. He would rather die or return to the lawless gray zone than ever become Deculan's dog. A low chuckle escapes his lips, quickly building into a wild, maniacal laugh. Instead of agony, he screams with pure ecstasy, feeling a sense of freedom he hasn't known in years. Engulfed in flame, Zane accepts his death, vowing to find freedom in another life. But instead of oblivion, he finds himself younger, holding back a massive boulder with raw power. He's stunned, realizing with a jolt that everything around him has frozen in time. From the void, a familiar blue grimoire materializes before his very eyes. He reaches out as the tome opens, bathing him in an ethereal blue light. A brilliant golden magic circle suddenly ignites across his chest, a power he's never felt. He stares down in shock, completely baffled by this unknown golden sigil. The world dissolves, and the sound of a single coin dropping into a bowl echoes. He's a child again, holding that very bowl, his mind reeling with the memory of burning alive just moments ago. A cold sweat runs down his face as the terrifying realization dawns. Something is deeply wrong. His consciousness returns to a grimy, forgotten street, and he desperately tries to place where he is. The sight of his own small hands and the familiar begging bowl sends a chill down his spine. And then, like a lightning strike, the memories begin to flood back into his mind. He knows this place all too well, the gray zone, the slum where he begged to survive as a child. The horrifying, impossible conclusion crashes over him. He's somehow traveled back in time. The world around him feels solid, the sky is bright, and everything seems utterly real. He finds himself on a grassy hill overlooking the town, trying to process what's happened. Looking at his reflection, he confirms the unbelievable truth. He's back in his younger body. But as he checks himself, he realizes the golden sigil from his death has come back with him. He may not understand how, but he knows with certainty that the mysterious grimoire is the cause of it all. He mulls over the grimoire's impossible power, but decides to stop questioning the how. A confident smirk appears. After all, this second chance is nothing but a good thing. The reality of his situation sinks in, grounded by the foul stench of the nearby sewage. He's not just alive, he feels an invigorating power coursing through his young body. A surge of confidence fills him. This is a situation where anything he does could succeed. His fist tightens as he reconsiders what it truly means to succeed this time around. As blue energy gathers in his hands, his mind drifts back to the dream he once had. A dream that wasn't just his own, but one he shared with all his old comrades. His thoughts turn to a central figure from that past, the man they called Astor. He recalls his friends' words about their shared past, born as vagrants with nothing to their names. Astor mused that if it had just been about hunger, their paths would have been very different. His blonde companion asks what, then, could have possibly dragged their lives into the sewer. But Astor just grins, saying he's perfectly fine with how things turned out. The friend shoots him an annoyed look, clearly not in the mood for games. Finally, Astor's expression turns serious as he reveals their most bitter regret. He explains that if they had been educated, they never would have been enslaved by arrogant nobles. Thinking about his future, he shares the one dream he holds for when he can finally retire. With a confident smile, he declares his desire to build a library, a place where anyone regardless of wealth, status, or gender could freely read and learn. Back in the present, Zane's eyes burn with resolve. He will take that dream one step further. He envisions building a colossal tower, a beacon of knowledge for the entire world. But his dream has a malicious twist. He cackles at the thought of its first exhibit. He plans to put House Deculan's secret manual right on the first floor for everyone to copy. The idea of their most guarded techniques being freely distributed is a truly savory thought. There's just one tiny hitch in his grand plan. He first needs to steal the manual. With a smug grin, he decides that's a problem for his future self to worry about. His moment of self-satisfaction is shattered by a fist connecting squarely with his jaw. Zane is sent stumbling back by a furious young man who's been looking all over for him. The attacker doesn't let up, kicking him for daring to hide while he was saving a seat. But Zane takes the hit, a grimace on his face. A veteran of countless battles isn't fazed by a simple ambush. But Zane has had enough, his hand shooting out to catch the next kick mid-air. His friend is stunned, he'd dare to block, but Zane just reminds him he was hit 7 times. And with a cold, dead-eyed stare, he promises to return the favor 70 times over. He lunges forward, and his first punch lands with brutal force. A strange crack echoes as his fist connects, glowing with a faint golden aura. The friend stares at his own hand in disbelief, wondering why it's suddenly glowing. But his confusion quickly boils over into pure rage. Infuriated that Zane actually fought back, he unleashes a vicious onslaught, kicking Zane across the field without a second thought. Zane lies crumpled on the ground, the physical pain sharp, but the sting to his heart is far worse. As his attacker turns to walk away, he lets out a yelp, stepping hard on a jagged rock. And just like that, the bully loses his footing, tumbling backward into a murky puddle. Zane sees his opening, a perfect chance to get away while his attacker is distracted. The bully sputters, spitting out dirty water as he struggles to his feet. He screams after Zane, furious that his punching bag is actually trying to run. But Zane glances back with a cold, determined look, vowing to remember this face for later. This isn't running away. He tells himself it's a tactical retreat, a temporary setback. As a veteran who doesn't know the meaning of the word quit, finding a quiet alleyway, he finally sits down to catch his breath and assess the damage. He grimaces, looking at his wrist. He actually sprained it just by throwing a single punch. With a deep sigh, he realizes the tower will have to wait. First, he needs to fix this hopelessly weak body. But as he sits there, A voice asks if he's hungry, and Zane looks up to see a strange, white-haired boy. He warily asks if this kid knows him, only for the boy to casually say no. Zane sighs, figuring as much. Why would he? The boy sizes him up, noting his messy state but expensive clothes, and correctly guesses he's a fallen noble, a walking bomb. He then introduces himself as Damien, and even shares his mother's name, leaving Zane utterly bewildered. Barely holding back his annoyance, Zane asks if the kid is right in the head. Damien just smiles, casually mentioning he doesn't have a mother. Zane counters that he doesn't have a father, so he wins, and tries to wave him off, deciding to ditch this strange kid. He prepares to leave, but Damien just stands there, silently watching him. When Zane asks why he isn't leaving, Damien declares he's going with him, making Zane wonder if he should just smack him. Zane tells him to get lost, but Damien just points to his injuries, asking if they hurt. Before Zane can react, the kid offers to heal him, a complex magic circle glowing brightly in his hand. The light envelops Zane's wounds as Damien nonchalantly calls it magic touch, but Zane's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. He knows this is no common healing spell. This is the light of healing, a secret art of the Blander family, who were wiped out by the Declans. A cold realization hits him. He's just gotten tangled up in something incredibly dirty and dangerous. He can't wrap his head around it. Why is a Blander child here, when the family should still be at its peak? As he mutters Damien's name, the boy turns back with an innocent smile. He asks if Zane called, revealing two different colored eyes, one red, one yellow. And just like that, a horrifying memory clicks into place, and Zane realizes exactly who this kid is. The mismatched eyes trigger a memory Zane had long since buried. He wasn't just a Blander, he was the infamous monster of Blander. A sadistic butcher who, according to legend, wouldn't die even if you killed him. But the terrifying monster from his past is now sitting on the ground, fascinated by ants. Zane is completely speechless, unable to process the sheer absurdity of the situation. His mind rewinds to his past life, when he was a troubleshooter on a mission for the Declans. He and his comrades had been sent to the Blander family's estate, complaining about the job. The mission was to investigate a so-called monster that had already claimed dozens of lives. They scoffed at the rumors, assuming it was nothing more than an ogre or some other beast. But then, upon arrival, Zane saw the truth with his own eyes, and it was no mere monster. It wasn't an ogre that greeted Zane and his team, but a scene of pure carnage. In the center of it all was a single person, tearing another human being apart with his bare hands. He was surrounded by a golden glow, endlessly casting healing magic on himself with a look of pure madness. This was the true identity of the monster, the mad butcher of Blander who simply would not die. A demon in human skin, a boy named Damien von Blander. And now, that same monster is sitting right here, giggling like an innocent child. Zane's mind races, trying to make sense of the timeline, questioning if this could possibly be the same person. But still, he wonders why a direct descendant of the powerful Blander family would be in a dump like this. Suddenly, Damien gets serious, insisting that he doesn't have a father. Zane tries to correct him, but the kid just argues back, turning the situation into a bizarre competition. Trying to find some leverage, Zane asks Damien if he has a mother. The kid just looks around, stating that if she isn't here, she must not exist. A logic so cold it gives Zane a headache. He changes tactics, asking how long Damien has been alone, and the boy replies that he's slept 10 times since running away. Zane tries to make sense of it, wondering if 10 sleeps means 10 days, and if the kid is on the run. But Damien's not finished, adding cryptically that he also naps quite a bit. He clarifies with a cheerful smile that he naps twice a day, but has still only slept 10 times in total, leaving Zane utterly baffled. So it's only been 3 or 4 days, Damien concludes, flopping on the bed and complaining he hasn't napped here because the ground is uncomfortable. Zane is left completely speechless, unable to follow the child's bizarre logic. The sheer insanity of the conversation finally hits him. This kid is a madman, through and through. Still, a new plan forms. He can act as a nanny for now, and use this to build a connection with the powerful Blander family. Damien makes himself at home, still complaining that this place is also uncomfortable. But Zane is already thinking far ahead, planning how this will help him face Declan after he settles the 57 grudges from his past. He sits up and sternly warns Damien not to bother him while he lies down, or it'll be a big problem. The kid immediately misinterprets this as breathing practice and cheerfully hops on him, promising to wait patiently. With his eyes closed, Zane sinks into his memories, recalling how his past life's magic was built on standard spells with clear limits. He remembers risking everything to sneak into noble houses, stealing any forbidden knowledge he could get his hands on. The skills he learned were a chaotic mix-night techniques, summoning, alchemy, all acquired at the edge of death. But then his thoughts darken, turning to the man he encountered right before he died. He remembers the truly catastrophic power Faren von Deculan unleashed, a storm that felt like the end of the world. Zane's eyes snap open, burning with resolve. That's why this time, for sure, he will not fail. He recalls the key to his enemy's power, the heavenly origin technique, Deculan's foundational art. Lying in bed, a calm smile forms on his face as he prepares to use it for the first time. It's a breathing method he memorized at death's door, and now he's ready to make it his own. But the moment he begins, a searing heat rips through his body, feeling like molten lava. Fighting through the agony, he looks inward and discovers the problem: his mana circuits are riddled with impurities. He realizes that elite nobles undergo a purification ritual at a young age, a luxury he never had. That spell forces their mana to burn away any flaws, forging perfect channels for their power. So, he decides to do it himself, unleashing a violent torrent of his own energy called a mana shower. The raw, cleansing power floods his system in an excruciating ordeal that pushes him to his very limits. When the process is finally over, he sits up in a daze, wondering just how much time has passed. He glances over to see Damien, completely oblivious, sleeping peacefully through the entire ordeal. But turning his attention back to himself, Zane is stunned by the state of his own body. His mana circuits are flawless, purified to a degree that might even surpass his previous life. Yet, even with this newfound power, the towering memory of Faren von Deculan feels just as unbeatable. Still, he clenches his fist, a flicker of defiance cutting through the doubt. A smirk crosses his face. His chances just went up, and he was never one to back down from 0 to none odds. Sometime later, a new day breaks over the town. Damien wakes up, absolutely thrilled to find his conspicuous platinum hair has been changed to a simple brown. Zane watches on, satisfied that with the disguise, they should be able to evade the Bangor family. With a cap now completing the look, Damien excitedly asks his new friend what they're doing next. Zane looks ahead, his expression cold and focused. A smirk spreads across his face as he reveals his plan. They're going to cause some chaos. Elsewhere, a local tough stretches lazily in the morning sun after a satisfying nap. He feels great, remarking on the perfect weather, completely oblivious. But his peaceful moment is cut short as he senses something amiss. He spots two figures approaching at Zane, with a quiet Damien right beside him. The man stomps forward, immediately berating Zane for running off and mocking his clothes. Without a single word, Zane drives a fist deep into the bully's stomach. As the man collapses, Zane calmly looks down, confirming he's found exactly who he was looking for. A dark aura surrounds him as he promises this man will now receive 123 hits. The bully's friends are stunned, demanding to know what just happened to their pal. A whole crowd gathers, shocked to see the family's youngest member causing such a scene. But Zane just grins, recognizing every single one of these familiar, tormenting faces. He grabs the nearest one, ready to see how far he'll get today, as Damien watches with wide eyes. Without hesitation, a clean, hard punch connects right across the first goon's jaw. Another tries to pull a knife, but Zane is faster, burying a fist into his gut. He spins through the crowd, each movement ending in another satisfying, crunching blow. Damien can only watch in awe as Zane single-handedly dismantles the entire group. He sees the technique. Zane clenches his fist, channeling raw mana into it. And for Damien, watching this display of overwhelming power is absolutely amazing. He lands the final, brutal punch, explaining to Damien that this is what true power looks like. And the boy is absolutely mesmerized, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and hero worship. But as the last bully lies unconscious, Damien's reaction isn't what Zane expected. He gently kneels down, casting a soft golden healing spell on the defeated goon. The bully wakes up confused and grateful, only to be violently hoisted up by his shirt. Zane's face is pure menace as he asks the terrified kid to count how many hits he took. But this was all just a demonstration for his real student. As the scene shifts to Damien's own training, Zane relentlessly strikes him with a rod of blue mana, teaching him about pain and endurance. He asks Damien the same question, but the boy, nursing a glowing red welt, admits he's lost count. Yet, instead of despair, Damien grins, calling Zane friend and eagerly asking for his next turn. The training session takes a twisted turn, with one of the bullies crying in terror, begging them to stop. But Damien just keeps cheerfully healing Zane's hands, all while Zane whispers a chilling lesson about concentration. Under the moonlight, the entire group of defeated bullies is forced to bow and thank them for the experience. Zane feels a sense of pride, satisfied with how well his student handled the lesson. He takes a quiet moment, his expression unreadable as he processes the night's events. The lead bully, thoroughly humbled, cautiously asks Zane if they can finally be dismissed. Zane casually agrees they can go, forcing the kid to point out that this is actually his own house. but Zane's expression darkens, a menacing aura flaring as he says that letting them stay is a bit difficult. He watches them scramble away in fear, reflecting that what he feels isn't simple resentment. No, he concludes with a steely gaze. What he's dealing with is something far more difficult to overcome. But just as the night seems to be over, a sinister presence crashes the party. Zane instantly detects it fast, stealthy, and professional, like a troubleshooter. He realizes it must be a pursuer, and a glance at Damien's panicked face confirms his suspicion. The timing couldn't be worse. Zane knows his mana is nearly depleted, leaving him vulnerable, but a flicker of defiance ignites in his eyes. He remembers exactly who he is. Even in his past life, he never had an abundance of power, always surviving on skill and grit alone. So he begins to gather every last wisp of mana, compressing it for a single, decisive strike. With the potent energy swirling in his hands, he locks onto his target, his expression hardened. He knows this is his only chance as he lunges forward to unleash his attack, but in the next moment, he collapses to his knee, his power vanishing as shock washes over him. But instead of a pursuer, an old man in a suit crashes down from above, crying out for his young master. Damien's face goes pale with shock. He instantly recognizes the man as Alfredo. The butler scrambles to his feet and grabs Damien, emotionally recounting how worried he's been. Damien struggles desperately, begging the man to let him go, but Alfredo clings on for dear life. Zane just stands there, utterly dumbfounded by the turn of events. This was supposed to be a runaway situation. After making a huge scene, Alfredo finally gets a grip on the pouting Damien. He hoists the boy under his arm and formally introduces himself as the butler of the Blandu family. Alfredo notes how fond Damien seems to be of his new friend and extends a surprising offer. He invites Zane to come with them to the Blander family estate, leaving Zane speechless. But Zane can't shake his suspicion. A prestigious family like that would never accept a street urchin without a hidden motive. But a sly smirk crosses Zane's face. This convenient offer is exactly what he wanted. He was already planning to connect with the Blandor family to scout the famous Zenyon Academy's library. So he graciously accepts, and Alfredo, still carrying a pouting Damien, rushes off to fetch a carriage. Zane dons a cloak, musing that while this is a detour from his plan, it's a very fortunate one. They travel through the night under the light of a serene, full moon. Before long, a magnificent carriage pulls up to the towering gates of the Blander family estate. Zane steps out, having changed into an outfit more suitable for a guest of a noble house. He stares up at the grand mansion, lined with guards, a flicker of memory in his eyes. Inside, Alfredo instructs a sharp-looking maid named Lancy to prepare rooms for them to rest. But the moment she addresses Damien, the boy's face flushes red as he stammers her name. Suddenly, a panicked scream rips through the quiet night over the Blandor estate. Within the mansion's imposing walls, a storm is brewing under the pale moonlight. Alfredo strides down a long, dark corridor, his steps echoing with purpose. He arrives at a heavy door and knocks, ready to deliver his report. A senior butler opens the door, allowing him to enter the master's office. Alfredo bows, informing the woman at the desk that Damien is back from the infamous 7th Black and White Zone. He stands in the center of the vast, opulent room, having delivered the shocking news. The air instantly crackles as a wave of immense, furious, magical power explodes from her desk. Her hand ignites with a crimson magic circle, the name of that place repeating in her mind. Eyes blazing with rage, the lady of the house demands to know if her son is safe, her power flaring uncontrollably. Unfazed by the immense pressure, Alfredo calmly asks his matron to settle down and hear him out. The oppressive aura finally recedes as she leans back in her chair, signaling she's listening. Her crimson magic dissipates, replaced by a profound sense of relief that her son is unharmed. Alfredo agrees, it's a relief for everyone, especially for anyone foolish enough to have threatened the young master. A dark memory flashes by, a reminder of her past as the Blood Witch, a power she admits is hard to control when her son is in danger. The terrifying matron vanishes, replaced by a gentle smile, as she thanks Alfredo for his efforts. He humbly accepts her praise, explaining it was simply his duty, but he has more to report. Her curiosity piqued, she asks what he found so unusual. Alfredo shifts the topic to the new friend Damien made, and she immediately wonders if he means Asta. But the butler describes a different boy, one who sensed his presence from afar, and was already preparing a counterattack. It wasn't just any counterattack. The boy was already forming a mana bullet. Lady Blander's eyes narrow, astonished that a child from the Black and White Zone possessed such skill. It is this very talent, Alfredo explains, that has brought him here today. He looks to the matron with a grave expression, asking for a personal favor. The scene changes, and Alfredo now stands before the boy himself, calling out to him. With arms outstretched and bathed in dramatic light, He asks the boy to become his successor. Zane just stares back, utterly baffled by this sudden and theatrical proposition, but Alfredo is supremely confident, certain that a stray would never refuse such a prestigious opportunity. Zane's one-word answer, a simple no, completely shatters the butler's grand delusion. The old man is frozen in disbelief, unable to process the immediate and blunt rejection. Zane casually scratches his head, wondering if he's hearing this old man correctly. The word no echoes in Alfredo's mind, a rejection so unthinkable it leaves him sputtering in disbelief. He composes himself, convinced there must be some misunderstanding, and asks the boy to clarify. But Zane is the one who's truly confused, wondering if he somehow misheard the ridiculous offer. Just then, Damien pops up behind him, innocently asking what Zane's muttered curse meant. Zane swiftly covers the kid's mouth, politely repeating that while he appreciates the offer, he's just not interested. Alfredo's expression shifts from confusion to a sudden, misguided understanding. He assumes Zane is just another prideful commoner, a talented stray who thinks his power makes him special. The old butler begins a condescending lecture, telling the boy that the world is a vast place. He smugly suggests Zane must feel like he can conquer the world, only to be met with a flat, unimpressed denial. A vein throbs on Alfredo's forehead as his composure finally begins to crack. He launches into a patronizing metaphor about a foolish goblin trapped in a canyon, completely unaware of the world. But Zane casually dismisses the insult, suggesting he's more like a powerful wyvern. That one comment is all it takes to shatter the butler's restraint. He declares that since the boy knows nothing, he will personally show him his place. Alfredo's face contorts with rage, ready to teach this ignorant child about the vastness of the world. The scene flashes back to a grand estate, the place where Alfredo's legend was forged. A younger, but no less imposing, Alfredo made his grand entrance, stunning the staff. All the other butlers could do was stare in utter disbelief and awe. An entire household of servants bowed before him, hailing him as the one and only butler master. Back in the present, Alfredo points out the recognized talents of House Blando, challenging the boy to sense their power. Zane gazes forward, coolly acknowledging that their reputation is no joke. He can feel their subtle yet overwhelming aura. They are undeniably well-trained for teenagers. But a confident smirk begins to spread across his face. He sees right through their polished exteriors they're just a bunch of goblins with arrogant eyes. Thinking Zane is impressed, Alfredo grabs him, promising he'll shine brighter than anyone if he accepts his offer. Zane simply pushes his hand away, coldly stating that he hates the light. With a dismissive gesture, he rejects the butler master, leaving the old man utterly speechless. But a new voice chimes in, as one of the other trainees steps forward to mock the boy from Windstor. He smirks, claiming that if Zane truly felt their power, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to refuse. The rival asks permission to give Zane a little experience, clearly eager to put him in his place. He frames it not as a duel, but a simple taste of what real magic feels like. Alfredo considers the proposal. The boy is cocky, but he decides it's not a bad idea at all. He turns to Zane, formally asking if he'd accept a simple duel with the young man. Zane's eyes narrow slightly. He's perfectly aware of how much of a thorn he is in their side. To them, he's nothing more than a lucky vagrant who stumbled into their elite world. With a calm demeanor, Zane asks if he can choose his opponent, and Alfredo allows it. His finger shoots out, pointing directly at the smug rival who started this whole affair. But he doesn't stop there, his gaze sweeping over the rest of the arrogant trainees. He'll take on all 5 at once, a declaration that leaves them utterly speechless. With a chilling grin, he asks if they're scared, telling them they might as well die now. The sheer audacity leaves Alfredo momentarily speechless, a stunned grunt escaping him. But his shock quickly melts into a booming laugh. He loves this kind of fighting spirit. He asks if Zane can truly handle the fallout, as this is an insult to House Blando. Alfredo sets the terms. Last, just 1 minute against them, and he'll receive a gift. Zane immediately sees the trap, realizing the old butler is trying to rope him in, but he accepts anyway. In the grand hall, with the 5 talents arrayed before him, a nervous aide asks if this is too dangerous. Alfredo simply smirks, explaining that Zane's stubbornness must be broken for him to truly grow. But the poor instructor is panicking, certain his career is over if the master's special guest gets hurt. And it seems they've drawn a crowd, as Damien, Lancey, and another comrade arrive to watch the show. The instructor frantically begs Damien to intervene, pleading that his friend is in real danger. But Damien just feigns wide-eyed shock, a performance that only makes the poor man facepalm in despair. Lancey steps in with a cold reminder, get involved, and he'll have to answer to Lady Gammo, which finally shuts him up. Alfredo cuts through the chatter, ordering the terrified instructor to stop wasting time and start the match. Defeated, the instructor can only sigh, knowing he did his best but is powerless against a direct order. Lancey watches the entire exchange with a silent, calculating gaze, her thoughts unreadable. Before stepping into the arena, the instructor tells the kids to stay back and not get involved. Damien just gives a devilish little smirk, agreeing far too easily to be believed. Standing between Zane and the 5 opponents, the instructor begins to lay out the duel's turn-based rules. But Zane cuts him off, demanding a free-for-all, a suggestion that brings a smug smile to Alfredo's face. The instructor finalizes the rules, a free-for-all until one side surrenders. Zane listens with a chillingly calm expression, while his opponents smirk, sure of their victory. The lead rival seethes, vowing to crush this vagrant brat and expose his true worth. With a final, reluctant shout, the instructor throws his hand down and officially begins the duel. And in less than a heartbeat, a blast of blue mana slams directly into the lead rival's chest. He can only gasp in pure, unadulterated shock. The blow sends him staggering back, his arrogant confidence instantly shattered. In fact, a quick look around reveals the entire team is already on the ground, defeated. Zane casually strolls up to their leader, who can only stare up in absolute terror. A menacing blue light forms in Zane's hand as he prepares to teach his first lesson. Never underestimate the little guy. And so begins the second lesson, as a dark blue energy crackles to life. A lesson on not judging people so easily, delivered with overwhelming force. The rest of the so-called elite talents are blown away, like dust in the wind. Their leader can only watch in stunned horror as Zane moves on to his third lesson. This one is about how vast and bitter the world can truly be. A fist glowing with mana slams into his gut, driving the point home with sickening impact. With a chilling smile, Zane promises to personally inject him with all these wonderful experiences. The rival screams that this is just brute force, that this can't possibly be magic. But Zane is here to correct that little misunderstanding. He calls it physical magic, right before another bone-shattering blow connects. The instructor can only stare in disbelief at the one-sided beatdown. Every student from House Blando watches, their arrogance replaced with pure terror. This isn't a spar anymore. It's a public execution, and Zane is far from finished. The instructor realizes what he's seeing, a magic bullet, compressed 4, maybe 5 times. A chilling memory surfaces a powerful magic seal from the past, one that almost changed everything. He recognizes Zane's innate mana control, a talent that defies all logic. But beyond the magic, there's a terrifying question. How is he so good at just beating people up? Suddenly, a panicked shout rings out for Alfredo, whose eyes go wide with shock. He turns to see a noblewoman, the esteemed Lady Gamo, has arrived unannounced. The instructor's focus snaps from the fight to the newcomer, realizing the situation just got infinitely more complicated. The remaining staff look on, relieved that their mistress, Lady Gamo, has arrived to handle this mess. Alfredo stammers, trying to downplay the scene as a simple test gone slightly wrong. But the latest piercing gaze shows she isn't buying a single word of his pathetic excuse. She glances at the field of unconscious bodies, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Taking immediate command, she orders the rest of the trainees to be withdrawn from the area. Alfredo can only bow his head in silent, swift compliance. She then turns to Damien, coldly instructing him to return to his room for now. Zane gets the exact same dismissive order, which he accepts with a quiet glare. Finally, her attention lands on Instructor Runfit, who stands there sweating under her judgment. And with 2 simple words, she ends his career on the spot, leaving him utterly speechless. Later that evening, inside the mansion, Lady Gamo calls for Alfredo to give his report. She scolds him for his little scheme, noting that he went too far this time. However, her tone shifts as she sips her tea, her curiosity clearly piqued. She asks for the details of the sparring match, specifically if Damien had helped Aster. Alfredo immediately denies it, but he seems to struggle to explain what truly happened. The only way he can describe it is that the boy was just incredibly good at beating people up. He then recalls the magic bullet he mentioned before, confirming that Zane used it again. But this time was different. He had compressed the spell at least 4 or 5 times. This act multiplied its power to a frightening degree, forming dense orbs of mana. Lady Gamo realizes the truth in his words. Zane possesses an extraordinary level of mana control. Alfredo recalls the scene. 5 elite trainees, defeated by 1 boy alone. He explains that it was all done with a single magic bullet, a feat of pure, difficult skill. This prompts Lady Gamo to ask about the successor proposal. The butler confirms that Zane firmly rejected the offer. She takes a slow, deliberate sip of tea, her glowing eyes betraying a deep recalculation. This boy requires a complete reassessment. Her decision made, she gives the order to bring Zane to her, and soon enough, he is escorted into the room. Lady Gamo greets him with a welcoming, yet unnerving smile, gesturing for him to take a seat, while Damien casually munches on a cookie nearby. Zane walks into the opulent room, acknowledging that she was the one who summoned him. She confirms it, but says there's something to handle first, placing a small, unmarked book onto the table before him. His eyes widen in surprise as she mentions it's the gift that Alfredo had promised. Zane stares at the book, his mind flashing back to the butler's words, his expression now serious and thoughtful. He never imagined that the butler's promised gift would be delivered so soon, let alone by Lady Gammo herself. With a confident smirk, she tells him to go ahead and open it. Zane flips the lid, and a blinding golden light erupts from the small box, leaving him completely stunned. Inside rests a high-grade item, the kind of treasure only given to the top recruits of House Blander. But Zane's surprise quickly turns to suspicion. He knows that gifts this valuable always come with a hidden agenda. A mid-grade item would make sense as a prize, but something this precious is a clear attempt to buy him. Lady Gammo assures him it's fine, explaining it's both a thank you for saving Damien and an apology for the day's events. He immediately questions her motives, asking if accepting this binds him to her family, but she calmly says no. Zane pushes further, wondering if it's poisoned, yet she denies that too with a faint, amused smile. He makes one last attempt, asking if there are truly no conditions, and she confirms it, leaving him to weigh the unbelievable offer. With her conditions seemingly clear, Zane finally accepts the valuable gift. Internally, he's thrilled, pocketing what he believes is a completely free, unexpected gain. But his smirk fades when Lady Gammo reveals the real reason she called him here. A proposal. He knew it. There was always going to be a catch. She offers to arrange for his admission into the academy, asking if he would attend alongside her son, Damien. An academy Zane is taken aback by the sudden, life-altering offer. Lady Gammo explains that Damien was supposed to enroll last year, but stubbornly refused. She sighs, admitting she never expected him to actually run away from home to get out of it. But now, she sees an opportunity, noting how much Damien seems to like him. And Zane understands perfectly. For a woman like Bianca Gammo, this is a huge deal. She's afraid of forcing Damien, knowing her stubborn son will just run away from home again. Zane, however, immediately recognizes the strategic value of the academy for building connections. Still, a sly smirk forms on his lips. He knows an offer like this is just a fancy leash. To buy himself time, he tells Lady Gammo he'll need to think it over, and she agrees. But then, Zane changes the subject, saying there's something else he's curious about. Lady Gammo's interest is piqued as she asks why he rejected Alfredo's offer to become his successor. For a brief moment, Zane is caught off guard, surprised that she knew about that. But his composure returns instantly, replaced by a confident, almost mocking smile. He flashes back to Alfredo on his knees, then tells her his own knees are far too precious to be a butler. The memory of the old butler's absolute devotion only seems to fuel his incredible arrogance. Alfredo is left absolutely speechless by the sheer, unmitigated gall of this boy. Later that night, back at the quiet and sprawling mansion, Zane wastes no time, immediately diving deep into meditation to assess his newfound power. He marvels at how his flame-marked body purifies the mana, exceeding all his expectations. With his power confirmed, his thoughts shift back to the academy. A decision has been made. He knows enrolling would grant him many advantages, including an easy path to a sponsor. Yet, a nagging feeling warns him that it would be like walking straight into a trap. Deciding to clear his head with a run, he gets up and heads for the door. But he's stopped short when a calm voice asks if he is the one called Astor. Leaning against the wall is Damien, his arms crossed and his intense gaze fixed on Zane. Zane internally connects Damien's platinum hair to the main bloodline, already annoyed by another complication. He flatly denies being Astor, and the blunt rejection catches Damien completely off guard. Damien recovers, studying the boy's dull hair and the defiant look in his eyes. He's sure this must be him, but his commentary only succeeds in irritating Zane even more. Zane casually explains that lighting can easily change how hair color appears. Then he flashes a pair of wide, sparkling eyes, feigning pure innocence. The sudden, cutesy display leaves Damien utterly baffled and speechless. Deciding he's made a mistake, Damien waves a dismissive apology and turns to leave. But just then, Alfredo, the butler, bursts in, grabbing Zane and loudly calling him Astor. The old man drops to his knees, dramatically begging for forgiveness right in front of the departing Damien. Zane keeps up his innocent act, but the damage is already done. Damien whips around, his earlier confusion now replaced with pure shock and realization. The boy's cute facade drops, replaced by utter annoyance, as Damien recognizes those familiar, unlucky eyes. Damien points an accusing finger, furious at being so brazenly deceived. He prepares to lay down the law, but suddenly freezes. Alfredo, the butler, has stepped between them, his expression now cold and deadly serious. Damien grits his teeth, clearly not expecting this level of interference. He decides to let it go for now, but warns Zane to meet him at the magic hall to settle this. With the troublemaker gone, Alfredo asks his young master what just happened. Zane just smirks, thinking this is the perfect chance to deal with his bad mood. Damien storms off, deciding he'll deal with the brat later. With the immediate problem gone, Zane turns to his ever-loyal butler. He asks Alfredo to arrange a meeting with the madam right away. Soon, they arrive at the grand estate belonging to the head of House Gammo. Inside, Lady Gammo is already expecting him, addressing him by the name Aster. She notes his early arrival and correctly guesses that he's already made his decision. She watches him intently, her sharp eyes waiting for his answer. Zane stands before her with unwavering confidence and declares his intention to enroll in the academy. Lady Gammo is taken aback, clearly not expecting him to decide so quickly. But she recovers with a smile, agreeing to his choice and stating preparations will begin immediately. She dismisses him, telling him to rest while she handles the preparations. The moment the door closes behind him, it creaks open once more. A familiar mustachioed face peeks around the corner, unable to contain his curiosity. Alfredo steps in, and Lady Gammo calmly informs him that Zane has agreed next. The butler absolutely explodes with theatrical passion, celebrating the spirit of youth. Lady Gammo watches on, her expression a perfect mask of deadpan indifference. He lays out his grand scheme, pointing with dramatic flair. The first semester is on them, naturally. But the second? A poor boy from the black-white zone will surely struggle with the massive tuition fee. And in his moment of despair, a hand of salvation will descend, offering a scholarship from the one and only Alfredo. Lady Gammo finally cuts him off, telling him he's being far too noisy, and he sheepishly bows out to prepare a meal. Lady Gammo watches the butler leave, her expression unimpressed. She can finally understand why Alfredo is so pleased after being rejected so many times. Still, a small sigh escapes her as she considers his plan. From her perspective, this whole academy proposal is a rather sloppy scheme. She figures he's only so confident because he was tricked in a similar way by the previous head butler. As Alfredo practically skips away in triumph, she can only think of him as a poor, simple man. Elsewhere, Zane descends the staircase, preparing for his first day. He looks up, his gaze steady and resolved. Before him stands the magnificent magic hall, the very place that Rival from the Bronze family is located. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushes through the heavy doors, stepping into his new battleground. He's immediately stopped by a hooded attendant, who asks what brings him here. Zane falters, realizing he came to confront his rival without even knowing the guy's name, but the attendant just smiles, saying he's been waiting for him and to come this way. With a dramatic yawn, the strange guide leads him down a dark corridor, Zane following silently behind. He's brought before a simple door, told he can go right on in. The attendant adds a strange warning to watch his head, leaving Zane confused. Cautiously, he pushes the door open, a slight creak echoing in the hall, and suddenly a cascade of paper and books falls right on top of him. So that's what he meant. As he coughs through the dust, a new voice asks if he's someone named Aster. His rival, Damien, steps into the light, formally introducing himself with an unreadable smile. Damien then asks if he's here to see his younger brother, a bad feeling instantly washing over Zane. The words hit him hard. Younger brother? This man just referred to Aster as his brother. The revelation sends Zane's mind reeling, back to his old life, perched on a dark balcony. He recalls his time as a troubleshooter, infiltrating one magic academy after another. And if there was one thing he learned about the mages who dedicate their lives to study, it's that these so-called penholders are all driven mad by endless stacks of paperwork. First, their hair gets disheveled from constant stress, a problem that only gets worse. He breaks it down into stages, a cynical analysis from years of observation. Stage 1. They try to deny their hair loss by pulling their hoods low over their heads. Stage 2. They simply give up and accept their fate, revealing the damage done by their studies. Stage 3 is total surrender, when they finally just shave their heads clean. The final, desperate stage is pouring all their research into the impossible. Hair growth magic. But the flashback ends, and Zane is met by a silver-haired man who begins with an apology. The man admits he'd misjudged Zane, thinking he was just some rude younger sibling. Seeing him now, however, he's genuinely impressed by how young and composed he is. He then introduces himself, revealing he serves as the vice dean of a magic academy. Zane takes a sip of tea, realizing this man must have serious skills to hold such a high rank at his age. The vice dean watches him with an intrigued, almost predatory smile. He finds Zane quite unusual, remarking he's nothing like the typical wayward sons of nobles. Zane just plays it cool, but the vice dean can't help but notice his calm smile is strangely out of place. The Vice Dean muses to himself that he and Zane seem to get along quite well. He then congratulates Zane on his recommended enrollment into Xenion Academy. Rovan casually mentions he's also an alumnus, which makes Zane wonder why he's bringing up school ties. With a slight laugh, the Vice Dean apologizes for rambling and says it's time to get to the real reason for this meeting. But before they can, Zane sets down his cup, deciding he has a question of his own to ask first. Before he can speak, however, Rovan leans in with a sharp, unsettling question. Would he risk his life for a friend? He explains this is a matter that concerns the Blandor family's reputation, summoning a glowing golden book. The deal is simple. If Zane is willing to risk it all, the Vice Dean will give him the book, leaving Zane stunned. This isn't just any book. It's the core secret of the Blandor family, a legendary treatise on healing light. The scene then cuts away abruptly to a peaceful garden, where a woman tends to yellow flowers. This is Lady Gammo, who seems to be lost in thought amidst her sunlit garden. She pauses her gardening, holding her shears still as she reflects. With a quiet sigh, she gazes out at the beautiful scenery. A weight has been lifted from her mind now that Damien has safely gone to the academy. Her thoughts turn to the boy who accompanied him, his friend, Aster. She considers Aster a talented, if somewhat shameless, young man, but finds it typical for his age. What truly impressed her, however, brings a faint smile to her lips. It was his unwavering attitude, treating Damien with the same respect even after learning his background. She believes this unique quality makes him a worthy companion for her son, but because he is so different, she realizes he's like a free bird, destined to never belong anywhere. And so, she decides there are ways to keep a person close, and she will find one. For her son's sake, she cannot afford to let a talent like Zane simply fly away. Meanwhile, Zane faces a staggering offer, the secret treatise of the Blandor family. His mind immediately kicks into high gear, his first thought being that this has to be a trap. He analyzes the man before him, Vice Dean Rovan, whose eyes are bright and clear, but so transparent they're impossible to read, revealing nothing. Zane feels like he's facing a master assassin, a man whose face betrays no emotion. It's like Hez wearing a mask so perfect, even he might not know who he truly is underneath. Rovan warns him not to be hasty, but Zane flashes a confident smirk, ready with his answer. He despises the feeling of unease, and he'd rather know the truth now than wait in suspense. Rovan casually settles in, telling Zane to ask whatever he wants, as they're in the same boat. But Zane remains cool and dismissive, stating he'll decide whether the request is doable or not. The Vice Dean's face hardens, his voice dropping as he warns that hearing and refusing means death. Zane puts on a show of shock, mockingly telling the man to just kill him then, since you only live once. In his mind, though, he smirks. For a regressor like him, this would be his second time around. A sudden crushing pressure erupts in the room, sending papers flying everywhere. Rovan unleashes a storm of magical energy, a clear test of Zane's nerve. But even as the overwhelming aura fills the air, Zane sits perfectly still, arms crossed and unfazed. Seeing this unshakable composure, the Vice Dean's intense expression melts into a satisfied smile. The pressure vanishes as Rovan laughs, congratulating Zane for passing his test. Rovan drops the act, explaining he needed an ally he could trust, someone outside the Blandor family's influence. Zane's deadpan expression, however, tells Rovan this isn't some naive kid he's dealing with. The Vice Dean admits he had his doubts, initially writing Zane off as just another wayward son from the sticks. He was curious why a great family would take in an outsider, but as luck would have it, an opportunity arose. That opportunity, of course, was the public spat. Rovan then addresses Zane directly as young Master Aster. A wicked smile creeps onto his face as he explains how their little quarrel gives him the perfect excuse to get involved. But Zane cuts right through the charade, questioning why a Vice Dean would need such a pathetic reason to intervene. Rovan confesses that his position was difficult. He couldn't just make the first move without a valid pretext. His face darkens, hinting at the true, unseen pressure that has been restricting his actions. Finally, he reveals the truth. He is under the constant surveillance of the powerful Deculan family. Zane's eyes narrow, the name Deculan immediately setting him on high alert. He demands to know why, and the Vice Dean, seeing Zane's supposed disregard for his own life, decides to be frank. Rovan reveals he was researching the Deculan family's heavenly origins magic, and now, he believes he's found the key. He begins to gloat about acquiring the secret techniques, but Zane sharply cuts him off with a single gesture. A cold thought hits Zane. This man should be dead, and his research was likely focused on destroying the Deculan family. The Vice Dean confirms it with a smug grin, admitting his initial goal was pure destruction. But as he looked deeper, his objective began to change completely. He saw the magic not as a weapon, but as a perfect, self-improving art form. and he became utterly obsessed. Zane is left speechless, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes this man isn't just ambitious, he's dangerously insane. Rovan pleads for understanding, but Zane can only see a lunatic who would research his own family's downfall. A horrifying thought clicks into place for Zane. The timing matches perfectly. In his past life, Faren used Rovan's research on the new Thousand Circle to annihilate the Blander family. Rovan had seen the potential in that magic from the very beginning, and Zane flashes back to the reason his uncle was so absurdly powerful. The sheer, overwhelming force of that magic circle in action. Snapping back to the present, a new name surfaces in his mind. Aster. He recalls their earlier meeting, when Rovan had come asking for help on a larger scale. The Vice Dean had confessed he kept his research secret, suspecting a spy from House Blander. Zane had wondered if the leak came from someone close, perhaps a secretary. But Rovan calmly dismisses the idea, cryptically mentioning it's related to the acquisition route. Rovan confirms it with a laugh, admitting he leaked part of the formula himself as an insurance policy. The scene flashes back to his meeting with Aster, who had wondered why Rovan wouldn't just side with House Deculan. Rovan had explained that, since Aster was an outsider, he needed him for a secret task he couldn't handle himself. With a simple gesture, he had summoned the research papers, the pages swirling around him with latent magic. He hands the stack of documents to Aster, promising that he would be rewarded handsomely for his help. The mission was to deliver the thesis to a professor at another academy, and the prize would be the healing light spell. But Aster had simply crossed his arms, his expression unreadable as he processed the offer. A sly, opportunistic smirk then crept onto his face as he realized this was more than a simple job. Leaning over the desk, he decided to make a counteroffer of his own. He would take the spell as risk compensation, but he also demanded the new Thousand Circle magic upon its completion. Rovan can only sigh, calling Aster shameless, but the boy simply demands a yes or no answer. After a moment of thought, Rovan smirks, agreeing to hand over the new magic once it's ready. His expression hardens, however, as he reveals that he has a condition of his own. He'll need Aster's help in the future, framing it as a simple request between companions. Aster agrees instantly, then adds with a devilish grin that, by the way, he can't read. The Vice Dean is completely stunned, frozen in place by the absurd declaration. But it was just a joke, with Aster mocking him for being so rigid and boring. With the teasing done, he gets down to business, asking if this Professor Furion is truly trustworthy. Rovan erupts in laughter, fondly remembering his old rival from his academy days. Aster listens intently, sensing the unspoken arrogance in the story that Rovan always saw himself as superior. Rovan smirks, realizing that with Professor Furion, there's yet another lunatic loose in the academy. Later that night, Aster returns to a grand, imposing residence. He empties a subspace pouch given to him, and a mountain of books tumbles out. Annoyed, he wonders why he was given so much junk to carry around. But amidst the pile of dusty tomes, a single sealed envelope catches his eye. He picks up the letter, addressed personally to him. The flowery greeting, "My dear Aster," earns a cynical, unimpressed glare. The letter explains that these are essential magical texts he must master for his future. It's signed by a friend, Faren von Deculan, and Aster sarcastically calls it, quite the gift. With a heavy sigh, he picks up the first of many dense books. Aster surveys the meticulously organized books, grudgingly admitting the sender is a genius. A sly smirk crosses his face. This is a perfect opportunity. With a new plan solidifying in his mind, he takes out a pen. He begins to compile a list of book sponsors, starting with Faren von Deculan. Tallying up the hundreds of volumes, he shelves the issue of the grimoire for a later talk with Damien. He thinks back to the cheerful face of his friend, ironically calling this a privilege. But he knows the 132 volumes Faren sent are more than just books. They represent an entire curriculum, a foundation for any mage to build upon. His initial plan was just to stock a tower, but a far grander vision now takes hold. This collection will become the tower's very identity, a true place of learning for all. That same night, someone else reflects on this unexpected turn of events. Vice Dean Rovan stares out the window, recalling his initial, simple plan for the boy. Head intended to use him if he was useful, and discard him if he wasn't. But now, a smirk creeps across his face. Zane has become far too interesting. He can't forget the look on the boy's face when he dared him to just end his life. The memory sends a shiver down his spine. It was supposed to be a simple test, a bluff. But Zane's eyes held no fear, treating the concept of death as nothing more than a trifle. Back in the present, Rovan admits to himself that this one is different from the other pigs. Has actually intrigued, feeling he's found a peer who can finally match his gaze. Only one absurd thought lingers. Could it be that Zane literally doesn't know how to read? Rovan quickly dismisses the absurd thought from his mind. The scene shifts to a bright morning at a grand, sunlit estate. Inside, a young man named Astor calmly gets ready for a journey. He fastens his cuffs, his luggage already packed and waiting. An attendant's voice calls out, informing Sir Astor that it's almost time to depart. With a quiet resolve, he picks up his bag, ready to go. On the way out, a butler explains the simple academy registration process. His companion, a maid named Lancey, turns back with a warm smile. She comments that he finally looks like a proper academy student, adding that the uniform suits him. Astor thanks her and, with a simple nod, they head out together. Astor muses on being exempt from the exam, a perk he's not about to complain about. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out to him, breaking his train of thought. It's a much younger Damien, waving excitedly next to Lady Blander, urging them to get going. As Damien eagerly climbs into the carriage, she wishes them both a safe journey. She then turns to Astor with a warm smile, hoping he achieves all he desires at the academy. He meets her gaze with a confident smirk, offering a simple word of thanks. Stepping aboard, he reaffirms his own ambitions. He has every intention of getting the results he wants. A senior butler's voice booms, praising Xenion as the greatest academy on the continent. The carriage rolls away, carrying Astor towards a future full of patrons and power he plans to make his own. He smirks, thinking of his future classmates. He's not just joining them, he's coming for them. The carriage wheels clatter against the road, beginning the long journey. While Damien waves excitedly out the window, Zane remains perfectly composed inside. He wastes no time, immediately opening a book to begin his studies on the ride. He acknowledges that Henzi was a brilliant magus, whose work shows how simple principles can be endless. The book explains the nature of magic through metaphor. For some, water is the source of life. But for others, that very same element becomes a devastating flood, a complete disaster. It all comes down to a difference in perspective, the same way noble families developed their unique arts. And as he reads, he feels that Henzi's curriculum is a direct imitation of the legendary Deculan source art. His quiet study time is shattered as Damien tries to get his friend's attention. The energetic boy beams with excitement, announcing that they've finally arrived. Before them stands the legendary Xenion Academy, a truly imposing sight. Zane peers out the window, his expression as stoic as ever as the carriage halts. Lancey steps forward, informing them that this is as far as the carriage can take them. According to the Academy's tradition, all students must walk the final path to the entrance ceremony. Stepping onto the grounds, Damien is already waving his arms, eager to explore. He suddenly grabs Zane's wrist, startling him out of his composed state. Damien insists they have to rush, worried they'll be late and won't find any good seats. Zane is utterly baffled by Damien's frantic belief that seats are first come, first served. It suddenly clicks. He realizes Lancey must have planted this idea to get Damien moving. Deciding to let it slide, he allows himself to be dragged up the Academy's grand staircase. They finally arrive inside the massive, bustling ceremony hall. The impressive sight and the sheer number of students only makes Damien even more excited. Damien celebrates their timely arrival, but Zane just pats his head, completely over it. He's not looking for random seats, though, as he pulls out a note with specific numbers. Damien grows impatient, urging him to just sit anywhere before they're all gone. Zane silences him with a simple command to wait, puzzled by his friend's sudden enthusiasm. Before he can find their seats, Damien suddenly trips and crashes to the floor. He looks up in a daze, his mismatched eyes wide with surprise. It turns out he's bumped into an imposing and very unhappy gentleman. The man glares down, his expression hardening as he silently demands an explanation. Zane quickly helps his friend up, but Damien just laughs, insisting he's not hurt at all. He waves a casual apology, brushing it off as his own fault for not looking. But as they turn to walk away, the man's sharp voice commands them to wait. He points to his sleeve, demanding to know what they got on his expensive-looking clothes. Zane glances back, instantly recognizing a powerful noble and thinking how Damien would typically escalate this situation. Trying to be helpful, Damien starts enthusiastically wiping the man's sleeve. He claims Hez making it shinier, but Zane sees the storm brewing on the man's face and knows this will end badly. With a furious roar, the man swats Damien away with a powerful burst of magic. He glares down at the student, clearly about to escalate things further. But his hand is caught mid-swing by Zane, who calmly tells him he's making a mistake. With a firm grip, Zane suggests they just stop this confrontation right here. The older man is stunned, demanding to know who this kid thinks he is. Zane just pulls a flustered Damien behind him, declaring that he's his friend. The man pauses, his anger momentarily replaced by intrigue at this unexpected defiance. The man scoffs, finding it rare to see such loyalty, but promises Zane will regret his choice. Zane, however, is completely unfazed, already bored of the trouble on day one. Their standoff doesn't go unnoticed, as whispers begin to spread through the hall. A crowd of students quickly gathers, some recognizing the older man as a member of the Dolanpay family. They watch the tense scene unfold, already placing bets on who they think will win. Suddenly, another student barges forward, yelling at the onlookers for just standing around. He questions why they aren't doing anything, though his peers wonder if they should even try to stop it. But he scoffs at the idea of stopping them, instead pointing dramatically toward the confrontation. He orders everyone to spread out and make room, as the students realize this is a duel against a real mage. He even orders his lackeys to put up a magical force field, turning this into a real spectacle. An impromptu dueling ring forms as the crowd goes wild, eagerly placing bets on the outcome. Zane, however, just watches the chaos unfold, with his arms crossed, looking completely bored. A tiny, almost unnoticeable smirk plays on his lips, a sign of his utter confidence. His opponent cracks his knuckles, proudly introducing himself as Hickster of the Dolanpay family. A faint purple aura surrounds Hickster as he takes his stance, demanding to know his opponent's name. Zane casually adjusts his tie, claiming he has no distinguished bloodline and is just a simple passerby. Hickster scoffs, seeing this as a fight against a commoner, and arrogantly grants Zane the first move. Daring him to attack, Hickster issues his challenge, but Zane's expression remains as calm as ever. A smirk curls on Zane's lips. He finds this all incredibly amusing. He openly mocks Hickster's bravado, asking if he's scared now that the fight is real. The taunt lands perfectly, and Hickster's face twists into a mask of pure rage. Screaming, he charges forward and lands what looks like a decisive, staggering blow. His fist connects with a solid crack, seemingly shattering Zane right where he stands. Hickster grins, ready to gloat over his instant victory. But something is terribly wrong, because the real Zane appears behind him, his own fist crackling with blue lightning. Before Hickster can even process the illusion, a brutal punch connects with his jaw. Zane's counterattack sends the arrogant noble flying backwards in a flash of blue energy. The scene shifts, revealing a mysterious letter from a beautiful blonde noblewoman. It's addressed to a handsome duke, who reads her direct invitation with an amused smirk. He praises his little messenger, a small black cat named Leo, for a job well done. But Leo seems less than thrilled, immediately turning its back on its master. The duke can't believe it, asking if the cat is seriously sulking over a simple errand. He tries to explain that the mission was too important for any other cat to handle, but his thoughts drift, his expression hardening as he realizes she looks just like a child from his past. A painful memory surfaces of that same girl, her eyes clouded by dark energy as she clutched a strange flask. He struggles with the memory, unable to reconcile the girl from the forest with the woman now in the capital. Still, a sliver of hope remains. If her claims are true, she might be the one who can finally break his curse. But Leo, the little black cat, just stares back with its piercing golden eyes. It claims it'll be fine, having dramatically thrown its life away once already. The Duke can only sigh as his familiar complains about being hungry and walks off. He wonders what the point of sharing thoughts is when he can never figure out his cat. His mind then drifts to Rebecca, the woman from the forest, and her shocking plan to get divorced. He remembers her looking at him, asking him to marry her right after. And despite how utterly absurd the proposal was, he admits to himself it was strangely intriguing. After all, the temple has been pressuring him more and more lately to finally produce an heir. From their perspective, Rebecca being a divorcee wouldn't be an issue at all. He pieces it together. Her husband is taking a second wife, a grave insult that gives her the perfect reason to leave. The Duke's mind is made up. A man like that deserves to be divorced. His anger burns hotter as he recalls what Leo told him about the husband's cruel punishments. He remembers carrying her, how disturbingly light she was, and realizes her husband must have been starving her. A slight, determined smile touches his lips as he considers her proposal. If she becomes his duchess, the very first thing he'll do is make sure she's fed properly. The next morning, light streams into the room as the Duke rises from his bed. He washes his face, the cool water doing little to calm his resolve. Wiping away the droplets, his expression is one of grim determination. He walks barefoot across the floor, his mind set on a singular purpose. Adjusting his cuffs, he is dressed and ready to put his new plan into motion. But his morning is shattered by a piercing scream that echoes through the entire estate. Two of his attendants burst into the room, alarmed and asking what's wrong. The Duke can only stare at his reflection, his voice trembling as he mutters about his hair. It's no longer the dark brown he's always known, but a shocking, messy, vibrant blonde. His loyal attendants can barely suppress their laughter, puffing out their cheeks at the absurd sight. A wave of pure fury washes over the Duke as he demands to know which monster did this to him. Unbeknownst to him, the commotion has woken the very woman he just agreed to help. She sits up calmly, her gaze landing on a small, ornate red box resting on her nightstand. Opening it, she finds a lock of golden hair, a perfect match to the Duke's new look. A confident smile spreads across her face. It seems the rumors about her power were true after all. Having confirmed her success, she calmly tucks the small red box out of sight. She rises from her bed just as a maid enters, ready to attend to her. The loyal servant sees that her lady is awake and ready for the day. With a satisfied air, the noblewoman commends her maid for a job well done. She declares that the maid has proven her qualifications, and it's time to prepare for an outing. A cunning smile plays on her lips as she requests her absolute shabbiest clothes for the trip. Her mind flashes back to a different time, a tense dinner with her insufferable husband and his new wife. He had sat there, stuffing his face with that familiar, arrogant sneer. After finishing his plate, he'd curtly demanded another bowl from the servants. But the second wife had mocked his recent weight gain, prompting his furious retort that a pregnant man needs to eat. His second wife, Alicia, scoffs at his hypocrisy, but he coldly threatens to throw her out if she gains any weight. He then twists the knife, telling her to watch and learn from the elegant Rebecca, dismissing her as a commoner. But Rebecca, ever so gracefully, steps in to de-escalate, telling her husband not to be so harsh. She places her hand on his, gently reminding him that Alicia is carrying his first child. With a look of perfect sorrow, she speaks of her own guilt for not being able to conceive. Her performance works flawlessly, and her husband looks at her with complete adoration. He magnanimously orders the maid to bring his pregnant wife just half a plate more. But Alicia is burning with humiliation, realizing that only Rebecca's words hold any power here. Pushed too far, she slams her hands down, furiously declaring she won't eat at all. Her sudden defiance shatters the man's composure, and he roars her name in absolute rage. Rebecca expertly soothes her husband, dismissing Alicia's outburst as mere pregnancy hormones. Then, with a sly smile, she changes the subject, suggesting he should cut his newly blonde hair. She insists it would suit him, perhaps even making him look more masculine. Her flattery works perfectly, and he preens, actually considering the idea. Seeing him take the bait, Rebecca's expression hardens. Her plan is proceeding exactly as she intended. She grips his arm, a silent command passing between them as she utters a single word, Zeppelin. Her charming smile returns as she sweetly asks for his permission to go out for a while. The request catches him off guard, his thoughts immediately turning suspicious. His gaze sharpens, the easygoing demeanor vanishing as he demands to know where she's going. The question hangs in the air, a clear sign he's not about to let her leave without an answer. His expression remains sharp and suspicious as he demands to know her destination. She calmly explains she's visiting the relief center, a charitable duty she feels she's neglected. He scoffs at her plain attire, and she simply says she saw no reason to dress extravagantly for it. Her logic satisfies him, and he smirks, agreeing it's better to look like a beggar than attract unwanted eyes before giving his permission. As she thanks her husband, Zeppelin, the second wife watches from across the table, her worst fears confirmed. She knows this act all too well. When Rebecca does something out of the ordinary, it means she's plotting something. Her hands clench in silent rage, seeing the Duchess for the cunning, fox-like manipulator she truly is. Elsewhere, the cursed Duke is being chided by his attendant for agreeing to dress so plainly. The attendant questions why the Duke would suddenly be so obedient, caving so easily to that woman's threats. But the Duke's gaze hardens, coldly correcting him to watch his tongue and address her properly as the Duchess. The Duke snaps his book shut, adding that the attendant should at least fix his hair before going out. He then turns and walks away, leaving his aide, Croy, completely stunned. Croy can't believe it, wondering aloud if the Duchess was truly so beautiful. Was she so captivating that his master would fall for such an obvious scheme? The Duke just smirks, playfully asking if Croy is jealous before reminding him that he's already taken. Flustered, Croy insists he's just a loyal aide, worried that his naive Duke is being manipulated by a suspicious woman. But the Duke calmly explains that gathering rumors and entering a contract marriage are the same kind of gamble. His expression turns serious. He reminds Croy that he would do absolutely anything to break this damn curse. Croy presses one last time, asking what will happen if the Duchess is lying. With a resigned smile, the Duke says that in that case, he'll simply allow himself to be deceived. The Duke admits it's not about trust, it's about a chance to reach his goal, because frankly, he's getting tired of it all. He flashes a confident smirk, reminding his aide that there's no need to worry, for he is the Duke of Johannes. Besides, he adds, while he's busy being deceived, he trusts Croy will be working to break the curse anyway. Croy's mind flashes back, recalling that the young Duke was never a child, not even shedding a tear at his own mother's funeral. But to his aide, the boy's stoic expression looked like fragile glass, threatening to shatter at any moment. He remembers that rainy day when the young Duke confessed that Croy was the only one he could truly rely on. It was at that moment, as their hands met, that Croy vowed to stay by his master's side. He dedicated himself to breaking the curse, driven to protect the boy who couldn't even allow himself to cry. And now, back in the present, he can't accept that some outsider could solve what he spent years fighting for. So Croy declares he will accompany the Duke, insisting he must be his sharp mind, much to the Duke's teasing annoyance. Croy justifies his decision, claiming he's worried for Lady Rebecca, but his true goal is to uncover her hidden agenda. The scene shifts to the sunny courtyard of the Liberta Relief Center, where children are playing happily. And there, like a saint, is Lady Rebecca, arriving with her maid to greet the people she supports. She's warmly received by the women, who thank her profusely, telling her they've been doing well because of her. Just then, an attendant leans in to inform Rebecca that her guest has arrived and is waiting. A knowing, almost challenging look crosses Rebecca's face as she turns to see who it is. It's a man in a dark hood, a spy she recognizes as one of Zeppelin's hunting dogs. Unfazed, she simply holds her thoughtful pose, already a few steps ahead in her mind. Her loyal maid calmly takes the man's arm, leading him away as if he were any other visitor. And Rebecca watches them depart, her cool gaze confirming that this was all part of her plan. Rebecca follows the attendant, noting her maid's quiet obedience and wondering what she's planning. The door swings open, revealing the room where her guest has been waiting. She gracefully steps inside, offering a polite apology for making him wait. But as she looks up, her calm expression shatters in an instant. Standing there with the Duke is a man she knows all too well, the red-haired Croy. The sight sends her spiraling back into a memory of the Liberta Relief Center. It was the one place she felt safe in her past life, and where their paths first crossed. Back then, people dismissed Croy as a madman, ignoring his claims of being a noble's butler. But she was the only one who listened, recognizing he spoke of things only a true aide could know. With the Duke on his deathbed from a curse, Croy had wandered, sharing secrets in his desperation that she would never forget. She remembers the tragic sight of the Duke on his deathbed, lamenting his pitiful fate. The strange thing was, whenever he tried to speak of the cure, he'd be racked by a violent, bloody cough. But right before the fever took him, he had a moment of clarity, believing he'd finally found the answer. With his last breath, he tried to explain how to save the ducal house, his voice a strained whisper. But his words were lost in his final moments, leaving her with a shocking and incomplete revelation. Back in the present, she recalls being unable to inform his family, as she was too busy hiding from Zeppelin's forces. Now, however, she steels her resolve, knowing she must use this secret for her own survival. The Duke, noticing the silent tension, breaks the ice by asking if she and Croy know one another. His gaze sharpens, immediately suspecting Croy of leaking secrets, which sends the attendant into a panicked denial. But Rebecca cuts in smoothly with a disarming smile, claiming it was a misunderstanding and she was simply admiring his loyal aid. The Duke, his expression unreadable, calmly orders his attendant Croy to leave the room. With a soft click, the doors shut, sealing them in for a private discussion. Now alone, Rebecca smoothly suggests they get right down to business. She speaks of their marriage contract, a confident, almost predatory smile playing on her lips. The terms are laid out. His aid in her revenge, in exchange for her lifting his family's ancient curse. After reviewing the document, the Duke admits he has one pressing question. He asks why she's so intent on destroying her ex-husband's family, even after her divorce. Rebecca's gaze hardens, vaguely explaining it's a personal grudge she'll detail when the time is right. He studies her face, searching for any ulterior motive but finding none, despite her evasive answer. She assures him this is a simple investment. He won't have to do a thing, as she will handle all the dirty work. All he needs to provide is the title and financial backing, and she promises to return any investment double. The Duke smirks, finding her absurdly bold statement to be surprisingly trustworthy. He agrees to the deal but informs her there's one small detail in the contract he'd like to fix. His finger lands squarely on Clause 3, the part about them acting without the other's consent. He coolly explains that as a married couple, they should at least get each other's permission before meeting other people. Rebecca is stunned. She'd written that clause for his sake, and now wonders if he's actually being considerate of her. Composing herself, she smiles and says she has no problem changing it if it makes him uncomfortable. With his nod of approval, she prepares to make the adjustment to their agreement right then and there. But his true reasoning runs deeper. He has no intention of seeing other women and repeating his father's mistakes. With a swift stroke of her quill, she presents the newly revised contract, their alliance all but sealed. With the contract amended to his liking, he gives a satisfied nod. But instead of signing, he turns and walks away, leaving Rebecca utterly confused. He approaches a nearby candle and calmly sets their one and only contract on fire. Rebecca watches in horror, completely blindsided by his bizarre action. As the paper turns to ash, he explains, this removes any evidence of betrayal for both of them. He then declares he will defend their new, unwritten agreement with his very life. With a sharp, intense gaze, he asks if she would ever dare betray him now. A single tear falls from her eye, overwhelmed by this unexpected display of absolute trust. Clutching her chest, she swears she will also uphold their promise with her life. With their pact truly sealed, they waste no time planning their next move against Count Devonshire. Taking the lead, Rebecca calmly begins their strategy session over tea. She explains that the Devonshire family's power rests on 4 key individuals. However, these pillars of support aren't loyal. They're trapped, forced to obey Count Zeppelin out of absolute fear. The Duke immediately understands their goal is to turn these hunting dogs, but questions how, since they seem so loyal. A confident smirk plays on Rebecca's lips. He's missing the most important detail. She reminds him that these aren't animals, but humans, with their own wills and weaknesses. Her plan is simple. She will be the one to shatter the collars Zeppelin has placed on them. A smile finally breaks across the Duke's face, fully buying into her audacious plan. He asks what part he plays. She reveals her first move is to set up a small guild, adding that she'll need a very capable leader. He points out her reclusive nature might make that difficult, but she coolly replies she's already thought of a solution. The Duke seems amused, clarifying that his only role is to sit back and bankroll her entire operation. He leans back, smugly adding that money is no object. She can take as much as she needs. Rebecca thanks him but reveals she has one more request, and he tells her to name anything. With a sharp gaze, she asks if he knows of a plant called Devil's Claw. It's a poisonous herb, but it's also the source of a mystical purple dye that made its value skyrocket. The Duke assumes she wants fresh leaves, explaining it's impossible unless she grows it herself. But Rebecca is prepared, stating she only needs a greenhouse and the seeds, as she knows the perfect person for the job. His curiosity piqued, he questions her true purpose, certain she isn't planning on making a dress. She meets his gaze with a serene smile, declaring her real goal is to marry him as soon as possible. In her past life, she recalls, Devil's Claw was known as a cure-all that could expel toxins and heal chronic illnesses. In her past life, the herb was even rumored to restore youth, a fixation of the cruel Count Zeppelin. Had spent a fortune on it, even forcing her to eat the leaves. But this time, he doesn't know its true power. Back in the present, she reveals to the Duke the simple reason for Zeppelin's obsession with her. It's her appearance. She states with chilling calm that if her beauty fades, hell have no reason to hold on. The Duke is stunned, wondering how she can speak of such a thing so matter-of-factly. She simply waves off his concern, remarking that everyone has a thorn in their life they must deal with. A slow smile spreads across his face, utterly captivated by her resolve. He realizes that the more she speaks, the more he wants to uncover the secrets of this incredible woman. With a newfound respect, he extends his hand, officially proposing they become business partners. She accepts, their hands meeting as they seal the deal, ready to begin their work together. Having secured her alliance, Rebecca returns to the gilded cage of the Zeppelin estate. Her husband is waiting, his voice laced with passive aggression as he comments on her late arrival. She gives nothing away, her expression a perfect mask of noble indifference. He preens, running a hand through his hair with a smug grin, shamelessly fishing for a compliment. Rebecca plays along, telling him it suits him, the words feeling hollow in the tense air. But his games are just beginning, his voice turning deceptively soft as he reveals he's been thinking. He closes the distance, taking a strand of her hair while admitting he's neglected her for another woman named Alicia. His eyes glint with a predatory light as he brings her hair to his lips, suggesting they make up for lost time. Rebecca endures the touch, her mind calculating his every move as he continues the sickening charade. He leans in closer, whispering his pathetic apology, completely unaware he's walking right into her trap. He purrs that he wants to spend some quality time together, just the two of them. Rebecca flinches, a wave of revulsion washing over her that she quickly smothers. Her mind flashes to dark memories of his suffocating presence, of being trapped beneath him. Leaning in, Zeppelin gives his command, change clothes and come to his room. A short while later, her loyal maid fusses over a beautiful new gown, asking if it's perfect. The maid's reflection beams, telling Rebecca she looks breathtakingly beautiful. But Rebecca turns away from the mirror, her expression cold as she dismisses the compliment. Steeling her nerves, she approaches the heavy doors to his chambers. She pauses at the bottom of the stairs, silently reassuring herself that it will be okay. Her hand clenches the fabric of her dress, a grim reminder that she has survived this countless times before. But just as she reaches the top of the stairs, another woman intercepts her. The rival offers a saccharine compliment, telling Rebecca she looks absolutely stunning. Rebecca's mind races. This confrontation might be the exact opportunity she needs. Playing along, she calmly thanks the woman for the kind words. The rival's friendly mask slips, her eyes glinting with malice. She smugly reminds Rebecca that her position is temporary and that Zeppelin's affection will soon be hers. Rebecca's eyes harden. This is the moment to strike back. With a surprising calm, she tells the woman she can have all the affection she wants. She walks past her stunned rival, completely unfazed by the attempted power play. Then she lands the final blow. No matter what, the rival will never be the first wife, and her child will always be second. The rival's hand clenches her dress, her mind screaming that Rebecca will regret this. Her composure shatters completely into a piercing shriek of pure, humiliated rage. The commotion brings the maids running, horrified by the unfolding drama. But the rival isn't just screaming. A wicked smile forms as she subtly sticks out her foot. In the next instant, Rebecca is sent tumbling violently down the grand staircase. Yet as she falls, a strange, almost triumphant smirk plays on her own lips. She wasn't going down alone, grabbing her attacker and dragging her over the edge too. The impact is brutal, with Rebecca using her rival's body to cushion the landing. Her attacker lies unconscious and broken, paying the price for her little trick. Leaning over her, Rebecca coolly advises the woman that she should really watch her step. Rebecca leans in, a cruel smirk on her face, whispering about the little secret in her rival's belly, the woman's only real leverage. The maids finally arrive on the scene, crying out in absolute horror at what they see. They find both women in a heap on the floor, with Rebecca looking up as if in terrible pain. Just then, a cold voice cuts through the chaos from the top of the stairs. Count Zeppelin has arrived. His initial annoyance vanishes in an instant, replaced by wide-eyed shock. He sees Rebecca, battered and bleeding, and his voice cracks as he screams her name. Rushing to her side, he cradles her face, desperately demanding to know what happened to her. His rage then turns on the maids, threatening to take their heads if even a single scar remains. But Rebecca, ever the actress, weakly pleads for him not to blame her rival. She begs him for forgiveness on the other woman's behalf before collapsing dramatically into his arms. The loyal maid urges him to get Rebecca to her room as Zeppelin screams for a doctor. She gently lifts the unconscious Rebecca, carrying her away from the scene. Count Zeppelin watches them go, his fists clenched, a storm of rage brewing within him. He then turns his cold gaze upon his other wife, Alicia, his voice dripping with ice. He sneers, questioning how she dared pull such a stunt and forget her place. Terrified, she stammers that it was all just an accident, pleading her innocence. But he isn't listening. With a dismissive wave, he orders the other maids to seize her. His eyes are devoid of any warmth as he sentences her to the ominous Hall of Light. After a brief transition, we find Rebecca perfectly fine in a sunlit room. Her loyal maid tends to a fake injury, asking if she really needed to take her act so far. With a serene smile, Rebecca reflects that her injuries are a small price to pay for what she's gained. This elaborate act has bought her 2 entire months of freedom from Zeppelin. She recalls the memory that saved her. In her past life, Alicia fell down these same stairs. Back then, Alicia had successfully framed her, and she can't believe the fool tried the exact same trick again. Her loyal maid enters with a report. Zeppelin was furious and has taken Alicia away. A flicker of triumph crosses Rebecca's face. Everything is proceeding perfectly. She asks about her guest. The maid confirms the message was sent, and their visitor is expected to arrive today. Better yet, Zeppelin is playing the concerned husband, encouraging her to have guests over to lift her spirits. Rebecca scoffs at the very idea of him caring, and just then, the doors burst open. A noblewoman rushes in, her face etched with worry, demanding to know what has happened. Rebecca looks up, her face a mask of gentle welcome as she greets her mother. The noblewoman immediately launches into accusations, asking if Alicia was the one who pushed her. But Rebecca calmly denies it, painting herself as the kind soul who merely tried to help, while her mother laments her daughter's supposed naivete. A bitter thought surfaces in Rebecca's mind. For someone so worried, her mother never once reached out. She grips her dress, the old resentment burning. She knew her mother was powerless, but that doesn't stop the ache of being abandoned. Her memory drifts back to the night she found the documents that proved it all. She was sold to Zeppelin for a fortune. Then, to her wedding day, her mother's hands on her shoulders, about to impart a final, desperate warning. The advice was chilling. Never bear the Count's child, and never give him her heart. Her mother knew all along. Back in the present, her mother's worried voice calls her name, completely oblivious to the cold reality her daughter now wields. But the mother's own memory stirs. She admits to herself she had a bad feeling about Zeppelin from the very start. She recalls Zeppelin's chillingly calm declaration that he would take Rebecca as his wife. At first, her parents had refused. Their Viscount house was not of the same standing as a count's. But then, disaster struck when a massive investment failed, driving their family to the brink of ruin. And as if he'd been waiting for it, Zeppelin appeared with a mountain of money. He smugly asked if they would dare to oppose the marriage a second time. Cornered and desperate, her parents had no choice but to accept the offer. The mother even used Rebecca's supposed fondness for the Count to justify it all to herself. But now, holding her daughter's bandaged hands, she promises she won't make excuses anymore. She begs Rebecca to run away with her, to start a new, quiet life on a farm. Rebecca just stares back, her eyes cold and distant, the offer of escape coming far too late. But Rebecca cuts through the fantasy, asking if her mother could truly abandon everyone else. The question hangs in the air, leaving her mother speechless and heartbroken. She's thrown back into a memory of a happier time, of a bright and loving little girl. A single tear falls as the painful contrast between then and now becomes too much to bear. Suddenly, Rebecca looks up, completely unfazed as her loyal maid, Kana, approaches with a handkerchief. Her mother flinches, startled by the maid's presence during such a private conversation. Rebecca calmly assures her that Kana is trustworthy, taking the cloth from her hand. With cold clarity, she states that simply running away is a fool's plan that solves nothing. Instead, she proposes a new path. They will build a proper foundation and escape this wretched life together. Her method is simple, shocking, and utterly defiant. She will divorce him. Her mother is left speechless, the word divorce echoing in the quiet room. But Rebecca's plan is far bolder. She'll divorce her husband and remarry Duke Johannes. She warns her mother that for now, this must be a secret between them, especially from her father. Her mother sees the steely determination in Rebecca's eyes, a look she knows always precedes victory. Trusting her daughter's resolve, she agrees to the plan and asks what part she has to play. With a confident smile, Rebecca proposes their first step, starting a business together. Later that night, she sits alone, bathed in moonlight, reflecting on the path ahead. Her loyal maid, Kana, approaches, sensing that she must be feeling suffocated. Rebecca admits that being confined to her bed has become utterly unbearable. Kana suggests a walk, but Rebecca knows it's impossible with her injuries and Zeppelin's watchful eye. But Kana has a solution, her expression hardening with resolve. In a flash, she sweeps Rebecca up, holding her bridal style. Completely caught off guard, Rebecca can only stammer out her maid's name. Kana reassures her that she's already checked, the hounds aren't roaming at this hour. With a firm step toward the open balcony, she leaps into the night air without a moment's hesitation. They land softly on the grounds below, away from any prying eyes. Looking up at her lady, Kana declares that for now, she will be her legs. Rebecca is visibly moved, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. With a destination in mind, she asks to be taken to the lilac garden. Kana carries her lady gracefully through the fragrant, moonlit garden. Cradled in her maid's arms, Rebecca finally asks why she hasn't questioned her. Specifically, about the difficult conversation she had with her mother earlier. Kana continues walking, her response both simple and absolute. She explains that it's because she believes in her lady, vowing to follow her anywhere. Rebecca is visibly stunned, completely overwhelmed by such unconditional loyalty. Her faithful maid carries on without another word, her purpose clear. Spotting a quiet place among the flowers, she suggests they rest for a while. She gently sets Rebecca down on a stone bench, ever so careful. Her expression is one of pure, unwavering dedication to the woman she serves. But their quiet moment is cut short as Kana senses another presence in the garden. A cloaked man steps out from the shadows, his approach deliberate. Kana immediately challenges him, but the man feigns innocence, claiming he's just out for a walk. He tries to pass himself off as a loyal servant, but his excuse is weak. Rebecca, however, is not a fool and cuts right through his flimsy cover story. She reveals she's well aware that all the servants have been ordered to watch her. To his surprise, she shows no anger, simply acknowledging he's following orders. With a warm smile, she invites him to stay, admitting she's wanted to talk with him. Completely thrown off, the man, Crowley, asks her to please call him Robert instead. Rebecca's expression softens with understanding as she reflects on the cruel nature of blood ties. She sees right through him, noting the tragic irony of his life. Stunned, Robert demands to know just how much she has figured out. Rebecca reveals she knows his family's connection to the Kadir religion and that they are completely in Zeppelin's grasp. But she isn't finished. There's one more thing he needs to hear. Looking at him with absolute certainty, she declares that she is going to save him. Her mind flashes back to her past life, where Zeppelin murdered Robert under a false pretense. She recalls his funeral, where his grieving family made an appearance. On their foreheads, she had seen the distinct tattoos of an owl's eyes. This was the undeniable proof that they were followers of the Qadir religion. And now, it all makes sense. The scar on Robert's forehead is clearly meant to hide that very same mark. Rebecca explains she learned of the persecuted Qadir religion from her father long ago. Their owl tattoo became a symbol of misfortune, giving Zeppelin the perfect tool for blackmail. Robert can only let out a mocking laugh, finding her offer ridiculous. The idea that she, Lady Rebecca, could possibly be his savior is just absurd to him. But her maid Kana suddenly steps in, shielding her lady from his disrespectful gaze. Rebecca calmly waves her off, admitting she doesn't look particularly trustworthy right now. Instead, she asks for a pen and paper, quickly jotting down a note. With a steady gaze, she hands the folded paper over to him. He takes it, completely baffled as to what this could possibly be. She reveals it's a clue to find his family, and an offer to help him finally protect them. Robert scoffs, dismissing her offer as a clumsy attempt at making threats he's all too familiar with. Unfazed, Rebecca simply holds the note out to him, her expression firm as she tells him to take it. His gloved hand meets hers, and he reluctantly accepts the folded piece of paper. He immediately questions her logic, wondering aloud why she would risk giving him this information first. Rebecca's answer is disarmingly simple. She trusts him because he's a follower of the Qadir religion. He points to a scar by his eye, revealing he tore off his religious tattoo and abandoned that faith years ago. But a knowing smile plays on her lips. His past faith isn't the real reason she trusts him. She recalls the moments he secretly helped her, framing this not as a deal, but as repayment for his kindness. Completely thrown off by her sincerity, all he can do is ask if she's truly okay with this risk. Then she plays her final card, asking if he can really bear to watch the cruel Count Zeppelin live happily. Her voice trembles with conviction. She absolutely cannot let that man find happiness. With burning intensity, she reaches out, proposing they join forces to completely destroy him. Her words strike a chord, forcing him to remember the smug face of the Count who kept him in darkness. For years, he had accepted his fate, believing there was no escape from that monster's grasp. But the idea of not just escaping, but actively seeking revenge, was a path he'd never imagined. A profound decision settles in his eyes as a new, dangerous hope takes root. In a gesture of complete surrender and fealty, the former spy kneels before her. He takes her bandaged hand and presses his lips to it, sealing his vow. Looking up with unwavering resolve, he pledges his loyalty to her from this day forward. He only needs her command, and she gives him his first mission, to find the Count's hunting dogs. With her new agent dispatched, the first moves of Rebecca's grand counterattack are set in motion. Days later, in the solitude of her room, the first report arrives. She quickly flips through the pages, absorbing the intel Robert has gathered. The information on the Count's lackeys is impressive, but she notices a crucial piece is missing. Her focus narrows to the one person not on the list, the headmaid, Grace Duncan, a woman who has served the estate since the previous Count, a true remnant of House Devonshire. Rebecca knows this makes Grace the most important target, but also the most difficult. Unlike the others, the headmaid isn't being blackmailed and has no family to use as leverage. Her loyalty is to the Devonshire name itself, not the monster currently running the house. Rebecca realizes that for her revenge to succeed, she must win Grace to her side at any cost. With the information now committed to memory, Rebecca orders Kana to destroy all evidence of their spy work. The loyal maid takes the documents, ready to carry out the order without a moment's hesitation. She then confirms the Count is away, giving Rebecca the perfect window to make her next move. Pushing past the pain in her bandaged foot, she begins to rise from her bed. A determined glint in her eyes, she announces she's stepping out, a new scheme already underway. Elsewhere on the estate grounds, the formidable headmaid Grace scolds two servants for slacking. She clicks her tongue, utterly unimpressed by the poor quality of their work. Her sharp, discerning eyes miss absolutely nothing that happens within these walls. And just then, she spots Kana heading towards the male servants' quarters, a highly unusual route for her. The image of a flustered Kana carrying a laundry basket immediately raises the headmaid's suspicions. Grace initially dismisses her concerns, figuring Kana isn't one to cause trouble. She turns away, ready to put the strange incident out of her mind. But a flash of blonde hair in an upstairs window suddenly catches her eye. It's Lady Rebecca, looking out from her room when she should be resting. The headmaid's eyes narrow instantly. Her instincts are screaming that something is wrong. A chilling realization dawns on her all the day's oddities might be connected to the lady herself. Meanwhile, Rebecca has already slipped away to a secluded part of the garden. She moves towards a secret passage hidden behind a wall of thick ivy. Waiting for her is Robert, presenting the item she requested. Rebecca accepts it with a confident smirk, her plan proceeding without a hitch. She praises her accomplice, He's found the perfect disguise for her escape. A quick flashback shows her delight in the comfortable boy's attire, much to Robert's stoic disapproval. He urges her to be quick, reminding her that the Count could return at any time. Meanwhile, her alibi is perfect, the sickly lady, resting peacefully in her bed. Robert gives one last warning. Avoid the headmaid and the Count's other hunting dogs. With a final, grateful smile, Rebecca turns and disappears into the darkness. A short while later, she's riding away in a simple cart, leaving her gilded cage behind. She breathes in the air of freedom, marveling at how small the once imposing estate now seems. The cart finally rumbles to a stop, announcing they've arrived. Hopping down, she thanks the driver for the ride and politely asks for his name. The driver kindly introduces himself as Adolf, inviting her to his coffee shop in the town square. With a final thank you, Rebecca watches the cart disappear. Now truly on her own, she turns to face her destination, only to be greeted by a blunt "Do Not Disturb" sign. Below it, a much more threatening warning promises terrible consequences for any who interfere. The building itself is isolated, nestled amongst the trees, clearly designed for solitude. A nearby signpost confirms it's Eustaph's botanical laboratory, and she can't help but smirk at the dramatic warnings. This is the home of Eustaff McFinn, the legendary eccentric who discovered the effects of the Devil's Claw. Rebecca remembers how even her father, Count Zeppelin, failed to recruit the man, unable to find any weakness to exploit. Taking a steadying breath, she ignores the signs and knocks firmly on the heavy wooden door. She waits, her expression a mix of determination and anxiety, hoping the reclusive genius will answer. Getting no answer, she pounds on the door again, desperately calling out for Mr. McFinn. The door flies open, revealing a furious researcher who demands she read the sign and get lost. Thrown back, Rebecca coughs, the air thick with the acrid smell of smoke. The source is Eustaff himself, puffing on a cigar as he glares at her with utter contempt. She ignores his hostility, calmly stating she's come with a business proposal. He scoffs, immediately assuming she's another lackey sent by her father to exploit his work. Ranting about greedy nobles, he slams the door shut, leaving her outside once more. But Rebecca plays her trump card, casually mentioning the gift she brought: fresh spring potatoes from Montferrat. The door swings open instantly, the researcher's eyes wide with a look of pure, unadulterated craving. He immediately invites her in, leading her into his private laboratory filled with books and plants. Inside, the room is a veritable greenhouse, overflowing with books and rare plants. Eustaff happily munches on the potato, ecstatic to find one that hasn't been ruined by modern modifications. Rebecca watches him, half amused by his eccentric passion, waiting for the right moment. Her eyes land on his research, confirming he is indeed studying the Devil's Claw. With his potato craving satisfied for now, he settles in and asks about her proposal. She opens by pointing out his obvious interest in the cursed plant, which catches him by surprise. But instead of pushing, she pivots, commenting on the poor condition of one of his nearby specimens. She points to the mottled spots on a leaf, diagnosing an issue with the room's temperature. Eustaph's expression sours, convinced her father has now sent a botanical expert just to scold him. But Rebecca calmly denies any connection, leaving him to wonder who this knowledgeable boy really is. Eustaff narrows his eyes, demanding to know exactly what this strange boy is implying. But Rebecca simply smiles, dismissing his concern. Her identity is irrelevant, next to what she can offer. She starts by promising a massive greenhouse, a proposal he scoffs at, having heard it all before. Then she drops the bombshell. She'll build it for him in Montferrat. The impossible location makes him freeze, his cynical facade cracking as he processes the words. Now that she has his full attention, Rebecca leans in with a smug grin, asking if he's finally ready to listen. The scene cuts away, where a stern instructor with piercing yellow eyes begins a simple lesson. She directs a young student named Arzin to approach a crystal orb and infuse it with her mana. The moment Arzin touches it, the orb flares to life, ancient runes glowing from within its core. A brilliant pillar of light erupts from the crystal as the girl stares in utter shock at her own immense power. The instructor explains the first test: mana refinement, a quality check graded from 1 to 10. The orb flashes, revealing Arzin's score is a level 4, an excellent result above last year's average. The young girl positively beams, overjoyed by the unexpected praise. Next up is mana capacity, and Arzin pours her energy into the orb with fierce determination. Her capacity registers at level 17, another score that slightly surpasses the previous year's average. With a rare, satisfied smile, the instructor remarks that Arzin's diligence is clear to see. Hearing that her teacher is proud of her, Arzin is left stunned and visibly moved. Zane watches from the side, already seeing her future as a top student laid out before him. Her evaluation complete, The instructor dismisses herself, leaving the assistant to handle the rest. As the other students murmur, Zane focuses inward, reminded that he's still stuck on his own refinement. A classmate turns to Zane, suggesting it's their turn for the measurement. Zane just looks on, unimpressed. But before they can move, a wave of shock ripples through the other students. Another prodigy steps up, and his numbers are just absurd, a refinement level of 6. With a mana capacity of 20, he completely shatters the average scores, leaving everyone stunned. The stunned assistant asks for his name, and the silver-haired student announces it for all to hear. Furion de Denai. Zane immediately recognizes the prestigious family name, internally mocking the kid for being such a show-off. The assistant practically fawns over him, gushing that such excellent numbers are expected from a noble house. Furion smirks, soaking in the praise, even as the assistant notes his capacity is a bit low for that refinement level. All the commotion finally wakes the student sleeping next to Zane, who stretches with a loud, oblivious yawn. It's Damien, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and asking what's going on, completely missing the spectacle. Suddenly wide awake, Damien shoots up with childish glee, yelling that he wants to take the test too. Zane can only facepalm, mortified by his friend's complete lack of subtlety. As they approach, the crowd starts whispering, recognizing Zane as the one who beat Hickster, but wondering who this new loudmouth is. Zane grits his teeth, annoyed that his reputation is being built on a fistfight, even if he did enjoy it. The assistant instructor, however, eagerly welcomes the young master, inviting him to step right up. Damien calmly approaches the glowing crystal, confirming that all he has to do is pour his mana into it. The moment his hand touches the orb, a violent surge of blue energy explodes outwards, blinding everyone. Zane and the other students can only stare in disbelief, their minds struggling to process what's happening. Even Furion, the smug prodigy from before, is frozen in terror, his eyes wide with the realization that he's looking at a monster. The results materialize in a brilliant column of light. Refinement level 9 and a capacity of 87, numbers so absurd they must be an error. Damien smirks, thinking this is how ordinary people should react when faced with a true genius. Furion is left staring at a wall of power so immense it completely shatters his reality. While Zane knew Damien was talented, even he is shocked by this monstrous display. He finally understands. Damien isn't just gifted, he's a monster born from a lineage of them. Zane reflects on his past life, realizing that if Damien had ever applied himself, the world would have been different. This time, he resolves to nurture that power, making Damien a thorn in the side of his true enemy, Deculan. The assistant instructor finally recovers, praising Damien but reminding him that mana isn't everything. Damien, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, just beams and agrees enthusiastically. He then bounds over to Zane, cheerfully insisting that it's his friend's turn to be measured next. Zane's expression darkens, not at all thrilled to be put on the spot after such a spectacle. Zane knows every single eye in the room is now fixed on him. Hez the mysterious commoner who beat a noble, and they're all desperate to see his true power. With a quiet confidence, he steps up to the measurement device, ready to give it a try. The instructor asks his name, and he coolly introduces himself as Aster, keeping his composure. His plan is simple. Aim for a perfectly mediocre score to avoid any unwanted attention. He begins to carefully shape his mana, channeling what he believes is a suitable, unremarkable amount. But his eyes widen in sudden panic as he realizes the machine's baseline is set absurdly low. It's too late to stop it. The energy surges from his hand in a brilliant pillar of light. The crystal flares to life, locking in at a refinement level of 10 already far higher than he intended. But then, the number glitches and the device screams red, flashing a critical error. Limit exceeded. While the room is silent with shock, one student, Henzi von Blandor, absolutely loses his mind with excitement. The instructor, however, quickly dismisses it as a machine error, and Zane eagerly agrees to a retest. But another student, Damien, isn't buying it for a second, his expression turning cold and sharp. With a sinister smile, he declares that he knows the first result was the truth. The instructor ignores him, nervously resetting the device and inviting Zane to try one more time. This time, Zane successfully throttles his power, producing a pathetically average score of 3 out of 15. He inwardly sighs in relief, congratulating himself on finally managing to appear mediocre. His calm is immediately shattered by Damien's voice, calling out his blatant deception. Zane turns, genuinely surprised by the boy's crude language and confrontational tone. Damien's eyes glow with intensity as he explains that he knows what lies look like. And this result is a prime example. Zane breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this loudmouth kid has seen right through him. The scene shifts, as golden light bathes the towering spires of the Magic Academy. Inside the esteemed First Magic Hall, Other figures are at work. A stern-looking instructor with fiery orange hair gazes out of her office window. Her expression is sharp, her golden eyes missing nothing as she surveys the grounds. She finds herself contemplating the recent attack on another professor, an odd affair she can't quite piece together, but she dismisses the thought, deciding it's not her problem to solve. Just then, her assistant, a young man named Yorbi, enters her office. He dutifully hands over a report containing the data from the students' mana level tests. She begins to flip through the pages, noting the overall talent but scoffing at one particular student's disappointing score. She glances over Damien's file, noting he's considered the greatest talent in the Blandor family's history. But as she continues, her eyes suddenly widen in surprise. She's come across Aster's report, which mentions a retest due to an initial error. Reading closer, she realizes the error code meant his score didn't just fail, it exceeded the baseline entirely. The instructor's expression hardens. This Astra is now someone she absolutely has to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, the boys themselves are in a heated, if one-sided, rivalry, with Zane declaring only he gets to be that arrogant. The scene shifts to their project, a magnificent dragon sculpted entirely from shimmering blue mana. Damien, its creator, turns to Zane with an intense gaze, asking if the construct is good enough. Zane calmly assesses the work, giving a simple nod of approval. He thinks it should work just fine. He then leans in, suggesting they make it more dynamic, like it's about to roar, taking the lead on their group assignment. The ponytail student is completely floored, realizing Zane made the complex mana construct look cooler with effortless ease. Damien marvels at the dragon, thinking how Zane treats this advanced mana control test like a mere toy. His classmate spirals, laughing at his own inadequacy and deciding he's nothing more than trash in comparison. Zane simply glances over, telling him to accept reality and move forward because there's nothing else to be done. Damien then turns to Zane, unexpectedly calling him a friend and catching him completely off guard. With a blindingly genuine smile, he declares that he's truly glad he came to this academy. Zane freezes for a moment, his eyes wide with surprise at the sudden, heartfelt confession. His expression softens into a slight smile, and he calmly agrees that he's glad to hear it. The sun shines brightly on the academy, a place where these unlikely bonds are starting to form. And elsewhere, a much older, more imposing version of Zane looks on with cold, calculating eyes. This is Callahan's old subspace pouch, and its secrets are about to be revealed. Zane reflects that for a master of magic, its security lock was a triviality. Still, working in secret without proper tools dragged the one-week job into a full month. And that was on top of dissolving the Blando family's elixir and absorbing academy knowledge. But now, the time for patience is over. With a crackle of mana, he shatters the seal. He reaches inside, ready to see what kind of treasures the man was hiding. The first item he retrieves is a simple potion. The next is a large, ornate cloak, which he immediately realizes he can't use. Then, his hand closes around something far more promising, a protection artifact. He channels his energy into it, and a powerful defensive aura flares to life, earning his approval. But there's one more thing he's looking for, and after a moment of searching, he finds it. He pulls out Deculan's secret grimoire, a book of red fire, the very power Faren von Deculan evolved into a terrifying blue flame. He knows mastering this level of magic won't happen overnight, so he resolves to be patient. Then, a sudden realization hits him there's somewhere he needs to be. The scene shifts to the academy, where students from every class are gathering for the midterm performance evaluation. Damien is practically bouncing with excitement over the massive crowd. A classmate sidles up to Zane, eager to share some fresh gossip. He whispers that this year's evaluation is rumored to be a canyon breakthrough, a secret he heard from some upperclassmen. Zane considers this, recalling that the practical exam has three potential, very different formats. The first is the trial of the ordeal, a grueling test of survival through a maze-like sewer. The second option is the canyon breakthrough, a chaotic, first-come, first-served race to the finish line. And the third is the simulator, a straightforward sparring match against a person or a monster. But to Zane, it doesn't matter which event it is. His goal is simply to pass without any complications. The freckled student, however, is already spiraling, frantically planning his strategy for the canyon breakthrough. Suddenly, a sharp command for silence cuts through the anxious murmurs of the crowd. A new figure with long, flowing dark hair makes his presence known. He introduces himself as Professor Farlan, the instructor who will be supervising their evaluation. A flicker of recognition crosses Zane's face, who smirks, noting the professor's dark circles are worse than ever. Professor Farlan stands before the assembled students, officially beginning the midterm performance evaluation. With a dramatic pause, he prepares to announce the challenge that awaits them all. And the challenge is revealed. The Trial of the Ordeal, a name that sends a jolt of pure dread through the freckled student. In an instant, his entire strategy collapses, and he can only stare in disbelief while Damien watches from the side, completely unfazed. Professor Farlin, ignoring the rising panic, calmly begins to lay out the rules of the test. He snaps his fingers, emphasizing that the objective itself is deceptively simple. The students will have to navigate a massive, maze-like structure, but he assures them that all paths eventually lead to the goal. A wave of relief washes over the freckled student, who thinks it sounds much easier than he feared. Zane, however, knows there's a catch. Farlin continues, stating that a simple maze would be pointless, and with a surge of mana, he summons a towering crystalline golem. The freckled student's relief turns to sheer horror, his mind reeling at the sight of a golem in a mere performance evaluation. As he begins to lose it, Zane shoots him a look, a silent warning to keep his mouth shut. Farlin explains that while the golem is tough, its core has been exposed and its durability lowered, making it just barely beatable for them. The students immediately start to panic, realizing they'll be trapped in the maze's narrow corridors. But Professor Farlin just looks on, completely unimpressed by their pathetic lack of composure. He reflects that a pampered environment is their real weakness, unlike those forged in hardship. Still, his crimson eyes scan the crowd, noticing a few who stand out from the rest. He sees fierce determination in some, but dismisses Damien entirely as having no ambition at all. With his private assessment complete, he prepares to continue the briefing. He silences the murmuring crowd, cutting through their chatter with a single word. The golems, he explains, will simply act as gatekeepers along the route. To manage the danger, each of them will be issued a special test bracelet. It projects a protective force field, and if that field breaks, they are immediately eliminated. The students flinch, the true weight of the test suddenly sinking in. Seeing their pathetic response, Professor Farlin decides to add a little incentive. With a devilish grin, he challenges them to show him something truly impressive, beyond just speed or numbers. And just like that, Zane's interest is piqued. A personal reward is exactly what he needs. His mind flashes back to his ultimate goal, gaining access to the legendary Lapidar library. He remembers searching the lower levels for clues about the stigma, only to find no grimoires of use. The upper floors, where the real answers lie, are locked away, accessible only to the absolute elite. This reward, he realizes, is his one and only shortcut to bypass those restrictions. A confident smirk spreads across his face, for he's already memorized the key to victory. As the briefing ends, the professor dismisses them to prepare for the evaluation ahead. The moment they're dismissed, the students swarm the assistant professor, desperately begging for last-minute supplies. A fire mage asks for bomb flowers and ignition stones but is immediately denied for trying to cheese the test. Another student tries asking for a golem controller, only for that shortcut to be shut down just as fast. Zane watches the utter mess with a cool disdain, thinking they look more like street thugs than elite mages. But then he spots Damien calmly asking another student for a handful of vine seeds. With a manic grin, Damien proves he can use plant magic despite having no attribute, sprouting a small plant from the ground. The freckled student, completely baffled by this display, hands over a pouch of seeds. Hess left sweating and dumbfounded, trying to process his eccentric classmate's strange request. Zane takes note, realizing even the class clown is preparing in his own way, and briefly wonders about another student's potential. Just then, the professor steps forward, announcing that it's time to assign everyone their starting positions. With a flash of light, the students are transported to their designated starting points. Zane finds himself before a massive, glowing map of the labyrinth, assigned to starting point 3. He checks on his friends, noting Damien and others are all at different entry points, wishing each other luck from afar. Now, standing with his new group, Zane feels a familiar awkwardness, surrounded by 6 faces he doesn't even know. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, asking if he is Aster. He turns to face a student with an incredibly punchable, arrogant smirk, flanked by 2 lackeys. The student introduces himself as Devi, mentioning he's heard of Aster's skills and has a proposition. With a greedy glint in his eye, he reveals his plan. He wants to buy the bracelets of anyone who fails the test. He offers a staggering 30 gold per bracelet and asks Zane to help him take out the other 3 students for a total of 90 gold. Zane is taken aback. That's a commoner's monthly income for a single bracelet, a truly tempting but dirty offer. Dive continues his condescending pitch, telling Zane that Faren's protection won't last forever. Zane listens with a blank expression, internally admitting that the rich kid has a point about self-reliance. He muses that while others might call it cowardly, these guys are simply weaponizing what they have, their immense wealth. But as he considers the offer, a single question comes to mind. He interrupts Divi, whose first instinct is to raise the price to 35 gold. Zane calmly holds up his fingers, pointing out the other 3 students in their starting group. He then turns his hand right back at Dive and his lackeys, reminding them that there are 6 students in total here. With a sharp, piercing gaze, he asks why they're leaving the price on their own heads out of the calculation, doing the math for them. The trio's confident smirks vanish, replaced by utter, slack-jawed disbelief. Dive seethes, wondering if this peasant knows his place. This is some kind of loan shark logic. Zane just flashes a predatory grin, watching as Dive ups the offer to 40 gold and calmly recalculating the new, much higher total. Dive scoffs, convinced this commoner is just an insane, greedy fool trying to extort him. He smugly assumes Zane's greed will be his own undoing, concluding he's just wasted his time on a savage. Dismissing him as a mad dog, Dive decides he'll simply have to find another way to handle things. But as Zane turns to leave, he declares the negotiation over, reminding them they still owe him for their own bracelets. Dive is utterly blindsided by this logic, as Zane points out that the passengers still have to pay their fare. With a predatory grin, he demands payment in full, 120 gold. At that, something inside Dive's lackeys finally snaps. One of them explodes, screaming at the filthy lowlife who doesn't know his place. He furiously defends Dive's honor, boasting that his boss' distant ancestor was a baron. The other lackey tries to charge forward, vowing to teach Zane a lesson, but Dive holds him back. But Dive's face contorts with rage, ordering his men to stand down and not embarrass him any further. Swallowing his pride, he agrees to pay, reminding himself that this humiliation is a small price for a future deal. Zane mocks his opponent's supposed nobility, as Dive pulls out a pouch of gold. Hearing this, Zane's grin widens. Since Dive is so distinguished, the price has just doubled to 160 gold. Defeated, Dive can only grit his teeth and drop the coins into Zane's waiting hand. But as the gold changes hands, he issues a chilling promise. He'll show Zane just how miserable a life that money can buy. Just then, an announcement cuts through the air as a magic circle activates, signaling the start of the evaluation. The rules are simple. Everyone has a shield bracelet, and they are eliminated if its protective field is broken. The shield activates against any physical or mana-infused attack, and once it shatters, the wearer is safely teleported away. The students listen intently, the gravity of the survival test finally setting in. A determined female student stares ahead, the tension of the exam written on her face. Zane, on the other hand, looks completely unimpressed, as if this is all beneath him. Dive can only shoot daggers with his eyes, his earlier threats now feeling hollow. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the proctors settle in to monitor the test. Professor Faren takes a quiet sip from his mug and with a single word, begins the evaluation. The students are instantly teleported to the testing grounds as the system begins recording their every move. Faren calmly observes the holographic displays, taking note of the students' starting positions. Suddenly, his subordinates cry out in a panic one of the feeds has completely vanished. But the professor remains unfazed, confirming he inspected the equipment himself. The trembling proctor reveals the missing student is at starting point 3, and is immediately punished for his failure. The rules are simple. Attack your opponent until their protective force field breaks. Zane listens with a look of utter boredom, having heard it all before. Dive and his lackeys, on the other hand, listen with grim determination. With a final, serene sip from his mug, Professor Faren declares the test has begun. In an instant, pillars of light envelop the students, warping them to the testing grounds. The teleportation completes, dropping Zane right into the middle of his new fan club. He casually forms a ball of mana, ready to greet his valued customers. He can feel the collective hatred practically drilling into the back of his skull. The entire group instantly powers up, their spells aimed squarely at him. Dive leads the charge with a manic grin, ready to wipe that arrogant smirk off Zane's face. A storm of elemental magic rains down, intent on blasting Zane into oblivion, but his eyes just glow with cold calculation. He knows getting hit means elimination. His strategy is brutally simple. Dodge and strike, and the bodies are already dropping. He withdraws his mana shield for pure speed, planting his fist squarely in a bully's face. What follows is less of a fight, and more of a one-sided, systematic dismantling. In mere seconds, he stands alone amidst a field of unconscious students. He looms over one poor soul, calmly calculating an arrogance fine for their trouble. A heavy silence falls over the testing ground, punctuated only by groans. But one student is still conscious, trembling not from pain, but from pure, unadulterated rage. It's Dive, his face bruised and his pride shattered, seething at his humiliating defeat. He cuts off Dive's furious screaming with a single, dismissive strike. Then he calmly collects the bracelet, noting it was hard to control his strength without Damien. He has to make sure no one confuses the perpetrator with the victim, and he's obviously the victim. With 6 bracelets now tucked away, he pauses to consider his next move. He recalls the true goal, earning enough recommendations for the professor's special reward. His gaze drifts to the hall's support pillars, a destructive thought crossing his mind, but he quickly dismisses the idea of making an enemy out of the entire continent. Deciding it's better to just keep moving, he stands up and stretches. A stray thought pops into his head as he gets ready to leave. He wonders how the proctors are reacting, and sure enough, they're in full-blown panic mode. The proctors can only watch in horror, screaming that at this rate, everyone will be eliminated. But the cause of the chaos, Damien, simply grins, refusing to let anyone pass his vine-wrapped golem. Students desperately try to fight back, but their magic is completely nullified by the strange vines. With a heavy step, the golem crushes another seed, spawning even more magical thorns. One student is thrown to the floor, completely overwhelmed by the assault. Another can only sit in stunned terror, his mind blanking from the sheer pressure. The golem lets out a monstrous roar, its power growing with every passing moment. A freckled student tries to be the voice of reason, begging everyone to stop fighting. Her plea is met with a furious attack, as another student demands she surrender her bracelet. Meanwhile, the determined student's team is falling apart, her orders met with fear and distrust. She makes a decision, knowing she can't trust anyone to watch her back. Springing from her cover, she makes a break for it. Her only goal is to pass the test. She tells herself not to get greedy. But as she runs, a sudden jolt stops her dead in her tracks. She looks down in horror as her bracelet crackles with red energy, shattering. The awful truth sinks in: she's been eliminated without even seeing the attack. Defeated, she sits down, ready to be teleported out of the exam at any second. She waits, but nothing happens. The transport magic isn't activating. Utterly confused, she looks up as a voice echoes from somewhere above. A sinister greeting booms through the area, and she realizes with dawning terror that this is no proctor. The voice claims that while the students may not know who they are, the person they're targeting certainly does. Their message is delivered brutally, as a stone golem grabs a terrified student by the neck. From the shadows, Damien watches with cold eyes, quickly understanding this is no part of the exam. The golem, wrapped in thorny vines, is simply an enforcer for a very deadly declaration. In this place, on this day, all students will die for the sin of displeasing the Great One. Back in the control room, the proctors are in chaos as the entire system goes dark. The senior instructor slams his desk, cutting through the panic with a sharp command. He orders his subordinate to stop wasting time and go get the professors, especially Professor Felina. Meanwhile, the mastermind of this invasion seethes with rage, realizing some of their forces have already been taken down. But across the vast testing grounds, the real battle has only just begun. One of the stone golems slumps over, crackling with residual lightning. Zane runs a hand through his hair, letting out a sigh of pure annoyance. Because for everyone he takes down, more activate, their red eyes glowing in the dark. And soon, he finds himself standing against an entire army of the constructs. But he's not intimidated, slicing through them with clean, powerful arcs of blue magic. He takes a moment to process, realizing it's been 10 minutes since the attack began. These golems are wrong. They're supposed to be slow, but they're moving with terrifying speed. What's more, they aren't just roaming, they're actively tracking and swarming his exact position. He leaps back, finally understanding. Someone has hacked the control system itself. A cold, confident smirk spreads across his face. They have no idea who they're messing with. He vows to crush every last one of them, unleashing a storm of crackling blue magic. Elsewhere, another student trudges through the empty streets, completely broken. He regrets not getting eliminated sooner, convinced he's about to die here all alone. Suddenly, he hears footsteps and his head snaps up in surprise. A lone figure is walking steadily towards him through the gloom. Another survivor? As the person gets closer, the student's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. A wave of pure relief washes over him as he starts to call out the name Aster, but his joy chokes in his throat when he sees the massive golem chasing right behind him. Zane doesn't even slow down, grabbing the terrified student with a single, urgent command to run. Because it wasn't just one, it's an entire horde, and now they're both on the menu. Zane glances back, noting the student's pathetic stamina. At this rate, they're both dead. It's time for Plan B. He calls out to the student, Chenbi, demanding he hand over his bracelet, leaving the boy utterly confused. Zane explains that the golem's detection range isn't wide enough to track them this relentlessly. Something else must be at play, and he realizes the bracelets are acting like alarm bells, pinging their location. Chenbi panics, asking what will happen to Aster, but Zane is already giving orders. Take the bracelet and find Damien. He then adds a crucial point: Chenbi has a family waiting for him. The words strike a deep chord, and Chenbi freezes, understanding that Zane is creating a chance for him to live. Memories of his family's voices echo in his mind, the encouragement, the promises he made. His fear hardens into a steely resolve, a single bead of sweat tracing the line of his jaw. Clutching the bracelet, Chenbi screams back with tear-filled eyes, demanding that Zane survive so they can meet again. With a confident smirk, Zane simply acknowledges the plea. He already knows he has to survive. Chenbi sprints away, his mind screaming that he has to live as the golems close in on his friend. But his thoughts drift to his family, to the grimoire they bought instead of food, the future they sacrificed. He feels the weight of that debt, something he knows he must one day repay. His mother's voice echoes in his memory, calling him their pride and joy, and the words hit him like a physical blow. He skids to a halt, his mind racing. Is he, this indecisive and cowardly person, truly someone to be proud of? Looking back at Zane's unyielding silhouette, Chenbi feels utterly insignificant. But the thought of earning that pride by abandoning a friend makes his stomach turn. No, absolutely not. With a firm stomp, he makes his choice, refusing to be crushed by guilt any longer. As insignificant as he feels, he readies his hands, resolving to never run away again. With newfound fire in his eyes, Chenbi roars that he will absolutely never give up. He decides to use the greatest magic he knows, gathering every last bit of his power. His mind flashes back to the one who awakened his talent, the master who left him this very spell. Desperately, he begs for the magic to work, pouring his entire will into the casting. A golden magic circle materializes before him, intricate and powerful. He calls out its grand name Astur, a technique modeled after a cavalry spear that pierces all. Elsewhere, Devay looks back, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. A colossal torrent of golden energy explodes outwards, tearing through the arena. The spell unleashes a blinding storm of light and raw magical force. Devay is left stunned, realizing the spell didn't just break the rock, but changed its very substance. Zane observes the aftermath, knowing that changing a substance's very form is an incredibly difficult feat. He realizes this is a level of magic far beyond Chenbi's capabilities, a dangerous surge of power emanating from him. As the backlash hits, Chenbi's body gives out, but Zane moves in a flash to catch him before he hits the ground. Gently holding his comrade, Zane calls out his name, trying to keep him conscious. Chenbi manages a weak, bloody smile, explaining his master gave him the spell, and joking about its grand name. Zane looks down at him, admitting the name isn't entirely ungrand, though perhaps a bit much. He tells the boy that the power of a spell ultimately depends on the one who wields it. With a soft touch, he corrects him, revealing the spell's true name is Astur. He then orders Chenbi to stop acting like he's about to die and forces a potent healing potion down his throat. As Chenbi marvels at his instantly healed body, Zane contemplates his next move, unable to take him along but unwilling to leave him behind. With Chenbi safe for now, Zane closes his eyes, focusing his power. His blue lightning surges forth, instantly mapping the entire labyrinth. He gives the bewildered Chenbi precise directions to find the other students, but Zane has no intention of following him. He sensed something far more important, a strange, corrupted mana flow. It feels familiar, but it's not from the Declans, and he knows he must investigate. Leaving his comrade behind, Zane sprints off into the depths of the maze. The unsettling feeling grows stronger, a nagging memory from his past life. It's not a memory of the Declans, but something else he once brushed past. And then, a jolt of recognition hits him as he realizes exactly what this is. This overwhelming, corrupted presence, it's a gateway to the demon realm. A cold, knowing smirk spreads across Zane's face. No wonder it felt so familiar. The very walls of the maze begin to warp and groan under the demonic influence. And from the shadows, nightmarish beasts begin to crawl forth, things not seen for centuries. Zane's eyes glow with a chilling intensity. He knows exactly who is behind this. The name surfaces in his memory, along with a face twisted in a manic grin. Pryzen. Elsewhere, in the trial's control room, that same madman celebrates his grand success. Pryzen is ecstatic, having perfectly manifested the demon realm right inside the academy. He gazes down at his gauntlet, the ancient artifact that made all of this possible. With its power, he seized control and unleashed a beautiful, chaotic corruption upon the test. A cloaked figure steps from the shadows, questioning whether Pryzen's chaotic success was even done properly. But Pryzen just flashes a smug grin, reminding his partner that the miasma alone fulfills their contract. The masked man doesn't care for the specifics. All that matters to him is the utter destruction of the academy. He glares down at the cultist, warning him to never speak his family's name again if he wants to keep living. Pryzen, however, is completely unfazed, inwardly mocking the man as a powerless coward hiding behind his family name. He knows he just has to tolerate this fool until the contract is finished and he gets the lab he was promised. Besides, manifesting the demon realm fulfills the grand wish of his cult, the Forbidden Magic Society, salvation. Suddenly, his accomplice cuts in a student is approaching the core control room. Pryzen's eyes widen with manic glee, thrilled that their first test subject has finally appeared. He turns to his confused partner with a wicked smile, eager to see how this new variable plays out. From his control room, Pryzen muses on the fate of anyone trapped in this much demonic energy. For a regular person, it's a death sentence, but for a mana wielder, it's a far more twisted fate, a forced, monstrous transformation. He watches his monitor with a sick fascination, eager to see what this trapped student will do. The display shows Zane's predicament perfectly, golems blocking his retreat and demon beasts materializing before him. But Zane isn't panicking. He calmly accepts that the only path is forward. A sharp, intense glint fills his eyes, his focus unbroken by the surrounding miasma. This unexpected calm catches Pryzen completely off guard, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Because Zane isn't afraid, in fact, a confident smirk is starting to form. Hez not just facing the threat, Hez welcoming it. He's more than ready for whatever they can throw at him. And just like that, Pryzen's smug grin vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock. He turns to his masked accomplice, desperately asking if he recognizes this kid, but gets nothing. The question burns in his mind. How could this nobody possibly know his name? A cold sweat breaks as the situation spirals completely out of his control. On the screen, Zane coolly holds up the test bracelet, an item Pryzen knows all too well. But what he does with it defies all of Pryzen's expectations and warps the very nature of the test. Instead of fighting, Zane unleashes a wave of power that seizes the minds of the demon beasts. The creatures halt, their mindless rage faltering as a new command sinks in. Under his absolute control, the demonic horde turns on itself, tearing into each other with mindless ferocity. With chilling resolve, Zane gives his puppets their one and only order: kill each other. Pryzen can only clutch his head and scream, watching his precious demonic babies get wiped out. But in a flash of terror, he remembers the real threat, the boy who started it all. On the screen, a streak of blue energy moves so fast it defies comprehension. He shrieks at his accomplice, his voice cracking with desperation to stop the incoming storm. But it's useless. Zane's power rips right through the demonic barrier like it's made of paper. His underlings are swatted aside, completely helpless against the blue comet that is Zane. Pryzen cowers behind his masked bodyguard as a calm, familiar voice greets him by name. From the swirling demonic energy, Zane emerges, his eyes glowing as he finally comes face to face with his target. But another student, Damien, awkwardly inserts himself, a forced and sweaty smile plastered on his face. Zane's attention shifts to this bizarre newcomer, who stands with his vine-wrapped guardians, claiming he was protecting his friends. Damien proudly introduces his vine-wrapped golems, but Zane just stares, unimpressed by the display. Suddenly, another group of students appears, and a sharp-eyed girl with silver hair startles Chenbi. She eyes him suspiciously, wondering how a student like him could have possibly made it here alone. Chenbi's eyes fixate on her bracelet, and a horrifying realization clicks into place. He spins around, screaming at his friends to throw their bracelets away immediately. The golems, he explains, are tracking them through those very devices, a fact the silver-haired girl seems to grasp instantly. But another student just scoffs, finding the entire warning utterly ridiculous. He challenges Chenbi, accusing him of trying to trick them into failing the test. Before Chenbi can even defend himself, Zane steps forward, his eyes glowing with cold intent. He twists the situation masterfully, accusing Chenbi of trying to steal everyone's bracelets for himself. Panicked, Chenbi tries to explain that the bracelet is a dangerous signal device, not some prize. The skeptical student presses him, wanting to know where he heard this, and Chenbi admits it was Aster. A wicked, knowing smile spreads across the student's face. This is exactly the answer he wanted. He turns on Chenbi, accusing him of being duped and now trying to cheat his way through the test, as others whisper in agreement. Chenbi's patience finally snaps, and he grits his teeth, warning the bully not to speak of things he doesn't understand. A memory flashes through his mind. Aster, fighting desperately for his sake against the golems. His thoughts drift back even further, to another crucial encounter from his past. He remembers a younger Damien, who saw something in him when no one else did. Damien had simply told him he had a friend, and that single act of kindness became the foundation of his trust. Fueled by this conviction, Chenbi rips off his own bracelet and throws it away, telling them to take it if they want. He recalls Damien's face, but the memory is twisted, unsettlingly manic as he beckons him forward. Back in the present, Chenbi reels, questioning who Damien truly was, because this wasn't the friend he remembered. Elsewhere, the true confrontation begins as Zane stands before the cultist, Prison, who greets him like an old foe. Zane smirks, his eyes glowing, revealing he once hunted Prison in the demon realm itself. The cultist completely panics, calling Zane a lunatic and screaming for his masked bodyguard to protect him. But the masked man simply turns to his master, calmly asking if he's sure they've never met before. After a moment, he turns away, accepting the situation with a quiet finality. He faces Zane, explaining that a contract is absolute, and he has no choice but to act. With chains binding his arm, the imposing figure promises to eliminate his target without leaving a single trace. Zane watches coolly, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, as he identifies the man's house. Weimar, a vassal family of Deculan. Zane knows this family's sigil. The Weimar clan were the hunting hounds of the battlefield. So the real question is, why is one of their prized hounds protecting a worthless rat? The masked man scoffs, asking if this student even knows who he's talking to. But Zane completely loses it, roaring that He was the one who asked the question first. He's practically shaking with rage, demanding to know why a Weimar would stoop so low. The masked man just stares, wondering if Zane's mind snapped before coldly telling him it's none of his concern. This only fuels the fire, and Zane screams again, demanding an answer. That's the last straw for the Weimar hound, who mutters that he's dealing with a lunatic. He decides he's done accommodating this mad dog, preparing to end the conversation by force. With a flash of energy, the chains around his body erupt as he lunges forward to attack. Zane's rage continues to boil over, screaming about the Weimar hound's shameful alliance. Having had enough, the masked man unleashes his magic, questioning why this lunatic is so obsessed. His chained pickaxe slices through the air with blinding speed, glowing with a dangerous blue aura. The single weapon multiplies, launching a barrage of strikes meant to tear Zane apart. But our hero is unfazed, his eyes still burning with fury, as he roars the man's title back at him. The Weimar hound's eyes glow with lethal intent, ready to finally silence this pest. He boasts about his recall magic, confident there's no way his target can possibly dodge the attack. He smirks behind his mask, mockingly asking if the student is getting a little too worked up. But in a flash of movement, Zane twists his body, evading the lethal strike with contemptuous ease. His hands close around the weapon's chain, coolly remarking that he's raised dogs before. He yanks the chain, sending the masked assassin flying and explaining that dogs get anxious. With a terrifying grin, he notes that repeating words makes them stressed, just like his opponent. The masked man is absolutely seething, enraged at being treated like a common animal. But Zane easily deflects his punch, contemptuously calling him out as Deculan's dog. Watching from the sidelines, Prison starts to lose his composure, screaming at his hound. He can't believe his minion is losing to some brat and begins gathering his own crackling energy. Their powers collide in a massive explosion of blue lightning. The masked accomplice is blown away, bloodied and defeated, as a shocked Prison looks on. Zane finally turns his attention to the real target, calling out Prison by name. With electricity arching around him, he smirks, noting that there's nowhere left for the coward to hide. Cornered and furious, Prison curses at Zane, clutching a strange, spiky artifact. But Zane has no time for words, summoning a vicious chained weapon from thin air. In a flash of violent purple energy, he brings the heavy blade crashing down. It rips through Prison's arm, leaving a mangled, bloody mess as he screams in agony. The cultist stumbles backward, his arrogance completely shattered by raw terror. His eyes dart to the demon realm's core, a desperate plan forming in his mind. He tries to bluff, warning Zane that his friends will die if the ritual isn't stopped. Zane's utterly dismissive reply leaves Prison speechless and horrified. He casually turns away, telling the broken man to enjoy the show he started. Because once the demon realm finishes its work, Zane's full attention will be on him. Prison's confidence shatters into pure, sputtering rage at Zane's casual dismissal. He stumbles backward, blood pooling from his severed arm, his mind racing to understand this monster. This isn't just demonic energy, it's a full demon realm, and Zane doesn't even care that it's swallowing his friends. As Zane's eyes glow with an unsettling red light, the cultist has to wonder if he's even human. In a final, desperate gambit, Prison warns him that everyone will be dead in just 5 minutes. But Zane simply looks up, his eerie calmness pushing the terrified man to his breaking point. The answer comes in a blur of motion as Zane suddenly seizes his other hand, crushing it around the artifact. Prison looks down in shock to find his hand completely bare. The gauntlet has vanished in an instant. Zane now holds the artifact, mockingly asking if Prison truly believed he was the only one who could use it. A memory flashes of Zane wielding a similar power on an immense scale, leaving the cultist completely broken. Zane reveals he could never forget Pryzen, the man who taught the young master forbidden magic. That magic corrupted Faren von Deculan, leaving a trail of blood before Zane himself had to kill him. After dealing with Faren, Zane decided to hunt Pryzen down personally. He admits the chase was long, so long that he nearly lost his mind. Pryzen listens in disbelief. He was the one target Zane couldn't catch, a sly and quick-footed ghost. The pursuit crossed kingdoms and hellscapes, staining Zane's hands with blood until he reached the demon realm. Zane recalls the madness of that place, how the demonic energy nearly broke his body and sanity. When he finally emerged, a troubleshooter was waiting for him, having not dared to enter. With a terrifying smile, Zane recounts the news he was given. Pryzen had been caught and killed by Faren. The story shatters Pryzen's last hope, leaving him to bleed on the floor, empty and broken. Pryzen, sputtering through his own blood, denies ever knowing a noble's son. But Zane casually pulls out a potion, mocking him for bleeding out too much. With a terrifying grin, he forces the vial on him, insisting he can't die until the story is finished. A sliver of hope ignites in Pryzen's mind. He thinks this is his one chance to find an opening and survive. Zane, however, is lost in his own tale, continuing his story about looking up at the sky. He remembers seeing a wyvern soaring high above, a picture of absolute freedom. In that moment, he felt pathetic, realizing his revenge had devolved into meaningless, emotional venting. But Pryzen isn't listening, feeling his strength return. He sees his opening right now. He gathers his forbidden magic, preparing to strike while his opponent is lost in thought. But Zane was never distracted, instantly slamming Pryzen's face into the ground with crushing force. Zane roars that everything he studied, every piece of knowledge he absorbed, was for this very moment. He knows all of Pryzen's secrets, the demonic realm, the forbidden artifact, all of it. He forced himself to read the detailed reports of how his comrades were torn apart. But unlike the past, where he was helpless, he now has all the time in the world. With a chilling grin, he promises to make Pryzen experience every bit of their pain. The cultist's mind finally shatters, realizing he's trapped with a true demon. The scene then cuts away from the impending torture to a long, stone corridor. A quiet stillness hangs in the air, broken only by the hint of recent passage. The hallway is a graveyard of shattered stone, littered with the remains of powerful golems. Whatever force came through here was clearly unstoppable, leaving only destruction behind. And finally, the proctors managed to break through the barrier, descending into the dungeon. A powerful figure lands among them, her expression radiating pure annoyance. This is Professor Felina, and she is furious that the enemy's magic wasted 2 entire hours. Her subordinates rush to her side as she moves with grim purpose. One of them hands her a glowing orb, confirming their magical surveillance is back online. Felina's orders are clear. Find the students, and do it quietly. Survivors are the only priority. The proctors spread out, some tending to a colleague who didn't make it through unscathed. The magic eye activates, revealing its first target, a group of students casually greeting a horde of golems. Her entire team watches the feed, absolutely stunned by the ridiculous sight. Even the battle-hardened professor is left speechless, completely baffled by what she's seeing. Meanwhile, the other proctors are just as confused, wondering how intruders held the gate for 2 hours without a single student casualty. But before Felina can process the absurdity of the golem situation, a call comes in from Professor Furion. He tells her he's in the internal control room and that this is something she absolutely has to see for herself. The image that appears on her crystal screen leaves the hardened professor utterly speechless. Inside the control room, Furion stands over the mangled remains of the 2 intruders who started this whole mess. Even Felina, who has seen her fair share of carnage, finds the scene unsettling, questioning what kind of monster did this. But then, a sudden realization flashes across her mind. Her attention is immediately drawn to a specific student's file. A vagabond from the slums who somehow entered with a Blando family recommendation. His records show an impossible magic reading, an error so extreme it's far beyond any student's level. A woman of high authority concludes her assessment, warning that this particular student must be watched very closely. The file photo is of Zane's original self, his calm expression a stark contrast to the chaos his caused. Elsewhere, Professor Felina arrives at the scene of the incident, grimly noting that she's too late. She's suddenly greeted by the academy's headmaster, a man with an air of quiet intensity. He thanks her for traveling from so far away, remarking that trusting her judgment led to a good outcome. But his pleasantries vanish as he suddenly grabs her by the collar, his expression turning deadly serious. Shoving Zane's file in her face, he demands to know if she really thinks this one boy is responsible for everything. As the weight of his question settles, The sky darkens, and a downpour begins. A storm breaks over the academy grounds, mirroring the brewing conflict as we learn a chilling truth about magic. Every mage possesses a heart demon, a dangerous inner beast that can shatter their mind without warning. Zane reflects on his past life, a time when he didn't have a heart demon to worry about. As a troubleshooter, he and his colleagues simply accepted death as part of the job. He thought he'd suppressed the rage from his own demise, but the coffin of trials unearthed it all. That explosive emotion was the seed of his heart demon, and he realizes it's like hugging a bomb. But after a moment of reflection, he rises with renewed purpose. He is a former troubleshooter, after all, and this kind of pressure feels almost comfortable. A week after the incident, with the academy settled, he knows the time is right. Holding his grimoire, he prepares to conquer the secret art of the red flower. The arts he knew before were non-elemental. This will be his first time learning an elemental one. So despite his experience, he's checking every detail with extreme caution before he begins. The grimoire explains the theory. The mana circuits are surprisingly familiar. But Zane knows it's not just about circulation. That would only create simple fire mana. He must grasp the core imagery of the technique, a lone flame, burning on its own. A conceptual fire born from mana that no longer needs mana or even oxygen to exist. And as he focuses on that impossible concept, the flame flickers to life in his hands. He fully immerses himself in the art, mastering the first step, entering fire. The raw, destructive power is immediately obvious, feeling twice as potent as his usual output. He then moves on to his specialty, compression, but quickly hits a wall. This elemental mana has a repulsive force far stronger than anything he's worked with before. His collision formula is useless for now, but he smirks, confident it's a problem time will solve. He reflects on his progress, feeling one step closer to the brilliant, tragic mage from his memories. With the basics down, he now needs some practical magic to wield. But just as he's about to move, his thoughts are cut short. A strange, powerful pressure floods the area, and whoever it is isn't bothering with stealth. Zane grabs the handle, ready to face whatever is waiting for him outside. He steps out into the heavy rain, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. And there, standing before him, is a figure whose presence explains Professor Felina's caution. The old man is impressed, noting Zane's exceptional mana sensitivity and control. Zane is stunned, recognizing the Academy's president, who calmly tells him to call him principal. But the praise fades as the principal's gaze sharpens, his true reason for being here yet unsaid. The headmaster's aura crashes down like a tidal wave, a suffocating pressure meant to break him. Zane grits his teeth, internally cursing the constant stream of powerful figures trying to interfere. But he steels his resolve, reminding himself of the man he used to be, a former troubleshooter whose spirit may break, but will never, ever bend. The headmaster smirks from the shadows, demanding a greeting befitting the highest-ranking elder of the academy. A flicker of pure defiance flashes in Zane's eyes for just a moment, before he snaps into a hilariously deep bow, shouting his greetings like an overeager student. He continues the act, apologizing for being too loud out of sheer nervousness. But the headmaster reveals he's already blocked all sound, easily seeing through Zane's ploy to attract attention. With his bluff called, Zane finally asks the real question. What does the most powerful man in the school want with him? The headmaster casually suggests they sit, his words backed by an immense, crushing pressure. Zane grits his teeth, realizing this isn't just killing intent, it's raw, untamed mana binding him in place. The old man reveals his source. Professor Felina reported that Zane was hiding something significant. And now, in the rain-swept courtyard, the time for games is over. He unleashes his full power, demanding to know exactly what Zane concealed during the exam. Zane can barely believe it. The bumbling old fool from the welcome speech is an absolute monster. And yet, a chilling memory surfaces of an even greater evil, a man who makes this headmaster seem tame. Drawing on his past life's knowledge, Zane activates his own counter, an interference formula. With a surge of blue energy, he masterfully disperses the headmaster's aura, rising to his feet. He stands tall, confirming that yes, he was the one who disposed of the rats in the coffin of trials. The headmaster lets out a short, incredulous laugh, completely taken aback. He can't believe Zane isn't even trying to hide it, but Zane just shrugs it off. With a defiant stare, he confirms it wasn't a big secret, and asks if the headmaster has any other questions. Zane internally compares this situation to past troubles, annoyed at having to deal with another powerful eccentric. Suddenly, the headmaster's stern expression completely breaks. He collapses into a fit of laughter, leaving Zane to wonder just what kind of lunatic is running this academy. Composing himself, the headmaster actually seems impressed by the look in the young man's eyes. He decides to change tactics, offering a simple deal. Zane only has to answer what he's able to. The headmaster then calmly tells him to sit down. And so, the two sit opposite each other in the pouring rain, the interrogation now a quiet conversation. Zane senses the shift immediately. The playful atmosphere has completely vanished. An intense aura flares from the headmaster, who now feels less like a principal and more like a hardened war mage. With the facade dropped, the old man gets right to the point. He asks Zane if he knows anything about a wyvern that became a meal, a question that momentarily stuns him. Zane tries to pull rank, reminding the man of their roles as student and teacher. But the headmaster dismisses such titles, declaring that on the battlefield, he is the senior, and Zane is the junior. Zane is utterly confused. This isn't a battlefield, and he doesn't have a senior. Yet, he understands the unspoken rule. The words of the strong are law, and so he kneels in submission. Pleased with this newfound obedience, the headmaster is ready to continue their tale. His monocled eye gleams with power, recognizing not a student, but the eyes of a fellow warrior. The headmaster's tone shifts, his eyes glowing with power as he questions what kind of monsters would leave such a mess behind. Rain pours down as he gets back to the point, addressing Zane simply as junior. He demands to know who was responsible for the chaos that unfolded at the academy. He declares his intention to crush them, a task for which he'll need to gather his old comrades. Zane realizes he's not talking about just any soldiers, but legendary war mages from his past. Thinking quickly, he tries to throw the Deculan family under the bus, hoping to start a war. But the headmaster sees right through it, sensing deception and warning that Zane could be next. Annoyed at being caught, Zane admits to himself that the old man is as sharp as ever. With his bluff called, he finally reveals the truth. The perpetrators were from the Weimar family. Zane clarifies that one was from Weimar, and the other was the magic engineer, Prisen, as the headmaster presses for more details. The headmaster, unimpressed with the kid's attitude, demands to know how he came by this information. But Zane simply shakes his head, refusing to give up his source. A tense silence hangs between them in the pouring rain. The headmaster decides to change his line of questioning. Zane braces himself, knowing this interrogation is far from over. He said all he can without revealing his most crucial secrets, like the grimoire. Suddenly, he feels the headmaster's aura flare with genuine rage, not about the vague answers, but about the professor. The old man mockingly asks if Zane knows a mage who ended up as goblin food, sensing a disrespectful intent. Zane forces a wide, unsettling smile as he denies it, but the headmaster tells him to wipe that rotten goblin look off his face. The insult lands, and Zane can only seethe, cursing the infuriatingly sharp old geezer. The headmaster finally shifts his tone, acknowledging Zane's ambition to build a library as tall as a tower. Touched by the offer of a donation, Zane feels a moment of genuine gratitude, thinking that connections are everything. But of course, there's a catch. Access to the exclusive Lapidator library will cost him one favor. The headmaster's eyes narrow as he warns Zane to fix his own, a threat that makes our hero's forced smile feel very fragile. The request is finally laid bare. He wants Zane to handle the artifact that created the demonic realm. He points out its spatial isolation ability, while dangerous, would be incredibly useful for Zane's tower project. This was the same power that blocked all the teleportation circles, trapping everyone during the trial. Zane sees the potential but admits a critical weakness: he knows nothing about magic engineering. The headmaster has an answer for that too, pointing him toward a certain Professor Felina. But his final warning is chilling. While he won't pry into Zane's secrets, convincing the formidable professor is a trial Zane must face alone. With the deal struck in the pouring rain, the headmaster declares their business concluded. The next morning, the storm clouds have vanished, replaced by a bright, sunny sky. Peace seems to have returned to the Alinea Academy campus. Inside, Zane is already absorbed in his studies, trying to enjoy a rare moment of quiet. But that peace is shattered when a familiar, overly enthusiastic voice calls out to him. He looks up to see Chenbi and Damien, whose faces look suspiciously round. Zane just stares, bluntly asking why his two friends suddenly got so fat. Before Chenbi can answer, another student walks up, happily asking to practice magic with him. At the same time, Damien is getting swarmed by classmates, all thanking him for his help. Chenbi sheepishly admits their heroics made them popular, earning them elixirs and their family's aid, hence the celebratory weight gain. One of the other students approaches, sincerely thanking Zane for everything he's done. But Zane simply closes his book, stating that he isn't the one who deserves their gratitude. He looks them dead in the eye, reminding them he never ordered them to do anything. This was their own victory, a change they brought about themselves, leaving Chenbi a bit flustered. The conversation then turns to Damien, who is absolutely basking in his new celebrity status. He boasts about controlling a golem with plant magic, a feat that stuns his new admirers. Chenbi, wanting to hear all the details, suggests they finally sit down and talk after a week apart. But he's startled as a tall, arrogant student looms over him, declaring he also has things to say. Before that can escalate, a sharp, authoritative voice cuts through the chatter, demanding Zane's attention. He looks up, a sense of dread creeping in as he recognizes the intimidating Professor Felina. Zane finds himself summoned to an opulent office within the academy. Professor Felina cuts straight to the point, asking if he knows why he's here. He sarcastically assumes it's not for academic counseling. She confirms his guess, settling into her chair with an imposing aura, letting him know she's heard the story. Felina lays out the official report. He's the descendant of an old war mage, and the Weimar family was behind the attack. She then declares with pure disdain that the Deculans and anyone who associates with them are nothing but trash. Zane internally confirms this is the cover story the headmaster came up with to protect the Blander family's involvement. The fabricated tale paints him as a wandering mage, the student of a legendary master, hiding his true identity. And conveniently, this master supposedly held a deep grudge against both the Deculan and Weimar families, giving Zane the perfect motive. Professor Felina admits the story has holes, but since the headmaster vouched for him, she'll let it slide for now. But just before dismissing him, her stern demeanor breaks, a faint blush appearing as she seems to hesitate. She decides to bury whatever she was about to say, concluding that he isn't a threat. But Zane, completely misreading the awkward atmosphere, decides to interrupt her. He gently rejects her, citing the age gap, and Felina is left utterly speechless. He looks at her seriously, convinced he's handling a delicate confession with grace. Her mind goes blank, unable to process the sheer audacity of his assumption. A wave of murderous intent washes over the room as her eyes glow with pure fury. She takes a deep breath, forcing her composure back into place, her expression now ice cold. Internally, she curses how difficult it is to be sincere, but knows what needs to be said. Finally, through gritted teeth and a lingering blush, she manages to thank him. She clarifies it's for saving the students, leaving Zane frozen, realizing his colossal mistake. The awkwardness hangs in the air as Zane tries to play it cool, his mind racing to salvage the situation. But Felina is in no mood for games, her sharp tone demanding he get to the point. He quickly pivots, explaining his plan to build a library for all students, and humbly asking for her support. She considers his request and agrees, seeing the merit in his ambition, and noting another valuable connection secured. With that settled, she moves on to the far more pressing matter at hand. The conversation turns to the ancient artifact recovered from the incident, a device that will take ages to research. While she's confident she could destroy the dangerous gauntlet if necessary, Zane already knows that the item itself is not the true threat here. Felina confirms his fears, warning of the fanatical cult that will stop at nothing to reclaim it, the Forbidden Magic Society, Salvatium. Zane blankly repeats the name as Silvertown, and Felina's patience instantly evaporates, warning him to start paying attention. Felina explains that Salvatium is an alliance of those who have mastered forbidden magic. Their single, horrifying goal is to recreate the demonic realm on Earth. She's certain Pryzen was connected to them, his maniacal grin a testament to his fanaticism, and now that he's dead, she warns Zane that the cult will come after him to retrieve the artifact. She stresses the danger, saying they are as persistent as the great houses, and he could easily die. Zane quietly processes her warning, the threat of death hanging in the air. But a slow, confident smirk spreads across his face. To him, this is no big deal. With a chilling smile, he concludes that he'll just have to slaughter them all. Felina is taken aback, a surprised and amused grin appearing as she marvels at his audacity. Zane then presents the demonic gauntlet, urging her to begin her research immediately. Amused by his sheer audacity, Felina agrees to investigate the artifact, finding his ambition impressive. But their conversation is cut short, as a panicked proctor bursts into the room. He breathlessly explains that something major is happening at the academy right now. The head of the Deculan family has arrived, and the weight of that name instantly shifts Zane's demeanor. The entire academy goes on high alert, with guards rushing to secure the premises. A grand and imposing carriage rolls steadily through the academy gates. Waiting to receive this guest are the headmaster, Professor Felina, and another senior professor. As the carriage comes to a stop, the air crackles with anticipation and political tension. The headmaster's gaze locks onto the imposing figure inside. The current head of House Deculan, he reflects on the man's notorious reputation as a tyrannical genius who became an archmage by age 30. The headmaster mulls over the rumors, acknowledging that one thing about this guest is certainly true. Faren von Deculan remains in his carriage, refusing to touch academy soil like some kind of king. But the headmaster sees the trick. Faren humbles himself by acting as his own coachman, a cunning political move. The archmage finally looks up, a slight smirk on his face as he asks if his target has arrived. He then nonchalantly mentions hearing that the Hall of Trials was taken over by some worms. The headmaster's eye twitches, his composure threatening to crack. He seethes internally, realizing this man came all this way just to mock and test him. Beside him, the professors are stunned. They haven't officially revealed who was behind the attack. Faren simply watches their reaction, his true intentions hidden behind a placid facade. Then, a chilling smile spreads across his face, as if he's enjoying the chaos he's created. Faren mockingly declares he's here to clean up the Academy's mess, claiming he personally caught the culprits. With a flick of his wrist, a dark, crimson energy erupts from his carriage. He proudly presents the defeated head of the Weimar Patriarch, having annihilated his entire bloodline as a gift. Watching from a high balcony, Zane isn't the least bit surprised by this ruthless display. He recalls the Archmage from his past life, a man who would kill his own kin for the sake of his family. But something feels off to him. The timing of this grand entrance is just too convenient. He had only mentioned the connection between the two families to a professor the night before. Zane reflects that while Faren was once an untouchable god, he now sees him as just a man. He wonders if this man is still the towering, insurmountable mountain he once was. A confident clench of his fist shows he believes that this time, that mountain can be climbed. For now, it's just a thought, but in this new life, Zane is certain he can take the Archmage's head. A few days pass, and a lively atmosphere returns to the Academy grounds. Faren's brutal display sent a clear message, but his power plays were far from over. He announced he'd be sending a blood relative to the Academy, a political hostage move only the great family could make. In response, the Imperial family immediately declared the enrollment of the third princess. Zane knows that's a major development, but it's a problem for the future. For now, his friends are caught up in something much more immediate, the school festival. It's the Pistonique Festival, a celebration for the students mobilized during the recent war. Zane suspects it's also the Academy's way of lifting the gloomy mood after the attack in the Hall of Trials. And since it's a martial-focused event, it seems the school is even turning a blind eye to the students drinking. The off-duty mercenaries hired for security are already making a scene with their drinking. One of them, the clear champion, boasts about his victory and calls for a new challenger. A hefty bag of prize money is slammed onto the table, drawing everyone's gaze. Naturally, Damien's eyes light up with excitement, and he's ready to volunteer, much to Chenbi's horror. But before he can embarrass himself, an official announcement cuts through the noise. The awards ceremony is starting. Zane immediately grabs a startled Damien by the collar, ending his fun. He starts dragging his friend away from the crowd, leaving a defeated Chenbi in his wake. A confident smirk plays on Zane's lips. He knows it's time to collect what he's earned. The scene shifts to the headmaster, who formally begins the proceedings for the ceremony. Inside the grand hall, students take their seats as the winners are called to the podium. The names of the recognized contributors are announced, beginning with the composed Dalia de Denai. Next is Damien von Blando, who still looks a little dazed from all the earlier excitement. She's followed by the fiercely confident Yvelin de Planche, who looks completely unfazed. Even Chenbi gets his moment in the spotlight, standing tall with a look of proud determination. And finally, the main contributor, Aster, steps forward, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As Zane takes his place, he notes Evelyn's full title, Daughter of the Goldran Merchant Guild. A detail that bothers him, as he has no memory of her being this exceptional in his past life. But he pushes the thought aside for now. It's time for the reward, and Chenbi is practically vibrating with anticipation. The headmaster presents their prize, a finely crafted box containing a highest-grade elixir. With a look of deep gratitude, he formally expresses the Academy's thanks for Aster's heroic contribution. But Zane, with a sly grin, asks the professor if he can return the certificate, calling it ugly trash. The headmaster is not amused, threatening to burn Zane right along with it if he finds it discarded. Undeterred, Zane simply decides he'll have to burn the certificate secretly later on. With the tense ceremony finally concluded, the group heads out to roam the Academy Festival. They've been through hell and back, so he figures they've earned a day to just relax and have some fun. The sun begins to set, casting a golden glow over the magnificent Academy grounds. As darkness falls, the sky is pierced by a single, ascending light. A moment later, the night erupts into a spectacular fireworks display. His friends stare up in awe, completely mesmerized by the dazzling show. But all our protagonist can think about is the sheer amount of money literally exploding away. He has to admit, while it's a waste of money, the fireworks are undeniably cool. A thought sparks in his mind someday. He'll have this kind of extravagance for himself. He envisions his own magnificent tower, hosting a festival that lasts for an entire week. The finale would be his own ascension ceremony as the great sage Aster, arriving on a majestic white wyvern. His grand daydream is suddenly interrupted by a rather grumpy-looking white owl landing on his windowsill. This, he notes wryly, is definitely not the mythical beast he was just imagining. The owl is carrying a message, which he promptly unrolls to read. It's a summons from his professor, calling him to their usual meeting place. Outside, Raven is already waiting, mockingly praising his diligence and his choice of a familiar. With a powerful leap, Zane launches himself up to the rooftop to meet his mentor. He arrives at the meeting point, a secluded building perfect for a private discussion. Zane enters the room, announcing his presence with the professor's owl still on his head. The familiar flutters off as Zane looks toward his mentor, but he pauses in confusion. The room is far more lavish than he expected, resembling a grand office. His professor, an eccentric old man with an eye patch, casually sips tea as the owl lands nearby. Getting right down to business, the professor holds out a sealed letter for him to deliver. Zane's expression darkens. He can already smell the trouble coming off this simple-sounding task. He asks for the destination, and his mentor explains the recipient is hiding very effectively. The location is revealed to be the Hamiln Great Forest, and a jolt of dread runs through Zane. He knows that ancient forest is a monster-infested nightmare, a terrible place to find just one person. The professor casually dismisses his concerns, claiming it won't be that difficult to find the target. Just as Zane starts to voice his refusal, his mentor cuts him off, remembering he forgot something. He presents a list of rewards, and Zane's eyes go wide at the absurd amount of high-grade elixirs. The professor then asks what he was about to say, completely unaware of the shift in leverage. With a manic grin, Zane declares he's even willing to drop out of the academy entirely. Sometime later, the negotiation is clearly over as Zane steps out of the grand office. He walks away holding the list of rewards, the mission now officially accepted. A smug, satisfied smile spreads across his face. He knows he played this perfectly. With 3 top-grade elixirs now in his possession, he can't help but think this new life is incredible. But on top of the potions, he notices there's something else included in his payment. It's a voucher for the Arcane Workshop, a place so exclusive even nobles have to wait in line. He remembers exactly why. It was part of the professor's hidden agenda, buried beneath a reward too good to refuse. In the flashback, the old man admitted he'd first tried to summon another expert to deal with the demonic realm, but that particular individual claimed to have some unfinished business and couldn't make it. So, with a casual sip of his tea, the professor decided to just send Zane to tie up those loose ends for him. Zane could only offer a wry smile, silently questioning if the man had any conscience whatsoever. Remembering the negotiation, he smirks. Had accused the old man of employment fraud to squeeze out more rewards. Now, with the deal struck and the payment secured, it's time to put those gains to use. He had planned on just using the elixirs to boost his mana capacity, but having 3 opens up a far greater possibility. Instead of a simple boost, he'll create a magic body, a technique that will fundamentally reforge his physical vessel. He remembers the very technique that let him surpass a troubleshooter's limits in his past life. A mage with the physique of a knight, and with all his advanced formulas, he'd be unstoppable. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He can aim even higher than his previous peak. Finding a secluded spot on the vast academy grounds, he prepares to begin. Zane settles into a meditative pose, calming his mind for the painful process ahead. His eyes flash with brilliant blue light, stealing his resolve for what's to come. The first golden elixir materializes, and without a moment's hesitation, he consumes it. A violent torrent of golden mana immediately erupts from his body, threatening to overwhelm him. Normally he would use a gentle breathing technique, but this time, he's ramming the raw power directly into his system. He forces the mana into every joint, muscle fiber, and nerve cell, driving toward the final goal. The brutal process begins, and a wave of pure agony immediately washes over him. But amidst the pain, a familiar crimson sigil appears on his chest, the firebrand. The unexpected activation nearly shattered his focus, but a wicked grin now spreads across his face. He can only wonder what kind of insane boost this forgotten power will give him this time. Shaking off the distraction, he recenters his mind on the original plan. He grits his teeth, forcing the raw, chaotic mana directly into his muscle fibers. The pain is absolute torture. It feels like every muscle is being shredded strand by strand. For a brief moment, his resolve wavers, wondering if he truly needs to suffer this much now that he's rich. But the mana surges violently again, refusing to be tamed and coursing through his body. He curses it for trying to invade his bones before he's even finished reinforcing his muscles. The last waves of agony finally recede as he desperately gasps for air. And then, it's over. He stands, feeling a surge of power that has far exceeded his expectations. Clenching his fist, He can feel it a raw, physical durability that could rival a seasoned knight's. A wicked grin spreads across his face. The fantasy of a mage who can win with his fists is no longer a dream. Now for the first real test. He decides to check out his new body's regenerative capabilities. He barely nicks his thumb, but blood erupts from the wound, catching him completely off guard. He calmly assesses the damage, expecting a standard 15-minute recovery time for such a cut. But before he can even finish the thought, the wound seals itself instantly, leaving him stunned. This is an insane, unexpected bonus troll-level regeneration he never had, even in his past life. But as he's processing his new abilities, something else catches his attention. He kneels down, sensing a faint trace of mana emanating from the drop of his own blood. The mana signature is identical to his own, and a wild thought sparks in his mind. Reaching out, he decides to test this insane theory with a simple light spell. In an instant, a massive blast of light erupts, not from his hand, but from the blood on the ground. He's completely floored he willed the spell, but his blood acted as the catalyst. The shock quickly melts into a wicked grin as the terrifying possibilities sink in. His grimoire materializes as his mind races, thinking of combining this with blood multiplication magic. For now, he decides to keep this discovery to himself and heads off to his next appointment. With a dark grin, he decides to name this forbidden new power Black Magic. Later, he and Damien arrive at a cafe, greeted by an aide who is relieved to see they're safe. She sits down, her expression all business, and asks if they're having any problems. Damien practically jumps out of his skin, frantically insisting they're fine and she should just go. But the aide has a message from the madam, which immediately captures the attention of their other friend. She brings up the proposal they submitted regarding a project on the Blando estate. Her first critique is a sharp one. The formatting was completely unprofessional. Zane, however, looks on with a deadpan expression, knowing exactly what she's talking about. As she prepares to deliver the final verdict, Damien can barely contain his manic excitement. The verdict comes down like a hammer blow, and Damien's world shatters. Rejected. Zane, however, wears a slight smirk, hinting that there might just be a loophole. The aide adjusts her glasses, laying out the one condition: place in the top 16 of the midterm evaluations. Damien immediately panics, realizing this is just the madam's ploy to make him fail spectacularly. She then gestures to his supposed friends, suggesting they can help, but Damien knows that's a complete joke. To entice them, she offers a handsome reward from the Blando family for anyone who assists him. Zane glances over to see Damien sparkling with renewed hope, believing his suffering is finally at an end. But Zane can only sweat, remembering the one tiny obstacle in their path. Damien can't even do basic multiplication. Despite the impossible odds, Damien flashes a wild, determined grin, ready to tackle the challenge head-on.